question, make a comment on the chat of the channel, and we count on your participation. So, welcome everyone. I'm Erika Ferrer. I'm talking to you from Recife.
E hoje eu também serei a mestre de cerimônias do Big Digital. Vamos então para o nosso primeiro painel, os desafios do eSports no Brasil.
First panel, esports challenges in Brazil. This panel is going to discuss challenges of esports in Brazil for several actors involved and what esports folks can do and wait for next year's. Easy is going to be the moderator of the panel. Are you okay, Belize? Yeah, fine. How are you? This is Belize. I'm from Momoludens, and I'm here in São Paulo right now. All right, and in order to make this panel with Belize, we're going to have Yuri Fai Yujema, the founder of Gamers Club, and Gustavo Paciente, editor of Meio Mensagem, podcaster, and manager of Special Content Project. Welcome, everyone, and have a great panel. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Yuri for being here and for us to discuss. And I think that this is a market that has been growing quite a lot in Brazil. And we have an issue here that is kind of spiking this growth, which is the pandemics. And I'd like to hear from you how you think pandemics has impacted the esports market. Do you think this has increased as a market? We've seen lots of news reports saying that people are playing more and more interested in games. How do you perceive that? So, Yuri, I think you gotta go. You start. Okay, so good morning. I think this is a different moment to all of us. Everyone is having to work in different ways and consider based on our results and how we deal with our friends. That the moment has been quite good for esports. And of course, we needed to adapt ourselves along the process. But people are eager for entertainment in their homes. Traditional sports have not been broadcasted anymore live, or at least they are rerunning some of these competitions. And with esports, we're able to move our competitions and increase our grid. We have more than double the numbers that we've had. So this is a very promising scenario because it was already on the rise. And right now, several people who are at home looking for entertainment are getting to know electronic sports. The companies that were interested in investing for communication with people in the digital world are now trying to understand a bit better electronic sports because this is what's going on in live entertainment for competition for all of these people. So this has been a very important moment for all of us. We have to be able to work with the situation, with the scenario. Morning, everyone. Uh, on top of what Yuri has said, I have been monitoring the scenario when it comes to the brands and companies that are interested in investing. And what he said about the interest is something that makes a lot of sense. The esports scenario as a whole has been drawing a lot of attention by marketing executives because the entertainment formats, the traditional ones, have died out. So we can see that they are adapting in the traditional sports model, and there were a lot of people operating in the backstage in the TV channels, but they have adapted, and many marketing executives have stopped to take a look at this. If they were not paying attention to it, they have done it now. We knew that the digital DNA of the esports, and now it is a proven scenario. And there's something interesting here, which is games. when it comes to people's behavior. We have said that we had to convince the C-level decision makers to show them the importance of the scenario. They knew that their kids played Fortnite while working at home and getting in touch with their kids, they got to understand the force of the gamer culture. I think that there is two sides of the story. The pandemics have shown how much of digital potential sports have. Is there any kind of change in the way championships are organized, or was it pretty straightforward? Luis, you were saying about the finals and the competition where you had a lot of people in there. How do you think this transition happened? Well, large events have always drawn a lot of attention. The big arenas, particularly for announcers, when you make something more material for those who monitor and everything, even for those who are not gamers, for general audience, this drew a lot of attention. This was a big asset in the arenas for all these brands when they started having larger structures. Because the thing is, they had a backstage structure with audio and video professionals that was pretty sturdy. And under that light, I can say that they needed more of an adaptation. I mean, they had to adapt. They didn't have much of that powerful broadcast structure back in the day, but it is something that they adapted to quite quickly. So there is this mix of the scenario in the arena, and we have record-breaking number of streamers in the audience. Well, I think that the arena scenario is very similar to traditional sports. I think the brands are more used to that. How do you see that in the streaming scenario? I think it's natural. I think that it only changes content a little bit because as brands are adapting and they're learning how to work in a digital way, I believe that before, in fact, you fast track the decision making process and the experimentation process because you had big structures in the past, and with the way the brands work, that was a bit slower. Like, I'm going to join this championship, I'm going to activate this channel or that channel, or I'm going to work with a partnership in this arena. And I believe that decisions take longer. I'm not saying that, it's a rosy picture. I, I'm saying that this can happen. I think that these difficult dynamics, it's clear for the brands and they're learning with that. They know that they can do very interesting thing in a fast manner and in a fully digital manner. We always said, being digital was important, but now we can really do that. Since brands have been doing and dealing with that in their communication accounts, imagine brands that invested in soccer championships or concerts and everything, they have to adapt to this new scenario. Yeah, I see that we're going through a very sad and different moment right now, but we have to be able to learn with what's happening and evolve through that. One of the main changes I see is a shift in paradigm for some people that digital relationships did not prove to be true or possible. So even this event is digital, and we're not missing out on any kind of quality. Of course, we have strong suits and not such a strong scenario on the other hand. So it's the difference. So you can have a good digital meeting like this one, and this has fast-tracked the understanding processes for the work relationships. Of course, electronic sports and online broadcasting takes the advantage of this scenario. Gamers is going through an expansion of our platform, um, multi-game platform that we're very well known in the Latin American market. A software Counter Strike. Many people talk about violence and
no final
several
das
different
contas, eles estão
topics.
entendendo
At
melhor
the end of the
como
day,
que funciona o jogo
people are beginning to
e
understand a bit
também
better
quebrando
how the
alguns
game works
paradigmas e alguns preconceitos que
and
existem.
breaking
Da
some
parte da
paradigms.
transmissão, a gente também era
When it comes
habituado,
to
assim como o
broadcasting,
CBLOL, de ter uma transmissão no
as
estúdio presencial,
happened
os
with
jogadores
CBLO, we
iam até
had
lá
a studio
todas as
broadcasting where
segundas e
players went to the
quartas-feiras, e a
studio
gente precisou
every
fazer uma
Mondays and
adaptação.
Wednesdays, and we had to adapt the structure. We had to adapt it quite a lot. So people that work for this kind of broadcasting and players can work from home and play from home. What I've seen that is different from other markets is the advantage we've had in how fast this adaptation happened. Many people in companies had the autonomy to work from home and had all the tools in place, so have been able to jumpstart this with high quality in a very fast pace. And as was mentioned, we are going through a record-breaking moment. And it's quite curious, there is, you know, people streaming channels saying that the below has broken one of the records, and there is one of the great catches from Counter-Strike. They break the record, and the other area that's below comes in, and then Counter-Strike comes in and break the records. So we're talking about 300 people and 200,000 people in just one simultaneous platform watching everything live. So these are numbers that grew quite a lot because people want to talk more. I see that this is similar to UFC. They say, oh, this is sports, this is not sports, and I don't see things that way. As long as people are watching the market and want to understand it better. How do you see the future perspectives for the market here in Brazil? We have been talking about growth and this spike in numbers. How do you perceive the Brazilian market? How do you think this is going to develop from now on? Well, I'm going to be talking to you about the business point of view. I just wanted to quickly mention when we started with this lives, with this boom of lives, country singers and everything. So we checked learning curve from the live games, and we had to adapt it to the real life scenario in the gaming or esports. I think that this was interesting. The Game Republic was kind of a reference or a benchmark for these lives that became the hit of the moment. And I like to thank the country singers with their lives because that showed that this has caused us to perform quite well in our market. This was good. Yeah, I think that this kind of an integration was really good. Music and games. This was really interesting because it showed us when we saw Travis 40 and the Hot Night channel doing their broadcasts. It shows that this is not only about gaming; it's about digital culture, behavior, and several other things. Well, Yuri, I'm going to start talking about future under the light of business, and then you talk about the scenario. When it comes to the business, I'm going to talk about new brands. We always debated how this was going to happen because we lived several brands joining this because several brands that are non-endemic, so to speak, they have been joining the scenario. Companies that do not offer gaming uh, gaming structure, hardware, and everything. It's other brands like selling snacks and shampoos. So they understood the potential and the billions in this market, but they worked out and they didn't know how to join it. In this second phase, we have this stuff about brands that have been joining us through a team or an activation, but with a huge debate. Like, don't take two sports, the logic that you have for other marketing scenarios. Try to understand this. And I think this third wave is something that called an exchange. Many professionals in the sports scenario have migrated to Unilever or other companies taking this scenario marketing and brands and agencies, they came from the marketing scenario, publicity world. So I see more of a scenario that is more professional, a better understanding of how to work with the sponsorship and several opportunities, particularly for professionals in several segments within this ecosystem. The number of players is something that has really spiraled upward. We see that there are games with several peaks in the active users chart. But when we see the active users without thinking about the games, we don't have any valleys. It's just peaks in the growth curve. This is something that has drawn the attention of everyone. I believe that there are phases the market goes through. Back in the day when we tried to be competitive in 2002, like 18 years ago, basically. Yeah, you're old, man. Yeah, we lived a different scenario where we had several other people like youth, and we just called that electronic games, not esports. We had some championships, and we tried to become more professional. But one of the main problems we lived back in the day is the lack of understanding of the brands and the results for the brands when it comes to sponsoring these events, because we didn't have a good way of communicating with the audience. The way we use this broadcast scenario was through text messages, and I could not watch the matches live. I had just messages saying, "Look, this guy eliminated that guy. It was 1-0," and then we moved to audio. Now with the broadcast with good quality, we had the opportunity to have more jobs in this new market. So this is more professional. This broadcasting and the audience has increased, and we have had the arrival of brands, and the only sponsors were endemics, computers, peripherals, and stuff. Now we have banks, beverage companies, and consumption goods, and consumer goods, and this will cause this business to be sustainable and grow. Our sports need money, and the sponsorship is extremely important. Electronic sports grows a lot because of the love of the people that are involved in that for and we have investors, and now we have friends coming in. And this is what's going to make our scenario grow. And I see a lot of space in there.
So let's talk about professionalization. I believe that we have a more professionalized market, and this is a trend that we notice with the teams. And I believe that regarding the brands having people that know about this sort of possibilities. We have noticed in the course that we promote that the profile of the students are variable. Somebody comes from a background of marketing, there are players, there are teams, and we notice that there are space for many different professionals to work in this field. So could you speak about that? I believe that many people that are listening to us now have the dream to work in this field and to be professional gamers, and we have different possibilities. What's the possibilities that you see in this field regarding business marketing? I have never been a hard gamer. I've always been attracted by this passion that he commented. But I see that people are interested in working in this field, but then they got scared. They say, I don't know about like how to program. I don't know how to be a developer. So I could say that there are opportunities that varies within the system. Like there are in the field of marketing, there is in the field of communication. So if you work well, if you have a marketing strategy, if you work with the PR, the ecosystem needs many different expertise. So, um, so I believe that we need to understand. Uh, we need to understand that opportunities there are many. I I like to say that in the ecosystem of the electronic sports, there are so many possibilities, and people need to understand these features. First thing is the game. There are many games, and you can work with the game, be you a developer, either also in the marketing or the HR. Uh, the, the game itself has so many possibilities. Uh, and so and then you enter to the cell of events dash competitions. So imagine you have so many possibilities in this company. Also, you can become a professional player. And also, I'd like to highlight that if you want to become a professional gamer, this is so fun when you are a young person. The same way that I wanted to be a soccer player, now the young people want to become a professional gamer. And you must understand that this is possible, but it's not an easy journey, and it's not. You don't have any guarantees. So how do you use your time practicing and also to develop other abilities, also soft skills, so that you can become a better professional in the future? Leadership, communication, develop your network, so that you can also have fun, try to achieve and get there as a professional. But if you're not a professional, that you can apply your learning process in other realms of your life. I really believe that esports is also a tool for professional and personal development. In the same way, when my father had put me into a soccer team to play soccer, he thought it would be good for my future, not only to become a professional player. And in the same way, I believe that. So within the teams, it's the same. Imagine a soccer club. You have so many possibilities. You can be a you can be a manager, you can be a doctor, you can be a nurse, you can be a player. Also, we have the fans. All the companies have to connect with their fans. So we need to also professionals in the social media, content creation. Uh, so imagine a company of content generation or a media company. The same way, so many possibilities. And then the area of branding. You can create products, market those products, and also you can be the marketing manager and create bridges with the esports audience. So many possibilities. In the same way that we see that in a traditional sports market, which is not only be a professional player of the game itself. Uh, we Also, we have a market in expansion, which is specialized agencies, specialized content creation agencies, specialized marketing companies. So there is a whole chain of service providers that's growing in a very interesting way. Uh, when we started the Games Club in 2016, I was the one that used to market the sponsorship, and then I came back and served the client, pretending I was somebody else. And I also helped on the creation of content. And then we start growing, and we have now more than 300 people here in Sorocaba. And we were able to bring in people with experience in the market that have had interested in working in the field of esports that helped us a lot professionalizing. I see many types of opportunities, even when people don't see them. Like you said, psychologists that work inside the teams of like soccer games. Also, we have, for example, law lawyers. Lawyers specialized in the clubs, in the teams. We have also the managerial aspect, people that work with the direct administration. So I see that there are so many opportunities. And please tell me while we wait to open for questions and answers of the audience, please tell me the other opportunities that you see. Do you see other opportunities regarding courses, university courses that people can study? What sort of professions do you feel that are lacking in the market? Like, for example, there is an open position. I I see many people wanting to fill this position. Like I didn't used to see this before. Like you mentioned, lawyers. We have lawyers, also HR. I see there are so many people. Marketing also. Of course, there are difficulties regarding the sort of experience that people has, like any other market. Um, so like Luis maybe could talk about this, the issue of people having difficulties in connecting with some brands. Like usually, the founders of the teams had to do the market. Somebody was passionate of for esports that had the previous experience but not necessarily connected with brands. In the past, I noticed that there was a lack of sales personnel that knew about esports and that had connection with big brands. But nowadays, I don't see this lack no longer. So, um, uh, so therefore, I don't feel there's a lack. I don't feel there's a lack of specialization. Now I'm going to open to the floor. Giovanni is asking, how do you see the issue of experience in the field of esports to work remotely with the pandemic? Some people are lying behind in the remote contracts. What do you think about that? As a business person, I don't think that the remote contracts are not a problem. We, we we have a nice space here in Sorocaba, inland São Paulo, and we always ask people to move to Sorocaba. And this sometimes hinder good professionals to get hired. But now with the current social distancing, we it became flexible. There was a flexibilization in this policy, and this had helped us hire more professionals. The lack of experience in the professional market is a dilemma because you want people with experience to have to help to help give quicker results. But on the other hand, if you don't have opportunity, how can you enter the market? This is not a problem just on esports. It's a general problem. What I see happening inside the esports market is people um, having initiatives, their own projects. For example, narrators want to have an opportunity to narrate, so then they create their own channel, narrate, and they send this to the companies to buy them. Those that work with social media use the help of a friend, and then help this friend and show the results of the growth of such person. So you do it by yourself. You create your own project, and in this way, you stand out in the process. And even without the professional experience, you can show uh, in order to be hired. Also, regarding programming, you can create an app and then show it to us. So I always tell this people to create their own experience and then show this. The remote hiring open opportunities. The gaming market used to be decentralized or used to be more centralized, but now we can have find talents in other states. So great opportunity. What about there is a question here from Carol. What do you believe of the gender issue in the market? I think that the brands today are being challenged regarding this aspect, and they have been positioning. And I always heard about this concern lately. Like we need an environment that is not a toxic environment and an environment that has diversity. The very ecosystem, the very communities today see this need. We are not in a bubble. There are so many discussions, not only about racism, but also misogyny, the way women are dressed. I think we need to evolve in that sense, and the brands have this focus today. uh, when we are organizing the championship, we don't have a global organization that creates such criteria. So each one creates its own criteria. In the case of the Games Club, we have two sorts of criteria, general and specific. We have Counter Strike, Game Stock Market, great championships that are mixed. So regardless of how you consider yourself, you just register and you can play as much as you want. Listening to our audience, we have created specifics. For example, university championship. Then the women had demanded women's league, and we promoted that based on what the community desires. So, for example, big leagues that are just male, we don't have that. They are general leagues. But to promote specific scenario, then we create a specific group championship. So if you play a specific championship, you can also play the general one. So we promote this sort of initiative to foster that particular group. For example, the women's league, the proposal, the question is, how do you see yourself and how do you declare yourself? For example, there are transgender that play the women's league. There is a question regarding how do you uh, do your fundings for the events and how this scenario is going to take place nowadays. The online events, how the investors are behaving. I believe that regarding, as I was saying, regarding the structures in the beginning, regarding the professionals, uh, I see that you need to show yourself and you need to do step by step. There are opportunities, and I think that there are more companies that are paying attention to this scenario. The thing is to find the right person, how to promote your project. It's about having patience, it's about understanding how things work. And so I think in the digital realm, the possibilities even increase. People are competing for resources, but there are many possibilities. I think that you need to think of your product and who is your audience when you want to market it. So if it's your first event, maybe big brands are needing, wanting to, if you have more experience, you can offer higher expectations. So the thing is understanding what you have in the moment, which are the brands that are operating in the market, and make a proposal. There is no, the thing is, well, the investment in this and the scenario and the results in a practical way. What's the how the last question is Ramon asks regarding Fortnite, regarding the music, and if this is a trend in the future in the relationship with Brazilian music. We already have Emicida doing some soundtracks of games. I think this discussion is fascinating. This connection between music and games, and I think that this is a trend. The Marshmallow DJ during Fortnite, this was made very clear. Today, we have cases in Brazil. Rap is also present in Brazilian games, and this calls the attention of the brands. It's not just about brands, it's not just about gamers, it's also people that likes to unite these two cultures. It's about a theme that's going to bring in many new possibilities in the next months ahead. And gamers are people. It's not just a young person that is playing games all the time. People have different tastes. Like when you think of a soccer game, there are so many types of people with different tastes. So in the same way, people are in front of the screen and everyone has different habits. So therefore, they also listen to music and different sort of music. There's not just one style. It's not because you play soccer that you like the style, a specific style, such as rap. In the same way, we see this happening with the games. Today, we will have a championship, and we are joining this word. In the evening, we will have an Emicida concert and also tequila, and we're going to have a joint live concert. So it's something that's growing even more to show that game is not just a source of adrenaline, but a source of entertainment. And we must learn with everything that had happened previously in the entertainment industry and also add our touch to this to make things cooler. In Brazil, Som Livre had brought the people from Haikai to the games. We also had a partnership with Alexa in the Justin game. So there are so many interesting cases. Loki also in the Free Fire, it has a character there. So now we are coming to a conclusion of this debate, and thank you so much, Evelise. I think that the panel was so productive. You talked about very interesting things in the field of marketing, how to get prepared. I'm sure that so many people that are watching this want to be professional gamers, and it's important for us to remember that if you want to be a professional gamer of esports, it can bring so many good things that even if this plan is not successful, you'll be a better professional with so many uh, qualities. So thank you so much for taking part of the first session of the first distant week. And before closing this panel, I just want to announce that we are just beginning. Stay with us. Don't forget to share the channel, uh, share the link, and we are coming back in 5 minutes. The next panel, which is risk management for your
Unfortunately, we cannot hear what's being said. We interpreters have no audio right now. Sorry for that. America Ferrer, I'm talking to you from Recife. I'm an international business developer at Manifesto Games and vice president of the Pernambuco Games Association and Developers Association in our state. And I'm the master of ceremony of Big Digital today. I'd like to remind you that you can send your questions and your comments to us through the chat. Our team is going to be handling that in here. So to start our new presentation, risk management for gaming, we have Mark Venturelli, the founder and CEO of Snail, and he's going to tell us about what he's learned from risk management in his 12 years of experience managing two different studios, building teams, and publicizing several titles all over the world. Welcome, Mark. Welcome, America. Welcome for the invitation. So it's all yours now. Thank you very much. I'm going to start sharing my presentation in here. I'm just double check if everything is really working out fine. Can you see that well? Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. Today, I'm going to be doing this presentation on risk management, on game developing. So who am I? I'm Mark Venturelli. I'm the CEO of Rogue Snail, and we are a very remote company here in Brazil. We've been in the business for 6 years now, and I've been developing games professionally for 13 years now, and I have created Critical Studio in Rio, and I work also in Behold Studios in Brasilia as a designer and producer. So today's talk is going to be a bit long. I've done this in English in Thailand in a think tank, and it was really long. It was 1 hour. So I'm going to go through this really fast because we have only 30 minutes, and I'm going to be very agile, move through the slides very quickly. And if you're interested in other topics for us to get a deeper feel of this, ask your questions. And then at the end of the presentation, I'm going to have my email so you can send me questions and answers. And I'm going to ask big folks to make the slides available to all of you. So why this topic? Why risk management? Well, my large professional game was Dungeon Land that was launched in 2012, 2013, in fact, by Paradox Interactive and other developers. So this was our large project. We were building our studio, and this is a story that might be very familiar to lots of people starting in this Brazilian industry. So we worked really hard Monday to Friday, doing lots of right and wrong things. So the game was not very successful, even though we placed a lot of effort in it, and even though the game was very high quality as well. So I believe that there were a lot of mistakes with the risk management, and that's where many initial developers or other companies go wrong. So that's what causes the project to go south. That's what happened to Dungeon Lander. So what is risk and why is that bad? Risk is uncertainty, things that you don't know that can bring negative results. So anything can be a risk, any uncertainty can be negative. So risk is uncertainty, and this is something we face in this process. And how do we manage that? Well, risk is the probability of something happening, of a negative outcome happening, versus the severity of that negative consequence or result. So, for example, in Dungeon Land, this was an online cooperative game, so people played together. There were some situations, it was not very common, but some situations arose where people could not connect to each other because of not going through or any other technical issue. So this was not a very high probability. This didn't happen to everyone, but this was very important because it was an online game and people could not play together. Or maybe it was something that was not that severe. Maybe, your character shoots to the wrong side. But this happens every moment and it's a high risk. So that's it. Probability versus severity of negative consequences, the potential negative consequences of the things that you don't know that are going to happen. This is how we gauge risks. How are how do we solve risks? We're going to be talking about that, but it's all down to processes. We have a very proper process in place that will help you mitigating risk systematically. We're going to be talking about that quite a lot today. So we need to understand the nature of risk management. And risk management is basically the tools we have available to manage that kind of stuff, what they do well and what they don't do well. Because we cannot use a hammer thinking that all the problems are nails. We're going to be talking about that too. Nature of risk management. So imagine that you can travel in time to the future till the day of the launch of your game. You can see the reviews, you can see the sales, you can see all the metrics, and you can understand where you did well and where you didn't, and if it was well succeeded or not. And then you get back in time to your time machine, get back to the present, and then if you try and change the future bits that you didn't like, then this would be fantastic if you could do that. It would be very beneficial to have this hindsight and to see what happened and react. So verified knowledge, signed off knowledge is what's going to destroy the risks. It's like traveling in time into the future. You see what's going to go wrong, and then you come back and say, look, this is how it's going to play out. Let's change it. This is verified knowledge. So, this is the benefit of an excellent risk management. Of course, we cannot travel in time, and maybe thank God for that, but we try and travel in time with our experiments, and this is the very nature of risk management. So let's go to more of an academic definition. This is going to be useful for us to make things quite clear. So risk management is a process. It's important for us to understand. It's something that you do initially at the beginning and at the end, and then you can do that in practice. So we can reduce uncertainty because uncertainty is something that you don't know about a project. And you can do that by prioritizing tasks. So the process will reduce uncertainty by the prioritization of tasks. And this prioritization will result in verifiable knowledge, so real knowledge that you can sign off on with aspects that you can work on and think that may be risky in the project. So we can prioritize things that can minimize that risk and get more of a verifiable knowledge. This is the risk management process. Okay, folks? I hope this is not moving along too fast. Let me see how I'm faring here. So, type of risk. This is a high level view of what we're going to be talking about. I can identify these five types of risks, but we have the design risk, particularly for teams that are starting. And the design is everything that you don't know about your design. So, is this the best approach? Is this the best way of doing that? Is this fun? Are people going to enjoy that? Will people understand that? This is a design risk. That's what I mean. The second risk is technical risk. Are we able to do that? Everything you don't know about the technical aspect of your project falls in here. Is this even possible? Can we learn from that? And then we have production risks. Do we have the resources to do that? Do we have the right team? Do we have the time to do that? Do we have time to test, to validate that this is being done? And everything that has to do with productions that you don't know. Then we have the business risks. Everything you don't know about the business, about the market. You have to understand, is this what players value? Is this what we want? Do we have a product? Does it make sense? Are we thinking through this for the target audience? So this is basically business risk. And last, financial risk. Can we pay for that? Are we going to blow our budget? Are we going to be out of money? If this doesn't sell in the beginning, are we going to be in trouble? So everything you know about your design, in technical, production, business, and finance aspects as well, are the risks for your studio. And we're going to cover each one of these, starting talking about the design risk. So let's start by design risk. It's very difficult for initial designers to understand that because when you're a new designer, you want to express yourself. You want to do things differently. You want to show you have new ideas, new approaches. That's quite useful, but you have to understand that every innovation is costly. So you need to respect that cost and understand that, look, everything we're doing is innovative. So this has a high risk, a high cost, because there are several things in there that you don't know. If you don't prepare and if you're not ready for that, things are going to go down the drain. And this is what happens for new studios. Then we have tools for benchmarking, interaction with these processes, just sign off on whatever is going to happen. But what's the most important thing here is playable software. Uh, I think that you can do a little of the development on that, but having this playable software is important, and this is the kind of knowledge that is able to be validated. And you can only do this kind of thing if you do this playable software. So you have to choose where you're going to innovate and do the old but gold and all the rest. So it's not innovation all over the place. So I was told, look, uh, it's old but golden. This comes with maturity because I didn't understand that innovation has a cost, and you have to pick your battles. We have to see cost and value. How much of this opportunity is going to cost us? How much value it has? And where we can innovate here and there. This is going to cost us. We're going to have a lot of costs in innovation, and everything else works in safer approaches with less innovative areas, more traditional takes. So we have to be more traditional in some areas. It helps you have deep knowledge in some of the games, in the area and gender of the game. So if you're working with fight games and you don't know fight games, you're gonna have real trouble. You have to test the games with real people in real life, and it's a lot easier nowadays. I was doing my masters in design for games, and I used the usability test for my final assignment, and we did a lot of approaches in there. So we started talking to people in this scenario, and there was a lot of noise in there. But nowadays, it's a lot easier because everyone can stream and do videos on
Nowadays,
YouTube.
it's much
So you
easier
distribute your game soon and you
because
get people
so
in to
you people
participate. This is
be
really
careful with the
interesting.
expo effect in events such as big festival. For example, we are exposing our games in a physical space. Be very careful because this environment is not a natural environment where your game is going to be played. So this can be a positive or negative effect. For example, you have a local multiplayer game, and in the event, people likes to play it a lot, and the game is much nicer than it really is. And you have a story-driven game, and it takes longer to for you to get involved. And in a place such as big festival, might be not the best place for you to receive your feedback. And then you have playability. You have to be very careful with your ego as designers. Understand what is more, understand that sometimes you have not to go by your ego, but always think of your user, what to be nicer for him. And then we have the technical risk, what we don't know about technology. Once again, innovation is costly. So understand that if your team is executing something for the first time, even if it's something very basic, something that's already established in other places, this is risky. Understand that everything that's new for your team involves risk, and there is a learning curve that could happen. Mistakes can happen, and then tools for that. Have agile prototyping, hiring a consultancy, trainings. Try to predict the technical risk is very healthy. Try to understand what have we never done. Respect the difficulties of things. Even if you think, well, this is easy, we will go and do it. But if you have never done it, there is a risk involved. So, hence, to mitigate technical risk, know the strengths of your team and play with them. What is your team is good at and what your team is not so good at. Maximize your strength uh, s- and mitigate your weak points. So, if maybe find alternative solutions. So, for example, if you really need specific feature, and you can't do that in another way. You will have to learn this. So then consider that. And, and another thing, consider technical debt and scalability. If something has been done in a certain way and then you're going to expand it later, consider the less experience your team has in doing something, the more you have to imagine that you have a technical debt. For example, you're doing an online game, and we are a very experienced team, but we have never built a back engine system for you to keep your saving in your account and so on. So we assume that this is a very high technical risk. So we hired consultancy, we've done trainings to learn how to do that. And even so, in our planning, we understood that this is probably going to get wrong because we don't know what might go wrong. So hiring a consultancy help us a lot. And in the same, even so, we had some surprises. We thought this was done, but then in the real environment, we discovered a problem. And this came due to our lack of experience. We have already executed that. And so to cut the back end, to cut the future, if it's too risky, might be a possibility. We thought we have resources to do so. We can hire a consultancy. We can bring in people to get trained in our team. So let's do that. But if it was too risky, we would have cut that feature as we had cut many others in our project. Production risks. So we have you have until 11:10 to, so you still have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to go, and then we'll have 10 minutes for questions and answers. So let me move very fast. Production risks. Do you understand the speed of your team and what this means? How fast do you execute some things? How fast are you able to deliver things? Is this the most important thing that you should be doing right now? This is one of the main questions that you might ask yourself regarding your production management. And what are the tools for managing your production to be agile, backlog, grooming, continuous integration, CI, continuous delivery, CD, so many things that you should do your research to mitigate production risks. And that are important hints that I think that are very valuable that I want to convey to you. The first one is that we have three legs of production: scope, quality, and time. This holds your project up. You should fix two of these legs. You could say this is the scope and that's it. Quality is this one and that's it. And time is this and that's it. No, then you have a problem. At least one of those things must be negotiable. One of those things must remain flexible. Otherwise, the whole thing is not going to work. So if you have a specific scope and you need to conclude it until next 1 year's time, so the quality must be negotiable because you'll be able to execute, but maybe with a lower quality, maybe. So you need to understand what you can negotiate, what you can compromise. So at each aspect of your project, you need to understand what you can compromise. Because, for example, you have a time frame, or you have a scope that you can reduce, or sometimes you can fight for more time. And then the last thing is kill your babies. Be careful with the fallacy of the sunk cost. What is the fallacy of the sunk cost? It means saying that, oh, I already had invested 6 months working on this. This is independently, regardless of how much time and investment you've already put on. It doesn't matter. You have to think ahead. If the cost benefit is not good from now on, it's time to cut, to kill your baby. And it requires a lot of maturity, a lot of experience, but you have to reflect on that. And then finally, business risk. Understand, first of all, the product that you are building, understand what satisfaction means. Uh, Inside playability, satisfaction means to meet expectations. If you understand expectations of your user, your expectations, so understand the that you're here not only to deliver software to people, we are doing here doing art. So you have to surprise your user. We have to understand what the user needs and how to bring surprises to them. And we have tools for that, like user testing, pre-launch testing, community building is something that's very important. These things are very important for you to understand your product. Another hints regarding like benchmarking, it's what does it mean? It means to analyze deeply similar games, to analyze it in all its aspects, analyze what things happens in this way, why people like such and such things, cost value analysis. How much something costs, how risky it is, what's the workload that it involves, what how much this is going to differentiate our products. And then finally understand the pyramid of needs. The basic needs are more important than the top needs. So for example, if you deliver something that has an incredible feature that's going to bring happiness to everyone, but the game crashes all the time, it means that you have not understood the basic needs for you to be able to the top, so your project won't work. And finally, financial risk with money. So the question to ask is, if your business goals are aligned with your financial capacity, are you able to do such and such with the money that you have, or with your resource that you're able to raise? Um, what are your business hypotheses? Are you validating that? What's the risk of the money coming to an end? And then what would you do? And there are tools for you to mitigate such risks, such as the CPI tests. Basically means how much it costs to install your game. And like you can do manner of benchmarking. Then analytics, competitive analysis, market analysis, all these tools can help mitigate financial risks. And then things that I have learned in two studios, one that was a failure and now one that's going on very well. I've learned a few things. And the first thing is always plan for worst case scenario. So like if the game sells 100,000 copies, will be very everything would work out well. No, that's not the way to do things. Think of the worst case scenario, like if you sell 5,000, only 5,000 licenses, then you will be in the healthy side. Second, the only money that you can count on is the money that is in your account. or money that is promised in an agreement and that's already signed, that's coming in, that it's going to pay you tomorrow. And then um, money that you think you're going to close a deal, things in the future, you should not take into consideration. So you have to plan on type one. You have, otherwise you will not be responsible if you're student. What is the MVP? Is the minimum viable product. You have to have that the sooner the possible. This is the basic thing of the pyramid that you should do right away. You have to do much earlier than the date that you want to launch your product. Like if you have to have in mind, what if we stop here, you have to something that you can launch right away, so you don't delay your budget, you're ready for the first step. And then finally, survival focus. There is a bias for us to think that people that are very successful are the regular, and people that are a failure is because they have done something wrong, and when in fact it's the opposite. For you to be able to survive is to launch something else. This should be the goal. We have to focus and to focus, but wait. We have to focus on surviving, first of all. If we reach a higher level, very good, everybody's rich. Otherwise, let's focus on survival. If we reach this minimum, we will be able to achieve experience and work with what we like. And then to, to summarize, we have only 2 minutes left. Uh, Risk management is a process. It's the process that you must do systematically to reduce uncertainties, to reduce what we don't know about our project. And how do we do that? Prioritizing tasks that would result in a more verified knowledge about aspects that are riskier in our project. Good. So then a bonus smart, and generally speaking, methodologies, agiles are diverse. They are created for high uncertainties environment. The agile methodologies are very good if you have such an environment, and the waterfall methodologies are more efficient when you have low uncertainties, when you know exactly what you want to execute. So I listened to people using agiles in the studies always, but we must understand that waterfall has value and it must be used, and then you have to change your process depending on the stage of developing of the project. So we always have to review regarding the different needs of your studio. So summarizing everything is do the difficult things and risky things first, prioritize them. Use agile to reduce uncertainties in all aspects of the project. Integrate and consolidate. If you close a feature, integrate it in the game. Focus on functional softwares all the time, things that validate all the time. Use waterfall if you have the opportunity of doing so. If you know what's going to happen, you have a series of scenario assets, and you know exactly what you need to do, how many polygons you need, what is the art direction. Use waterfall right away. You don't need to do agile in this case. And finally, uh, bad data is worse than no data. Uh, uh, so the effect expo, sometimes it's better for you to think that you know more than to think that you know nothing. I think that's it. And now we're going to talk more. Thank you so much. So I don't think that there are so many things. We have so many questions. The first one is, how do you think the communities of developers could help mitigate risk? How can you mitigate risk for those that cannot pay a consultancy? So the distributor of risk. So exactly.
For example, if we have a
So we are
back
doing a
end,
back end on holding.
here in Brazil, we are
So
trying
when
to
you're
have
doing
a
a
game
back
that
end,
uses back
please
end.
let us know
Where is the
where the
danger?
danger lies. What plan do you have? The fact that we are here at Big, sharing our experience, generating knowledges about different aspects, the fact that you are listening to this, uh, especially if you are listening now. So there is another question. There is a question of TCC games. If it's a totally remote company, how can you evaluate?
How do we evaluate positive and negative points? I believe we can be ahead. We can work with remote translation. Welcome to the web. I think we have many positive points here. We have to think about where people are living. We have to be close to families, close to many centers. You can work freely. We can work normally. We can have lots of freedom. I believe this freedom is something essential, and I believe we have to be more inclusive in many aspects. We still have many structural things. We are now 21 people.
So this helps a lot. Of course, what's more difficult is the exchange of knowledge between everyone. The when the physical study, you see the screen of people all the time. You see the people working. You see the character. But in a remote studio, this is not always possible. And then we have also the issue of people connecting outside the workplace. People go out to have lunch, they exchange ideas during coffee break, these sort of things, processes inside your team for this to happen. And this won't happen spontaneously. We understood that at Holding sometime at Rogue some time ago. And so in the remote work, you don't have these two things, the aspect of helping trainings and spreading knowledge, sharing knowledges, and also the thing of connection between people. These are things that at Rogue we had specific processes to mitigate this now remotely. Do you use a lot of video call or online happy hour? Yes, we always promote happy hours. We use cameras all the time. cameras, not only for you to see somebody's face, but to help communication. There are more signs that are sent out to people. And we have a virtual office. We have this office. Uh, we have this Socorro software, and there is we have calls of video and audio very quick. And so you have to have a way to just appear in the screen of somebody and then speak.
Really innovations, but we have a hard time. We are really innovating and creating new fields here in Brazil, which is very cool. We have to understand, however, all these things are very costly. Yeah, sometimes we need to have good investors in order to deal with
Sometimes
that
we need
for
to have
longer.
a
Well, we have the financial risk. You have to assess and think carefully if you have enough money to do that. That is a reality.
so we need
We are in a position, and
the
people from
people from
Greenland, they do
abroad
have
has
more
many
privileges than we
privileges.
do.
They
Tourists,
have
they have more
more
privileges all the
resources,
time.
and
So we
we
should be
need to
realistic.
be real. I always talk about that. Uh, Those that follow me knows that I always talk about gorilla mindset. We are inferior regarding resources, money, and so on. So we must not fight the battle uh, in the same way. We need to understand our strengths, what how can we harness our strengths and not fight all battles. It's a gorilla mentality. There's another question regarding dance and things that can happen regarding deliveries that can cause stress in the cooperators. Very good question. How to map knowledges of the deaths and imprevisibilities that can happen, and how to organize the deliveries. When I used to travel a lot and spend time in the holding, I noticed that the young people fight a lot. There are so many conflicts, and this is due to the lack of knowledge. Oh, this- So, to talk, uh, for you to talk, what are difficulties? What is easy for you? What's difficult for you? So try to understand your team very well. It's one of the most important things. Of course, this also comes with experience. Many of the things, Good afternoon. So you can ask your questions. News on Epic Games and Hero Engine 2020. In this lecture, you will learn about the technological advances of Real Engine 5 that will stimulate many creativity possibilities. And we will discussing Epic Online services, we will discuss Epic Mega Games and much more. This panel will be in Portuguese. So to start, I am going to invite Paulo Souza Evangelista from Epic Latin America. Welcome, Paulo. Good morning to you all. Let's start. Please, you have the floor. Good morning. I'd like to thank Big for the opportunity to speak with you, speak with Brazilian developers, and also for those that of the international community. Today, we're going to speak a little bit about the history of Epic and the novelties for 2020. What Epic Games is offering for the Brazilian developers and also the international community. Just to give a brief context of the history of Epic, it was founded in 1991 by our current CEO, Jim Streaming. At the time, his company was called Ponto.net Computer System. The idea at the time was to show that it was a larger company that in fact it was, but there was only Tim as an employee. So after he's done his first game in his parents' house, he named it Epic Mega Games, which is the name that we have today. And the ZITS, it was the first game, has a very important features that sort of define the philosophy of Epic. ZIT has tools for modifications, so a programming language, and everyone that has bonded the online community, the community of ZZT gamers, created their own enemies, their own characters. And this, in some way, had was very important and kind of defined the philosophy of Epic to create tools and made them available so that other people could create their own stories and create their own games. And ZCT, in some way, was the seed of this. Things that we still see until today in the Fortnite, for example, in the creation mode. Time went by, and 1998, here we are. The 3D games were now trendy, and in 1998, we launched this game called Unreal, which is the name, gives the name of the Unreal Engine. It continued with the tradition. It continued the tradition on making the notifications tools available for the people to be able to create. There's a whole online community of games that are, in fact, games done in the Unreal Engine, games that use Unreal as a platform or as mods, as we used to call it. It was a platform that they used to make their games popular. One of the largest online games, for you to have an idea, that we play today, almost all of them were born in the mods. Uh, Games such as the Battle Royale, games like the Game of Legends that were born out of modifications of previous games. All these games were born in the very community. Time went by, and what we call now GPU, graphic processing units, GPUs, became very popular. And what we've seen a long time was that these games became, in some way, kind of movie-like. The visuals of the games became more precise, and we were able to create moments that were increasingly more loyal, uh, moments that you could show the emotion of some sort of character. And in the year 2010, when this transformation took place. We also went through a phase of very high competition with other engines at the time, at the year 2000 and time. And what made the Unreal stand out in this competition was exactly the tools that you could integrate in the Unreal 3 that could enable the developer to create and expose his vision, be able to execute his vision, tools for creation of visual materials, particles, cinematics of games, very similar to those used in the movie industry from the interface point of view. And this has been the differential of Epic. Epic is a company that works in the limit of technology. And it's a state of the art, always trying to translate and abstract this very complex language, which is the game languages, to create tools so that people that not necessarily has a technical background, that are not necessarily computing engineering, are able to create such experiences. So these tools for you to create materials in the print is for those that had the vision of the game, the artist, the designer. The game designer can execute his vision without necessarily has having a technical background. And then we reach current times with the success of Fortnite, which is one of the largest games in the world, much probably. And in some way, we must admit that this put Epic in a very comfortable financial position. But more important than that is that we must find ways to give back to the community. Not only the community of developing games, but also the community of graphic 3D production. So when we start using Unreal, we start thinking of what is the secret that Epic has to create such nice, such cool games using Unreal Engine. And if there are other versions of Unreal Engine, but the fact is that there's no secret. It's the exactly same engine that we use to make the Fortnite. And this is a very important point because the interest to have the best engine, the engine that will provide acceleration, that will not give any problem, it's a mutual interest. So if somebody has a problem, it's our interest to correct it because this problem would also happen inside the Epic. It will also happen with our games. And Epic continues to the story of Epic has always been so. Uh, and when this technology matures, and when we think it's then feasible to share, we share with the whole community. Apple continues to have the same partners, uh, and he continued to be the controller, the majority partner, and we want to make the difference with our games. But whenever possible, we also want to share these tools with our industry so that our other people can also do the difference, make the difference. We see so many games that use our technology, like PUBG, the League, use our technology and are so successful. Fantastic games, really. We are a global company. We have over 35 offices worldwide, over 2,100 employees from the world, and this has positioned ourselves to start expanding to other markets. The Unreal Engine, I believe everyone knows, and we have it is the 3D engine that we use to make our games and now to other using in other experiences. And since 2019, we're starting to talk about other initiatives such as the Epic Game Store and the Epic Online Services. The Epic Game Store, for you that don't know, is a store that we opened in 2018, and there are news in the market how that it's behaving so well. The main the basis for us to create the Epic Game Store is the belief that nowadays the split, the 70-30 split, 70 developer 30 for the store is no longer feasible from the point of view of how the industry behaves today. The world has changed. Basically, everybody had migrated to digital, and we think that we are in a position in which we can and must change what we consider, what the market consider as rule, as fair. And we start trying to change this with a different deal where 88% remain with the developer and the rest remain with the Epic Game Store. And we think that this model is much more interesting. It puts more money in the hands of those that really make the game and not those that are marketing. Epic Store, the curator environment.
We are now focusing on games of high quality
There are
at our store.
very important games.
This process must continue for some time. This model of curated environment must continue for some time. But everyone asks, how can I do to launch my game at the Epic Game Store? And now the focus has been more on successful games that are being successful in the market. But you can follow us and you can submit your games if you so wish. We have created Epic Games, it's directly connected to the Epic Store. We are also trying to change a few things to change the status quo. And we are trying to give total freedom to the developers so they can freely conduct their activities, and depending on everything, they can fully cover the cost of development. The developer, once again, will make 50% of everything. We like to say this model we built was precisely what we wished to do. And functionality, and it's agnostic from the viewpoint of store, platform, engine. It works with the major gaming platforms, it works with the Real Engine, it works with other stores. The services we provide today are matchmaking services so players can communicate with each other and so they can play together. So you can call a friend to play a match with you, peer-to-peer networking, to make connectivity easier between several players and going beyond the firewall for games. We also offer the whole achievement infrastructure so you can motivate your players with badges, for example. We also provide games statistics. You can store data from the players and problems and bugs can be solved. It's worth emphasizing that this is all for free. It's available for free. You only need to create an account, an SDK account. Epic will not use this data for mining or to get users from your game and bring it into a Fortnite or other games from Epic, okay? All that data belongs to you, only to you. You can feel safe here. Epic Online Services has officially released and it's now open to these platforms for Nintendo Switch, PC, and others, and we'll have it on Android very soon. It's free, you can use it, and you can have full access to the social graph. We have more than 350 million users, okay? If you would like to receive additional information, there you have our link with a Q&A website, okay? Mega grants. A few years ago, we had a program called Unreal Dev Grants. Now we have turned this program into this company. It's basically a fund where we invest in cool projects that were developed in Unreal or open source projects that bring significant advancements for the graphical computing industry in general. We began with 5 million, which we have distributed during 5 years. Now we have $100 million, which we will distribute during the next 5 years. A hint I can give everyone is that Epic Mega Grants is not a program which will fund development of your whole game. It's something that may give you some assistance, or it may make it easier to migrate from engine to Unreal, so you do not have to do this type of money, okay? It will give you the possibility of releasing your game on platforms. Epic Mega Grants is the ideal program for that. It will help you to have more chances of success for your game. We love the games developed for Unreal, but we also have media entertainment. You can organize some live events using our engine, enterprise, everything that's the architecture, visualizations, simulation, augmented reality or VR or mixed reality projects focused on the industry, not necessarily on entertainment. Education projects, educational games. Let us suppose you are taking a course where you are going to learn how to use Unreal games for kids. Maybe this funding can improve the quality of the course. This is all valid, okay? We have tools and open developers who are working with the open source graphical community. These examples are interesting. We have the Blender, Epic entered Blender Foundation and gave a mega grant of $1 million. And Engine How is one of our competitors, but they are open source, and we believe competition is the most important way a market can improve and make advancements. So we decided to invest in them. I can give you some mega grants. It's important that you give your project a recognizable one you can remember, okay? The most important thing you can do is sending us a elevator pitch and explain on your game to last at the most 60 seconds, and you should tell us clearly how much funding and why you need the grant, how you would use it. And please include to your video, explain how it would work and what is your. And to whoever would like to receive more information, you can count our website, okay, unrealengine.com/megagrants. And now, talking about Unreal Engine, what are the news for Unreal Engine for 2020? First of all, we already are supporting the new console generation like PS5 and Xbox Series X. And during this year, we'll continue to update our platform, 0.5 platform with new updates and everything that's required so you can release your game for the next generation, okay? If you need any additional information, we have a hot site from Unreal Engine, which explains all the functionalities that will be used on the next generation of consoles, okay? 4.25. Other things that are production ready now are real-time ray tracing, which was finally it has finally reached the beta version. It can be used for games, movies, for this and the next generation, okay? We consider that ray tracing is already production ready. And also, we have Niagara VFX, which is our new engine with visual effects from Unreal. We also consider it production ready. It has been tested on Fortnite for quite a long time. We'll have some new functionality, some new effects on a large scale. But we have other things and we consider it's ready. And here, I know we received many news recently, but I believe I have very important news to give you on the industry game for Brazil and Latin America. This year we had in our business model for Unreal. We have been using it since 2015. It was free to develop the game. You did not pay to install Unreal. You did not have to pay a monthly fee. You could develop your game for Unreal, but whenever it was released, any revenue above $3,000 per quarter, you would have to pay royalties on top of the gross revenue for your game. This has been changed in the beginning of this year. Unreal Engine is 100% free. Your first $1 million revenue is yours. You only start paying royalties after the first dollar you make beyond $1 million in gross revenue. Okay, this is retroactive on January 1st, 2020, that counting began, okay? You can talk to me. We need to talk. But I believe this is it. That's the most important news for the Brazilian market. I know our reality is quite different from foreign markets. So in order to have in Brazil, again, with a revenue of $1 million here in Brazil and in Latin America, well, it can be considered a complete success. So somehow this will make it easier for many developers to migrate to Unreal without having this huge concern of needing to pay royalties as soon as they release their game. Here, I can give you the example of a few companies that are our older partners, and we have also some new partners. They migrated to Unreal. We have some Brazilian companies here. You can see some companies from Latin America and other companies that are not necessarily gaming companies, but they are major partners of ours here in Brazil, like TV Global Broadcasting Network. And I would like to mention the employability subject, learning. Unreal is an area of the profession that has a huge growing demand, not only in Brazil, worldwide, but mainly in Brazil. So whoever intends to join the gaming industry should learn Unreal Engine. It will have lots of demand during the next years if you learn how to use it, okay? We have many huge companies like Eagle Giant from Porto Alegre. The main companies from Brazil are using Unreal, okay? Almost everyone sells to the international market, the garage. Everyone works and sells to companies from abroad. And there is a huge demand for professionals who know how to use Unreal Engine. Global Television Network works in the broadcasting market, and now they really need people who work with Unreal. And this is one point I would like to mention to those who are studying now. The gaming industry now, well, actually, not the gaming industry, but the knowledge of games now is an area that has a growing demand, even if you do not necessarily work with games, but everyone dreams of working with games. This is a very cool dream. You can make it true in Brazil. Many companies require knowledge. Well, that's the knowledge of graphic computing in the future. Even if you do not use this know-how to work in the gaming industry necessarily, there is a lot of space for you in the future. Lots of these industries: architecture, film and television, automotive, broadcast, live events, training and simulation, manufacturing, advertising. This is a great moment. You can start studying development, go to college, study it. You don't necessarily have to work at the industry again, but graphic computing has a huge demand for professionals. And here I have a few examples. I'd like to mention a few companies that joined us to Emotion. It's an architecture visualization tool, and Quixel, which is a tool used to create real objects that are scanned and brought into a 3D world. These tools are part of the Epic family, and the Quixel is free for those who use Unreal Engine. The most important thing here is that Unreal Engine is free for creators. If you work at an architecture project, if you are selling Unreal projects to third parties, to a work company or a movie company, Unreal Engine is 100% free. You do not need to buy a license unless you need a more advanced or complex support for a very specific project. But if you only work with Unreal, if you are an architect, and if you want to make a film, Unreal is 100% free. And besides games, I'd like to show you some of our clients now. And I'd like to end talking a little bit about Unreal Engine 5. I believe everyone is quite anxious to talk about it. Well, we have seen lots of things in the media. Unreal Engine 5 is our engine for the next generation. So we have two technologies that are the most important ones here.
Nanite is technology. Looming, I'm sorry. Looming is the technology of real-time global illumination. So, two central grounds of graphic computing. It's been a long time that we dreamed of a 3D model that had infinite resolution. And it's long time we dreamed of global illumination in real time. And the Unreal Engine 5 bring in these possibilities, these two possibilities for the future generation. As of 2021, everybody will be able to have access to the Unreal Engine 5, and the business model continue to be the same for free. And the idea is that the transition for those that use Unreal Engine 4 to be relatively easy. The migration of a project from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 is going to happen in a transparent and easy way. And to conclude, if you could Please pass on the video.
Tell me, is this thing on now? I've been working long like a marathon now. Tying up words, making them a bomb now. Tell me, who turned on the alarm now? I got a message when they put it in a song now. I'll see you later, all the haters got it wrong now. We're touching the lightning, we're coming alive, yeah. We're feeling inside, yeah. We got the power. Yeah, come on. We got the power. Yeah, turn it up. We got the power. Come on, is everybody with me? It's time to get together, no more enemies. Throw your hands up, can you feel the energy? Yeah, come on, can you finally hear what this means? 20 something years been chasing down this street, running like a wild man, going since 15. We're touching the lightning, we're coming alive, yeah. We're feeling inside, yeah. We got the power. Yeah, come on. We got the power. Woo. Yeah, get it turned up. We got the power. We're touching the lightning, we're coming alive, yeah. We're feeling inside, yeah. We're feeling inside, yeah. We're touching the lightning, we're coming alive, yeah. We got the power. We got the power. Yeah, let's go now. We got the power. Let's get it. We got the power.
Such a cool video, Paulo. We are full of questions, so let's start right away. Are there any internal tool of Unreal that does not need external systems such as PDHub and SPM? In Unreal, we give support to what we consider the standard of the market, which are three or four today: the SDN, HIT, and now we support the plastic SN. This is standard in the industry, and with that, you can do that remotely in a server, distribute it, and you don't need to depend on a third party to do that. So we make this with the client already, the editor for the directioning. So we have this four. So regarding 2D, from Germany. With the Unreal 5 cloud remains for those that develop 2D and or mobile. Is it useful to use using or focus on Milton? You also ask a question. I would like to know more about the Unreal 2D. If there are any sort of documentation or kits focused on 2D. For the Unreal 5, I cannot comment now because everything is still open. In the Unreal Engine 4, we have a tool called Paper 3D that is for the creation of 2D games. There are examples of games that are being done in the Unreal that you can do to create your first game. It's normal side scroller. The TPTG has some functionalities already since 2015, such as you being able to create scenarios using techniques that used to be that used in the 80s and 90s, which is fire maps. So the Unreal Engine already has its basic functionalities because the focus really is not on the 2D games. They don't use these tools. They implement their own sprite animation tools because depending on the games, they are so much customized that it makes sense for you to create your own 2D tool. But we have some tools, and I recommend you to look into our documentation and mainly on the samples that already come in with the Unreal Engine 4. There are one or two samples that you can use. What's the best way if people have questions regarding this 2D documentation? What's the best way for them to receive these answers? There are the two platforms, the place, and the address is religion.com, and there you will find courses on different possible subjects for you to learn and review and transition to religion. And I think that's about it. Regarding the documentation, you will find out in the religion.com. And the next question is from the Marcus. Yes, how the Epic Store Games gives abilities to the indie games. Do you want to invest more in this market? The Epic Games Store already launched since the beginning series of indie games. As I said, it is still and continue to be a greater environment. Games that are going to come into the Epic Games Store has to they will go through a team that will decide which games are going to come in and which games are not. And this is promoting a healthy environment and will give visibility to an indie game. So if you launch that your indie game is going to be by itself in a sea of indie games, uh, it's not going to happen. Your game is going to appear in the top of the screen in a way that's going to have more visibility. And for that, of course, we need to have some control. We don't, we are not able to launch to release all games at the same time. So, but this would be the best strategy to give visibility to the games. Another question from Tiago Marti. Yes, are there plans to socialize the Epic Store in the ways that of Steam with tools of communities and so on? I believe that Epic Store is going to move towards having increasingly more functionalities. This is undeniable, but we also have other things that we want to solve previous to that from the point of view of functionalities of the stores and other requirements that are needed that the community demands. The main focus is to keep a healthy environment inside the store where the indexes that enter the store can have visibility. So that makes sense. From the point of view of features or functionalities, it's unavoidable that throughout time we we're going to when we have put more effort from the point of view of technology inside the store, such functionalities will start to appear. So now we're going to conclude the questions. I know that many people had participated. I want to thank the people that are interacting with us in the chat, on Facebook and on the YouTube. And please, you want to give your final considerations, Paulo? Yes, I want to thank the opportunity for being here and speaking with you. And if you want to speak with me, I am on Twitter on Rio Paulo. Please follow me there. And if you want to ask questions, we are open. Thank you very much, Paulo. I think it was great, your lecture, and the video could show many things that are coming soon. And I'm sure that people are very excited to start using the Unreal Engine I again want to thank Paulo. So please don't forget to share the link, uh, mark your friends, comment, participate. We count on you. We will resume in 5 minutes for the next lecture. Brazil seen from above, from outside. Thank you, Paulo. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to Big Digital 2020. This is the first version of Digital Big, that's the online version. To begin, my name is Erika Ferret. I'm talking directly from Pernambuco. Let us begin with today's panel, the Brazil seen from outside. Jeff Valadares will talk directly from Lisbon, Portugal. The partner from Andromeda will talk directly from the US, and Drusilla will talk directly from Helsinki, Finland. And Reginaldo Valadares, Vice President of Production Scope, will talk directly from Los Angeles, the US. Welcome, everyone. To start our panel, I'd like to ask you to tell us about the professional trajectory. You all developed your career outside of
A
Brazil.
little bit more about how this started out.
Jeff, you are muted.
First, dated, you kind of shared story. And then we started diverging and converging in the future. We started out in recipient back in the when you started working with games, so I had to come up with my own company,
Oi, Adri.
software. And I started in recipient for
Eu fechei meu microfone. Ué, eu estava fazendo e ele também?
that we have with the relevance that we work with was, we were able to influence our game, the president of the institution. We tried to organize events, and we created the first chapter of the Brazilian Gaming Association of Brazil. We created the Developers Institution, and then we have our own organization in place. And I think that that's part of my history of trying to create community, and that was really strong on us. And then after Recife, I went to Finland. Finland, in fact, and I worked in Helsinki. We have this connection still today, and we worked in game for cell phones. Then I went to London, worked in a startup
Sim, agora eu vou deixar só o segundo aberto
in the
aqui.
United States.
O outro está fechado. O Marcão está fazendo, então?
Worked
Tá
for
bom, depois do
several
Marcão.
game studies. Then I worked for EA once again.
Não, que aquela mulher falou, não era para traduzir, Adriana. Ela falou nas três
uh,
línguas, na
working with them.
sequência.
Decided to develop
Mas ela fala nas
a
três línguas, a gente repete igual
and
papagaio que ela
that's
fala, é
basically
isso?
what we decided to do. It was not
Porque ele tinha
easy
falado
to
que não era para traduzir.
in an area we didn't.
É, ele tinha falado que não
It
era.
was an extra hard activity. So now, after 20 years in business, I know what to do a bit better. I have more relationships, more experience, and I thought it was a very good time for us to start it. And I started to work with voice because it was poorly explored in games. There was a corporate side, there is a business side, and it's growing. So the business and the creative side of it is growing. San Francisco is a great area for you to establish a company. If you have a proven business that can make money, it's great to be there. But if you want to uh, face risks, that can be the place because it's really expensive. So I looked for another place, looked for a place in Europe, and I chose Lisbon. So I moved over 2 years ago, opened the company, and captured some money from Amazon and Google and some other players. And we launched two games. We have a third one coming next month, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed so we can keep the date. It's almost ready, and that's it. This is the round the world trip in 20 years. That's a summarized version, isn't it? Oh yeah. So we're going to ask Antonio to talk to us a little bit about his trajectory. Morning, folks. Are you all right? Thanks for receiving me, and it's a great pleasure to be here with a group of people that I admire so much. I remember Jefferson in the beginning of my career in the W World Studios with my great mentor, Mr. Cavalli from Recife. Yeah, he was from Recife. He was my great mentor for life, I can say. And I work with music and special effects for games. I have Andromeda Sound, which is a specialist company for audio, for games. And so I started with W Works back in 2003. They did a lot of games, and back in the day, we did games for PCs and for old devices that were, basically black and white. So we worked with Master Systems. I worked with them for 5 years, and it was a fantastic experience. It was huge. In 2008, I left DevilWorks and started working as a composer for Taekwondo, and I stayed there between 2008 2012. Then I left the company. In 2013, I became a partner in a company called We Love Quiz. We were specialized in quiz games for partners and for clients. And I worked as a creative director in that company. Eight people working with us. So we sold the company in 2014. I went over to Samsung working with Back Weaver, where I was working as a composer and sound design for them. They were starting the operation and they are asked to establish the audio structure. But I do not have the international experience that Jefferson has. I lived in São Paulo, Florianópolis, and Manaus in the Amazon area. It was a fantastic experience. 4.5 years working with them. In 2018, I decided that I would take a risk, and I came over to Los Angeles, where I live now. I was driving my company in parallel, but in here I decided to do 100% of the business with Andromeda Sound. And I've been working here since 2018. I've worked with several companies. I believe that the most notable client has been Nintendo. That's why I'm wearing a Toad T-shirt. And it was a game called Good Job, and it was a fantastic project. And we were responsible for game for Game Audio School, Hollywood Audio Summit, which was a specialized event for business interaction for all professionals in Brazil. And our brand new project is the Amazonic, which was basically a surreal experience that I ended up going back to Manaus and record over 100 indigenous instruments and my team in Manaus is coming up with a library for producers and composers who play this kind of instrument and of course generate this kind of a activity with the company. But the focus is always creating audio for games. So we are still holding strong. Three partners. I forgot to show you a composer and maestro, and he is a fantastic person. Another one is Frank, who won Grammys already, which is the biggest award in the world. And then we have Mr. Webster that's working with us on game projects, and this is what we're doing. Okay, so now the female is going to tell us a little bit about her story. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. Disclaimer, I know my cat is right behind me, and I'm just hoping she's not gonna pounce me in here, but keep my fingers crossed. My name is Lucilla. I'm coming from the city. I've been living in Finland for 13 years now. As far as my background goes, it has been said I started in Recife, in the same company as Jeff and Reginaldo. I was 19 and I was very much engaged in graphic design. And I started working as an art placement person, and I worked in there for a while. Then I got interested in game design, and I became a game designer after that. And I a lot of activities in that particular area. So through Jinx, we had projects with Samsung for games for smartphones, and that's when I started enjoying using smartphones as a platform. I like doing casual things that people could play, anyone could play. That's what inspired me. And that's exactly when I finished my university degree, and that's when I started thinking what my next business would be. And I wanted to continue playing with smartphone games, and I started working at Digital Chocolate in Finland. That's where Jeff worked as well. So as a game designer in Digital Chocolate, I worked in Rogan designer. I moved to Berlin and worked in a company called Kuga, which designed games for Facebook. And back in the day, I was more interested in getting involved with the leadership part. And I kept the project as project leader and the team leader. And I have to admit that I missed Finland. I love Finland very much. So I was interested in coming back to Finland. And at the same time, I heard about Supercell and known them, uh, and uh, and we started working with a different strategy with mobile. And I used that first, and that's what I wanted to do. So that's when I started working Supercell. They had an opening that was exactly what I wanted, and that's the company that is behind Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, and Heyday. So that's where I started working, and that's it. I've been with Supercell for 8 years, so it's been quite a while now. And quite recently, I stopped developing games for a while because of inclusion, inclusion of different people. So through Supercell, we started a project for Finland and a new school of education, and I was the leader in there. For me, it was fantastic. I learned a lot in the process. Many people said, "Look, how come you're Brazilian? You're not a programmer. You don't speak Finnish, and you have no background in education. How did you do that? How did you get that kind of project? How did you conclude that?" It was very gratifying. From now onwards, I'm thinking about my future self. I want to engage in games and in the educational aspect. I cannot tell you much about it, but hopefully in the future I can talk about. Okay, so now we're going to move on to Regina. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Aris. My story is mixed with what everyone has here. I live in the countryside of Pernambuco, way out in the boondocks. That's where my story started. In the 80s, I started playing, and I love playing. That became a favorite hobby, but we had history in the and went over to the civil engineering school. That's when I realized that that's not what I wanted to do. I started studying more time because I'm games. So I started work with computer sciences, and there was no game CC, and I had two friends that together to come up with a business. So we came up with Jinx and with the people that knew about company administration. So we five people, we come together. That's when the dot-com bubble burst, when we spent a year with no investment. We lived off of our own money, and then we got some investment later on. So it was very hard. So it was really extra hard. We had to come up with technology that didn't exist back in the day, and we can connect with Java and Flash. That didn't exist. We did that. We had to create Flash modules, and that was had to do with technology that didn't exist back in the day. So the it was something that we did first. So I started my work as a programmer, but I did a little bit of gaming in there, and I was a game producer. But it's interesting to highlight that I also showed us a device that ran games. In fact, it was free. So we're fascinated and continued working in both fronts. And when I left, I decided to work with games. That's what I've been doing so far. And ever since the university, we left the company to do my master's outside Brazil because I wanted to work outside Brazil. But I had a life here in Brazil. In 2019, I decided to test waters, and I decided to do my MBA, and that's where I do this kind of thing, working with a company in São Paulo. It was my first play project with the game Love and Glory. It was for some time one of the biggest games in the industry of Brazil. We had tens of thousands of dollars revenue. It was a pioneer game in several aspects. It was the first way for play to play in the market, and then everyone started doing that. When was that? Well, that was basically in 2011. So for some time in São Paulo, I think that's the time I worked in Berlin with Google organization. Then I moved over to Aero Games in Berlin. So I learned a lot more about this scenario. And we had companies that were 5 years ahead of what we were doing when it comes to player-to-player approach. So this enabled me to come work in Rockville. So I think it's the third company I worked with over the last 4 years. We spent time in their studio, uh, leading Everbird's 2 studio. That was a very interesting story. We left a studio that had 20 something people to a studio with 75 something people. We have the highest growth game in the company till today. I completed what I wanted to do, so I took the invitation to come and work at Scopely in Los Angeles. So I moved over this year. This is the sixth country I'm working in, the fifth, and I'm leading the team that is responsible for the Scrabble game. So I'm here, and let's see what the future holds for me. All right, I wanted to ask you a question then. Uh, Some people doubt their capacity. They wanted to know if you have been through that, if you wanted to live abroad and work abroad, but you second guess yourself by saying, do I really belong in a game company outside Brazil? Who wants to talk about that first? So let me go first. I remember specifically a situation because I definitely thought about that and I had that kind of question for me. And when I received my proposition in the company, I went over to the company. I thought, I don't know, I can do that.
And you apply what you're learning. And you always look forward. That is very important. Well, I believe this is connected to the Brazilian culture and to how we position ourselves. The truth is that when you try to prove yourself and to see all the Brazilians who are working in the industry abroad, well, Brazilians are highly capable and competent. My advice is that you should focus on yourself and you should throw yourself and work and do things normally Brazilians do well. My experience, obviously, well, as Drusilla said, the company we worked for in Finland was very good. When we got there, we really felt the impact. They were highly prepared, but every Brazilian who went to work there has really marked the company somehow. They left their footprint. And another thing I remember is when I moved to England, we always focused on England. We regarded it really highly. But then I got there and I saw they do not compare to the performance of the Brazilians. Some people were there. I'll give you an example of a guy who was an art director, and he was very good. I'm talking about the difference of opportunities and quality. There was an art director who worked in there with me, and he got his job in the following way. He heard there was a game company in his neighborhood. This was in the 80s. He had just begun. He heard there was a game company. He drove there. He knocked at the door. They opened, and he said, well, do you work with games? Is there some work I can do? They said, well, we don't know. Come in. And that's how he joined the company. That was his interview. And he's there. He is highly experienced. He has been working with that for 30 years in the market. And he gained experience just because he was there. Since the traditional centers, let's say, many things were unable to do due to lack of opportunity. But I believe Brazil is a difficult country. It's difficult to do things here. We went through difficulties doing a few things. In England, people used to complain because their monitor had, well, 25 inches. They said, oh, my monitor is too small. They said, well, you have no idea what it, you have no idea what it is to work like that. Obviously, we really think the Brazilian market has improved lately. It has improved a lot from 2000 until 2020. It has changed a lot. The quality of companies and the quality of games, it's much, much higher. We cannot compare the situation now to what it used to be. We are not exposed to that. Some things we will not learn quite easily. But I do believe we can get there. Brazil has every condition of getting there. We have quality, and of course, not everyone is willing to fight for it, but people who are really willing to struggle to get there will do it. They have total condition. Well, I believe the imposter syndrome is something that exists, and we believe it's a very constant, continuous thing. People who work with games in the artistic area also live that syndrome. since those people work with abstract things, we always question ourselves when we begin a project. We think, well, will I be able to do this? I was called to work on a game for Nintendo. And when I saw the names of the people involved, I said, oh my gosh, I will not be able to do it. It's impossible. But you struggle against yourself, you struggle with yourself. And as Gerson mentioned, Brazilians are highly competent. I didn't know, but it's quite a coincidence. Reginaldo and Drusilla worked at Urca, and I still work for them. Today, I had a meeting with Guilherme to talk about a game, James Crash. I don't know if you worked with that game. I worked on their audios. There are many Brazilians working in this area, and he told me that we had 14 to 15 Brazilians working there. This shows how competent and serious Brazilians are. And we are highly capable. It's a market that is continuously growing. But we do have a lower glass ceiling, and of course, it holds back our potential. I realized that when I moved to Los Angeles, when I saw how much I still had to learn and all the possibilities we have here. This is fascinating. Well, I'm glad that all these people got there. They made it. Now I'd like to open the floor for questions. We do have a lot of participants here. The first one is from Mateus. He says, I am a programmer and I have artistic skills. Do you believe a specialized professional focused on one function is worth the same as a generalistic professional who is able to program also? Well, I'd like to comment. In developed markets, we have many specialized people. If you go to California, San Francisco, you have people who work modeling tiny balls or hair, whatever. It's so large, it's huge. They work on huge projects that you become highly specialized in less developed markets like Brazil and Portugal. People do become more generalistic. We have smaller companies, so people need to know how to do more things. It's natural only. So there are opportunities for highly specialized people. If you are in a less developed market, you have to do more. Now talking about skills of programmers and artistic skills, I believe no one in this industry expects you to excel at everything. They normally prefer that you are good at one thing, not in many things. Of course, Leonardo da Vinci would be welcome. So if you are great at many things, that's wonderful. It's better that you do one thing well than trying to do 10 different things. Yes, I do agree with what he said. I believe a decisive factor is the size of the company and the size of the team you're going to work with. What is expected from you is that you specialize in one area and that you do well what you're supposed to do. Of course, if you're going to work at a small studio or at a startup, normally people do a little bit of everything at those studios, even though they are responsible for a specific area. That's what they were hired for. I would not be concerned about being good in art and programming at the same time. I believe you can develop your career better if you focus and specialize in one area. Well, one tip, if you are in the middle of both, read what a technical artist is. This is rare, highly valued. It's hard to find people who excel at that. So if you are in the middle of that bridge between programming and art, go study technical arts, check it out, and focus on that. It's a highly valued field. The same for technical sound designer. It's very rare. They are the white flies in this industry. They are almost non-existent. So we always need a technical sound designer. Send me a message if you are focused on that. Well, we have another question from Camila Matos. She asks, how do I know about positions abroad so that I can apply to these jobs? Well, generally speaking, you can check out the websites of these companies. You can check which companies are more aligned with what you like doing. Well, this is what I had to say. From my experience, from what I see, you have to go after those companies, of course, and check them out. Maybe you have a different prospect, but if you have an idea already of which type of company you'd like to work with, like when I went to Digital Chocolate, I met Jeff, he was there, but I also knew I wanted to work with mobile games. I liked their games. There were other companies of mobile games back then. So we should get informed. You should, first of all, know what you want to work with. Check out their website. If you check out the Supercell site, you'll see a few open positions and you'll see what the requirements are, what we expect, description of the positions. This is highly helpful and will help you answer a few questions like what companies are expecting from me, what type of technology, how many years of experience are required. You can also learn in that way. And if you find something that really draws you, attracts you, you send your CV. And if you are a hard worker and if you are competent, you have many chances of making it. Otherwise, you should make an assessment. How can I gain experience with this? How can I work with that? Well, my first recommendation is check out your friends who are already working abroad. That's the easiest way. If someone recommends you, it's easier to get into study abroad. You can look for head hunting companies, the good ones that may represent you. Be careful. Do not go to companies that will turn your CV into a spam, but companies that are renowned and have good references in the market. They can represent you quite well and they can really be of assistance. And in the end, if there is a specific job or a specific company you really like, check out their website and see if they have any open positions. You might be lucky. You can also make a selection of the countries you'd like to live in, type of games you'd like to work with. You can be selective. Okay, I'd like to give you a practical advice from the viewpoint of someone who has already hired a lot in many countries. People will only hire someone who doesn't live in the country in rare occasions because the people may not adapt. Drusilla really liked it and she remained for 13 years and then she came back. But in many cases, people do not adapt and they leave, or maybe they do not fit into the company. So it's a risk. People have to apply for visas, it takes longer. Well, now the EU has blocked every visa. So you have to understand clearly what your chances are. And you also have to understand that for the company to spend time and invest in this, people have to be worth it. So if you're a junior and experienced professional, it will be harder. If you never worked, maybe if you have a passport, an European passport, for example, and you apply for a position, you might get it. But if you need visa and recommendations, people do want you to show that you have added value. Like that, he released the $1 million game and then he moved abroad, but people called him. There was a demand, he became renowned, it's easier. So it's easier to build your career in Brazil than trying to start abroad because then the wall will be much higher. If you are from the technological area, you can become good, you can develop yourself, you can become skilled in Brazil. I would say the same for art. You can develop your artistic skills in Brazil and you can grow. Before you try to work abroad, you can work for Brazilian companies. Part of products and design, well, that's complicated. You really need to be working hands-on with game design, developing products. You have to work hard in order to become skilled, acquire experience to be able to work abroad. So this is my recommendation. Develop your career in Brazil, grow in Brazil, so you're no longer a junior, and you can at least have a few things in your portfolio, 2 or 3 games, saying I did this and that, so then you can become competitive. Some people are commenting they really enjoyed the hints about technical arts. Thank you. Another question here from Daniel de Freitas. You only worked with indie games. So can you give me some tips so that I can progress in my career? Because I only specialized in indies. Well, we should first of all know if this person wants to go to a traditional study. Well, the difficulty of working with indie is that you also need corporate skills, how you relate in a working environment at a larger company that has more red tape. You need to have a professional behavior and you need to learn that. It's very important to deal with cultural differences, for example. You'll need that. It will help you to work at companies abroad, living from an indie studio and moving to a company which is not indie brings many additional challenges. Well, I believe that there are other challenges. It depends on what type of company you want to work for, but one difficulty I can see clearly from the viewpoint of a company like Supercell is that when a person works a lot with indie, many times this person doesn't have a business mindset. Sometimes I have difficulty remembering the word. It's more self-serving, more for you. And developers are happier in that way. If they sell a specific number of copies, that will be enough. But when you join a larger company, the expected impact is higher. You have to be business minded and you have to keep your mind open to learn all those things. It does not always succeed. I have seen it happen many times. Okay, one more question here from Tamiris, who has just asked the question. How is the game industry abroad for colored people and Brazilians? Is there a representativity? Well, independently from being a Brazilian person or not, this is quite complicated. In the US, people are paying attention to these issues. They're talking a lot about it, but I don't believe it has to do with Brazilians or with race or color. I think this is more focused on training, education. We still have a lot of work to do in this area. At Supercell, we have 5 Brazilians, and one of them is colored, is an African Brazilian. He is from Rio de Janeiro. We are in Finland, so we do not have many colored folks. This doesn't really connect to being Brazilian or being colored, especially now with Black Lives Matter. It's a huge movement that is opening the minds of many people to question why. I believe up to then, people said, well, but there is no one here of color, no Brazilian, no Afro-Brazilians or Afro-Americans. So I used to think, well, maybe people's network is different. You went to school, you have your friends, you have your relationships. Even as a woman in the game industry, I can say that the networking of women developers is different. Guys have their own circle of friends, and the girls have their own circles. And sometimes those circles do not mix and do not know about one another. So now we are working more and investigating where these communities are. At Twitter, for example, I discovered a very cool hashtag, which is drawing while artists black artists who work with illustrations and art, and it's blowing my mind, you know. It's so refreshing. They create very cool characters, and it shows me how used we are to commonplace. And I thought for my next project, I would really, really like to think out of the box and think how I can get in touch with those artists where they are, because they have different perspectives. Well, we are running out of time. I had many other cool questions. And now I'd like to ask you to answer quickly, yes or no, because someone is asking, in this COVID scenario, are companies hiring people to work remotely online? I'd like to hear what you have to say. Jeff, is your company hiring people to work remotely? Well, we are still thinking about it. We have an open position. We did not think about it to be a remote position, but we are assessing the situation. So I don't know as of now. Okay, Sheila, Supercell is hiring people to work remotely. Not yet. We'll go back to the office in August, but at the moment, in principle, no. Antonio, you already mentioned, right? Yes, we do need a technical sound designer to assist us with a few of our projects, but since the pandemic has changed the schedule for every project we're working with, we do need this professional, but right now, well, the answer is yes. Now we have to wait until we solve the schedule of our projects. Okay, to close, is your company hiring professionals to work remotely? Yes, we are hiring remote employees as long as they commit to move later to the place we're hiring. Okay, that's it. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We cannot ask more questions. I'd like to thank everyone who participated. Thank you so much for taking part and sharing our wonderful experience with us. Yes, it was a pleasure. Thank you very much for the invitation. It was a huge pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye, everyone. Please do not forget, share the link, make your comments, invite your friends to Big Digital. We have many talks ahead of us today. In 5 minutes, we'll get back with our next panel, which is 4 steps to work with development in the new normal of COVID-19. We'll be back in 5, okay? Bye-bye.
o áudio, a equipe de interpretação não está ouvindo o
Então,
áudio no
deixa a
momento.
Márcia pegar e entra e sai.
Uhum.
Peraí, deixa eu avisar.
Session will be presented in English. Essa sessão vai ser transmitida em inglês, então vocês podem achar o link no chat e na descrição do canal, ok? First, I am Erika Ferrer, speaking to you from Recife, Pernambuco, international business developer at Manifesto Games, and also VP of Pernambuco, the Association of Game Developers from the state of Pernambuco here in Brazil. And today I'm also MC at Big Digital. You can join us on the session, interact, send your comments and questions on the chat. Our team is taking a look at it and we'll be able to forward your questions to our guests in the end. Okay, so let's kick off the session. 4 steps for successful due diligence in the new normal. We'll have Carla Rylance with us from Xbox Coalition Studio and from the XDS Advisory Board, bringing the XDS special report on the impact of COVID-19 on external development. In this webinar, she will analyze, identify, and evaluate risks using XDS data to help compile a consistent due diligence framework. We focus on risk mitigation while working from home. Let's welcome Carla Rylance, who is attending from Vancouver, Canada. Hi, Carla, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. Thanks very much for the wonderful introduction, and thank you everyone for having me. This is really exciting. Bear with me while I just share my screen so you can see everything that I'm doing. Great. So again, thank you everyone for joining. Welcome to 4 Steps for Successful Due Diligence in the New Normal. My name's Carla Rylance. I am the External Development Manager at the Coalition, which is an Xbox game studio located in Vancouver, Canada. I've been there for 3.5 years, although as you could probably tell by my accent, I'm originally from the UK. And I'm also an XDS Advisory Committee member, which is the External Development Summit. And I've spent the majority of the lockdown during COVID making cloth face masks and doing a lot of cooking, being I can't go to some of my favorite restaurants. And of course, I've been doing a lot of working from home, and I'm sure a lot of you have been as well. So just a quick overview of what I'm going to go over in this webinar. So I'm going to go through some of the due diligence fundamentals for external development in video games that we go through at the Coalition to help us find good external partners for our engagements. Now, I'm hoping that if you are already involved in external development, then you will gain some ideas for new processes or ways of evolving your due diligence at your studio. If you're new to external development or if you haven't been in external development before, I really hope this opens your eyes and gives you some great ideas as well. And we'll also take a look at how does COVID and working from home affect our due diligence processes. So the Coalition and external development. The game that we brought out most recently was Gears 5. And without external development and the use of external partners, we would not be able to release games like this. We wouldn't have the capacity to do so. We send all kinds of work externally, 3D art assets such as environments, characters, a lot of animation, also things like full game modes and engineering. And without external development, we wouldn't be able to do games like this at all. And so having thorough due diligence processes to be able to select external partners that we know are going to be able to meet our quality is very, very important. So a quick overview, what is due diligence? So due diligence is reasonable steps taken by a person in order to satisfy a legal requirement, especially in buying or selling something. So for me at the Coalition, what due diligence is making sure that our leads, our producers, our IT teams, our finance teams, our legal teams are all confident that the external teams that we're going to be selecting for engagements are going to be suitable and that they're going to be able to deliver good quality. And due diligence definitely isn't easy whilst working from home. And by inputting the right processes, we can help to mitigate any potential risk. So why is external development due diligence more challenging whilst working from home? First of all, we have no ability to visit a studio to check on things like their security or their team structure or team bonding, things like this, which are really important to assess during due diligence. Everyone's time is super precious whilst working from home. Lots of people are in more meetings during working from home. There's technical issues to try to sort out as well, which could eat up people's time. Morale may go through peaks and troughs, making people maybe not quite as enthusiastic as to do due diligence as they might normally be if they're going through one of those troughs. Definitely technical challenges can affect our due diligence. I'm sure we've all faced some kind of technical challenges whilst working from home. During due diligence for new external engagements is no exception. And of course, what encompasses all of this is many areas will need to be assessed on faith. So we need to put enormous trust in any candidates that are assessing for engagements, being as we can't visit the studio in person. So I want to just share with you some data that was pulled from the XDS COVID special report between March 24th and March 31st of this year. It was collected from about 300 professionals from both developers and publishers like the Coalition and service providers around the world. And it encompasses like a 9 to 10 week period since the outbreak began in February 2020. I hope it gives you a bit of an overview of how COVID has affected external engagements. So some of the top steps developers and publishers like the Coalition have taken to mitigate production delays. It's great to see that at this point, over 45% of developers and publishers had implemented a work from home policy already, which is fantastic. I'm sure that number has gone up since then as well. So there's a lot of developers and publishers that are already in a really great place to select a diverse pool of candidates for their external engagements if they were to go through a due diligence process whilst working from home. Some of the top steps service providers have taken to mitigate delays to client projects. Over 90% of service providers said they had allowed staff to work from home, which I think is an absolutely fantastic number. Back in March, when this data was taken, up until today, over 90% of service providers have had lots of time to work out all of the kinks. So when it comes to doing due diligence, you can definitely start to ask questions about how COVID and working from home has affected production. So that can help you to make more informed decisions about your due diligence processes. And developer and publisher work from home policies. One of the questions in the report was, what are the top measures that are most important for service providers to implement in order to comply with company requirements? And these are all really great points to bear in mind when conducting due diligence of new external partners whilst working from home. Things like IP and data security. Do they have secure connections, encrypted data? How's their communication? Are they good at giving frequent updates? Are they used to using tracking software? Do they have high bandwidth? Can they ensure fast, uninterrupted file transfer speeds? Do you need to revise any of your legal agreements? Like, do you need to amend any NDAs? Do you need to ensure that anyone that's going to be conducting tests during a due diligence phase has to have NDAs for their roommates? Importantly, how is their employee health on the external teams? Do they have a safe work environment? And do they have a healthy work-life balance? And of course, how have their deliveries been since working from home? Can they deliver on time? So now we've gone through some of the stats. What I want to do is just walk you through the 4 fundamental steps for due diligence that we have at the Coalition, so you can understand what we do for due diligence. And I hope it helps to spark off some ideas for you. So the first step is painting a picture of production. The second is candidate selection. The third is candidate testing. And the fourth is partner selection. And throughout this presentation, you'll get these little tips with a little house next to it. And that's just some little ideas of what processes we could implement to conduct due diligence whilst working from home for external development. So let's go through our first step for due diligence, painting a picture of production. The very first step, we need to establish expectations. We're then going to build a roadmap for the engagement. And thirdly, we're going to build a profile. So let's go through each of those steps now. First, establishing expectations. We need to arrange to meet with the internal team to discuss the future external engagement and establish what is important for our team members. I want to make sure that the external teams that we're going to be going through due diligence with are going to be able to meet their expectations and do a good job. So there's a few questions I like to start asking. Firstly, a short overview of the engagement. Give me the engagement in a nutshell. Give me 1 to 2 sentences. What area or areas do we need to cover during the engagement? For example, is this just environment art assets, or is it a full character pipeline? Do we need a concept, character assets, rigging, and animation? What does our ramp look like? When do we need artists to start and finish? How many artists do there need to be, for example? What does good look like? What would the engagement look like if they've done a great job? And we need to ask this of everyone, like our leads, our IT team and our production team. Context for the engagement. Who's going to be involved during production? What would a good structure look like? Do we need art directors? Do we need tech artists? Must and must not haves. Are there any deal breakers during the engagement? Is location important? Do you want them to be located close to you, or would you prefer them to be located, say, on the other side of the world? So when you get into the office in the morning, you have a bunch of submissions ready waiting for you. How much control do we want to have? Do we want to have very close control and keep an eye on everything that's going on very closely? Or do we want the external team to pretty much own everything that's going to be happening during the engagement? We can start to have a think about what a test might look like during this stage as well. What level of integration do we need? Do they need to have full access to our pipeline, the same as our internal artists do? And of course, budget. How much do we have to spend on this? What's good to bear in mind for working from home during this stage is to set expectations for ambitious projects. Say, for example, if your internal team want to send out full levels to an external partner, internet bandwidths may make it difficult for external resources to work on intensive projects like this. So it might be useful to consider flexible options ahead of time. And be sensitive to people's time whilst working from home. When setting up this meeting, be prepared, have an agenda, and make sure that they have that before you go into the meeting so they can bring anything along that they need to. And try keeping the meeting to just the leads and the subject matter experts. You don't need to invite everyone that's going to be involved in the engagement because that's just going to add more time onto the meeting. So now that we understand the expectations that our internal team need, we can start to build a roadmap of the engagement. So what we do is we then start to plan the key events that need to happen during the months of and the months prior to the engagement. And I basically put it in a little chart with our months across the top, I like to start with the head count. So when do we need artists to start? When do we need them to finish? How many artists do we need? I include a gentle ramp up to ensure that we can train all of the artists gradually, and a gentle ramp down as well to retain quality. And then I add some milestones in there. Things like, when do we need to start testing? When do we need to gauge performance? When do we need to onboard, like pipeline setup, contracts, account creation? When do we need to go through a pilot period, like the close guidance in the early days of the engagement? When do we need to train their staff, either on-site or remote? And when do we need to offboard them? So removing access and pipelines. Whilst working from home, it may be useful to provide several alternate scenarios, several alternate roadmaps. Because when working from home, you might need that little bit of flexibility. Say, for example, you plan to start onboarding, but there's some technical issues. You may want to plan for a scenario where you start onboarding a little bit later and maybe have a higher ramp. Also take capacity into consideration. It may be that you normally account for a team hitting 80% capacity, but whilst working from home, maybe that's not achievable. You might also want to plan for scenarios maybe at a 70% capacity and see how that looks for your headcount. And now that we have our expectations and our roadmap, we can start to build a profile for what our ideal candidate would look like. So start to gather all the information you've collected into a concise, clean and clear report. This will act as our profile and specifications for our ideal candidate. It's great to have all of the information in one place as well. And once I've pulled all the information regarding expectations and roadmap into this document, I share the final report with our internal team so they can make any final adjustments. Then we're all on the same page, and the profile is ready to be used for sourcing talent for the engagement. What I also find useful for this document while we're working from home is to include our working from home, our pipeline, and our infrastructure guidelines. Now, I like to put this in here because then it starts to add some expectations for our internal team as to what our external partners actually need to have to be able to work on our pipeline. And then our external candidates that we're going to test understand our expectations from day one as well. Some examples of our work from home and pipeline and infrastructure guidelines. These are very slimline versions, but in terms of working from home, we have a very strong preference for remote desktop. You need to have some good physical security, so a private physical location, a lockable location. You need to make sure you immediately report stolen equipment. In terms of workstation and network security, making sure devices are encrypted with a BitLocker, making sure you have up-to-date operating systems, making sure there's usernames and passwords on workstations, and also two-factor authentication. And when it comes to pipeline and infrastructure guidelines, we include things like what Windows versions you need, what physical security you need, how to prevent leaks, laptop requirements if they have laptops, internet bandwidth, IT staff knowledge, software licenses, and hardware suggestions. So now that we have our profile, we can now start to have a think about which external partners might be good based on what our internal team need. So we're going to start to consolidate some candidates, and then we're going to highlight some candidates for our team to look at and finally select some. So we're going to select a pool of available candidates who have the best fit for the profile we have built with the team. What I've done before, I would call that like project due diligence, and I would call this partner due diligence. If you, for example, haven't worked in external development before and you're like, oh, how do I find external partners? You can maybe talk to people you work with and see if they have any recommendations. But I'd also recommend XDS events is perfect for finding external partners. And the XDS Insights report for 2020 also has an index at the back of some great external partners as well. So some of the areas that I would assess in partner due diligence are things like company background, things like when did they start, who are their founders, what are their services. A company overview, how many locations do they have, how many employees, their rate cards, statistics like notable clients, key deliverables. Do they have any direct competition? Their strategic fit, things like overall impressions, company culture, their management, their leadership styles. Security, things like NDAs, very important at this stage. Do they have an NDA? Password management, things like this. And a SWOT analysis. So their strengths, their weaknesses, any opportunities and any threats. And I'll use this to make an informed decision about who would be great to put forward to our team. And what will also be good here is going back to the developer and publisher top measures for service provider compliancy that we went through at the start. So you can start to delve a little bit into IP and data security, their communication, what's their bandwidth look like, employee health, and are they delivering things on time? You can start to delve into these kind of things here in partner due diligence as well. So now that you've picked a few teams that you think would be pretty good for the engagement, I would just put them all together in a list like this. So it makes it super easy for our internal team to compare everyone. And I would include some high level important things, as well as things that maybe they've highlighted as being very important, like they need to have a fantastic concept team, they need to have an art director, they need to be located within 4 hours time difference. These are the things that you can highlight within this comparison chart. So meet with the internal team, come to consensus on who to move forwards with to testing. And whilst working from home, it may be a good idea to test a wide selection of candidates to help mitigate any risk. In the unlikely event that when you move into production, it doesn't go well, at least you have some backup candidates then that you can lean on if you need to. So now that you've picked who you want to move forwards with to testing, we're going to go into some pre-test actions first of all, and then we're going to pull all of the information we need for the test into one test overview. So our pre-test actions, we always make sure that we do all of these before starting a test. Make sure there's an NDA in place so you can have some nice free open discussions. Make sure you send them the profile that we built earlier so they understand their expectations. Ask them what they think a good team structure would look like for this engagement. Obviously, find out if they're interested, find out if they're available. What is their cost for this engagement? So you can start to put that against your budget and work out if it fits. And start to think about how you can test for full production. So what this means is have a think about what full production would look like and how can you do that on like a little mini scale. Test candidates on how effectively they could work from home on your pipeline. So make sure you conduct a scenario that's likely to occur during full production whilst considering likely options during working from home situations. For example, if it's been quite tricky for people to use things like ZBrush whilst working from home. If you're doing a character pipeline, just make sure that you're assessing ZBrush skills as best you can whilst keeping an eye on those estimates. And now external partners have said whether they're available. You can start to pull all of the information you have from your team for the test. What I like to do is pull everything into one document so it's super clear and super easy. So what I would do is get the team to pull all of their stuff together. Within this document, I would put a test overview, an overview of final delivery expectations, an estimate, what submission stages there are expectations for feedback, who they need to contact during the test on our side, including like leads, production, external development management. And then within there, I would add all of the documents that they need to have access to and the assets. So they can just click on a link and it takes them to everything they need. Things like briefs, instruction manuals, style guides, any reference, assets, templates, submission locations, all of that stuff. then everything they need is one place, which is going to be super useful whilst working from home as well. So now that you've sent the test overview out, the partners have completed their tests, they've sent the test back, our leads have taken a look, it's now time to make a decision on the partner we're going to move forwards with. Very exciting. And then we're going to also give the candidates some feedback, and we're finally going to onboard the external partner that we've chosen. So now we're going to make our decision. Final tests have been received. I once again pull together like a comparison chart. So I have all of the external partners that we have tested in there. Again, I've put some categories along the side that are important for our internal team to know they're going to hit our expectations. Could include things like their art direction skills during their tests, their technical direction. Did they hit our estimates, and how was communication? And I start to ask our internal team, what did they think about each of those? And I start to write down their feedback. But also, what we also find quite useful, and this helps to speed up conversations and save people's time whilst working from home, is to score each of those areas and create a KPI based on that. So you can start to see numerically which team performed the best, and that helps to spark off some conversations and help to make informed decisions. So now that you've given the successful candidate the good news, it's also super important to give the other candidates some feedback as well. I obviously like to thank them for their hard work, as well as include any team notes and the scores that came from that as well. So I always make sure that the feedback that we give is honest. I find that's always appreciated, but also making sure that we justify any constructive feedback with explanations as well. Really helps the external team to understand where their strengths are and where to grow. So now that the tests are complete, we are very excited to be working with our new external team. We can move on to onboarding and making sure that the new partner have everything they need to have a smooth and successful engagement. And that includes things like contract negotiations, SOWs, purchase orders, remote access, and putting them in touch with our IT and tools team and our studio team as well. What we would do, especially during work from home, is keeping our first contract pretty short, especially during like the pilot period, because we want to make sure everything is working as expected and that we're going to get to a point where we're hitting expectations. As soon as we're at that point where we're feeling confident, we can expand the contract from there and keep that going for a longer period. So I hope that was useful for you. There are 4 fundamental steps for successful due diligence. First of all, we paint our picture of production. Second, we select our candidates. Third, we test our candidates. And fourth, we select our partner to move forwards with into full production. And just to highlight the work from home tips, set expectations for ambitious projects, be sensitive to people's time during work from home, provide alternate scenarios, take capacity into consideration, document your work from home pipeline and infrastructure guidelines, consider developer and publisher top measures for service provider compliancy, test a wide selection of candidates to help mitigate risk, test candidates on how effectively they could work from home on your pipeline, make an informed decision using KPIs, and keep your first contract short. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Carla.
You're welcome. Shall I start?
It was really good. Yeah, it's really interesting that you bring this approach of the vision who is hiring. But I know that in Brazil, there are many external development studios, and it really helps when we know what who is hiring is looking for, so we can better present, of course.
Exactly. Yes, I'm glad that was useful. Thank you very much for the comment.
So we have some questions from the audience. The first one is from William Mateus. And he asks, do you think that COVID-19 gives more chances to game developers from Brazil to work in other countries?
Interesting question. I'd say it gives opportunity to everyone. I mean, something that I've been saying, because there's been quite a few XDS seminars about business development during the pandemic. And something that I've been quite passionate about is actually making time for, if people want to set up calls with me to talk about their company and to explain more about their services, which is great. I mean, I think actually having like virtual meetings it's been really, really useful. So I would set aside time for people to come to me, present their services. I love hearing about like case studies and success stories and things like that. So presenting things like that and explaining to me how you could improve production for me in the future is something really great to hear about. So yeah, I can totally see this opening up new opportunities for companies in Brazil as well as everywhere around the world. Yeah, take the opportunity to contact those people and explain how you think you could help them, and talk about how yeah, I love, as I say, case stories, success stories, things like that. I find super interesting, and it's not just about these are my services. It's about here's how we've helped other people. It's great to knowledge share like that. So yes, absolutely. I think it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, we have another question from Felipe, and he asks, do you believe that this strategy can work for producers and developers new to the game market, or can this vary according to the project they're working on?
I mean, I'd like to think this can be pretty flexible, these processes that I've put in place here. I mean, I would follow these steps no matter where I'm working, no matter what scale I would be working at. What I also find quite useful with these processes is that it's once you've built the framework for it, and a lot of the documentation is pretty much templates. So once you've built your first template, you can use this again and again and again for every engagement you work on. It saves so much time and it keeps things consistent. So yeah, you can ask the same questions, you can use the same documents, and yeah, it helps you make sure that you're ticking all of your boxes as you go along as well. So I certainly hope that you can use it no matter where you work and no matter what engagement it is. If you think otherwise, feel free to contact me and we can chat. That would be very interesting. I'd love to hear how I can improve my processes further.
Yeah, and not only for like international transactions, even if you're contracting another studio from the same city as you can benefit from this framework.
Oh, absolutely. I believe so. Yes. I mean, even just even on a high level, you know, I mean, you might not have to go quite so deep with some of the processes, but I think the fundamentals can be used in a bunch of different scenarios.
Great. Wallace is also asking how to deal when the team is working from different time zones. Do you have any tricks for that?
Use it to your advantage, I would say. I mean, we work with a lot of teams that have a very big time gap, and it's great for our art teams as they can work on assets when we're asleep, and then they send assets to us, and we have a bunch of stuff to review. We have all day to get the reviews done and send the reviews back. So there's literally not a day that goes by where our external teams don't get feedback. It works like a charm. But there are some teams where we do need to have them a little bit closer to us because we need that little bit more oversight, maybe because the engagement is a little bit more intensive. So yeah, in certain situations where we maybe don't need to have calls every day at like 11 a.m. or 1 p.m, where we don't need to have that, yeah, those long distance relationships are absolutely perfect. It just depends on the situation. And we definitely use Teams all over the world to our advantage with time zone differences.
Great. We have another question here from William Mateus. Do you think, oh, no, sorry, I already read that one. From Carol, which tips would you give to people that want to be a game developer but don't have very good hardware, like their computers or internet infrastructure?
Interesting question. I guess it's all about playing to your strengths. So working out what your strengths are and then trying to cater to those. If you feel like your business strategy is to work in AAA and to work on integrated pipelines, if you don't have that high internet bandwidth and those powerful workstations, you're probably not going to be able to meet expectations. But what might be kind of cool is if there are some teams that you're interested in working with, find out from them, like, what are your expectations with regards to pipeline and infrastructure? What computers do we need? What internet bandwidth do we need? And then you can at least go, oh, well, we can try and do this. Maybe we could try doing this. And so at least understanding expectations from people you want to work with might help you to be able to work towards your goals. If it's something that you can't achieve, have a think about what strengths you do have and play on those and make your way towards what you want to be doing.
Okay, I believe we have time for one more question from Leonardo, and he asks, Carla, how does Coalition External Partner Program relates to the Microsoft Partner Network for Enterprises? Is there any goal of certification partners in specific areas such as art, coding, etc.?
I don't quite understand the question, I'm afraid.
I believe how does the coalition team works with the rest of Microsoft in terms of external development?
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, we have a central Xbox team who are really great at helping us to find external partners. They help us a lot with a lot of the partner due diligence, actually. They help us with on-site visits and checking out security requirements, checking out team infrastructure and all of that kind of thing. But in terms of how we interact with other Xbox game studios, we have sync-ups on a regular basis to swap tips and things like that. So we're all pretty connected. It's not like we would interact like on a daily basis or anything, but we're all really great pals, us and our external development buddies at other Xbox studios. And everyone is super talented. So we all rely on each other to be as good as we can be, which is really nice.
That's great. Well, we don't have more time for questions, unfortunately. Thanks everybody that sent their questions and comments. And that was great, really great content, Carla. Thanks again for joining us here.
You're more than welcome.
And thank you, everyone. Don't forget to share the link of Big Digital with your friends, comment, tag your friends to join us as well. We'll be back in 5 minutes with the next session. That's uma visão geral da indústria de mobile games, a general view of the mobile game industry. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks again, Carla. See you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Worries, yeah, if you can see each other.
Good.
Olá, pessoal, bem-vindos ao Big Digital 2020. Bienvenidos a Big Digital 2020. Welcome to Big Digital 2020. Essa é a primeira edição do Big Digital, a versão online do Big Festival. This is the first edition of Big Digital, the online version of Big Festival. Um aviso rápido, a nossa sessão será em inglês, mas você acha o link para o áudio em português no chat ou na descrição do vídeo. The session will be presented in English, but there's link for Portuguese audio on the chat or on the video description, okay? First of all, I'm Erika Ferrer, speaking to you from Recife, International Business Developer at Manifesto Games, and also VP of Pernambuco, the Association of Game Developers from the state of Pernambuco here in Brazil. You can join us in the session, you can interact, send your questions or comments, and our team is taking a look at the chat and we'll share with our guests in the end. Okay, let's kick off the session. Mobile games industry overview, big opportunities for developers. A panel with high caliber mobile publishers about the business opportunities for game studios, no matter how big they are. Free to play, hyper casual, work for hire, original IP, regardless of your previous experience, there's an opportunity you can explore in this market. What publishers are looking for? What are the next trends will be and how to prepare your studio for them. Let's check this out. First, welcome our speaking, starting with the moderator, Carlos Estigarribia, Brazil Latam Head of Lockwood Publishing. Hi, Carlos.
Hi, good to see you.
And I'm also inviting our guests. In this panel, our speakers are talking from the US, Germany, Denmark, and Brazil. First, John Peterson, Vice President of Merger and Acquisitions at Gen City. Fraser McKinney, Director of Business Development at Scopely. And also Falco Boker, Senior Publishing Manager at Joypack. Welcome, everyone.
Hi. Thank you.
Hey, good to be here.
Carlos, the screen is yours.
Okay, thanks, Erika. Okay, so we have, I guess, 30 minutes and then 10 more for the questions. So let's start now. I would like to first like you guys to say like a very brief intro about yourself and like what company like you are with, and then we can start questions. Okay, so let's start first with on my right side here, Falco.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, the pressure. That's always like how much are you talking, right? No. Yeah. My name is Falco. I've been in the games industry for about 13 years now. Always been involved in free to play in some kind of way. Started out with like those PC MMO free to play games, if you remember when those were big in like 2008, 2009. Joined forces on the developer side as well. So I've like represented developers towards publishers, which was very interesting to see things from that side. And then went on to fully into mobile at first with Flare Games. And now I'm with Joypack, where I'm senior publishing manager. I'm kind of like the interface between the developer and us and the other parts of our company, all the way from like first contact throughout the cooperation. Joypack is a mobile game publisher. We're focused mostly on casual and hyper casual games. We started out bringing games to China mostly. So we have a big office in Beijing, China. We help different mid-sized publishers, self-publishing developers to bring their game to China and other Asian markets, which are of course very challenging in their own ways. But these days we're also working with a lot of developers on global titles. So and a lot of that comes from our office here in Copenhagen, and we have some people all over Europe, in London and Amsterdam, to kind of help with this, the communication, the access to the Western markets and so on. So we operate more like a Western publisher when working with developers from the West than a typical Chinese publisher would.
Okay, perfect. Fraser, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure, yeah. So this is my 16th year in the games business. Like Falco, I've spent pretty much all of my time working with free-to-play companies in one shape or form, mostly mobile. Yeah, I've been at Scopely for 2.5 years now, working as the Director of Business Development. My career has mostly been kind of like product and business development roles. And yeah, Scopely as a company, it's a large company spread across a number of locations now, mobile free to play. We have an office in LA, which is kind of like our center of gravity, just down the street from my friend underneath me here, as you can see. And we have an office in Barcelona, Dublin. We've opened an office in Boulder, Colorado, Tokyo. We've got a new office in London, and we've got some other stuff happening in Southeast Asia. We've built a sort of large, defensible, free-to-play mobile games business. With some big studio acquisitions over the last couple of years, and we intend to do more of that in the future. We've kind of managed to ship, I think, 6 top-grossing games, all in different genres, over the last 6 releases. So that's a trend that we hope to continue, and we'll probably be expanding into new genres again in the next, 6 to 12 months.
Oh, perfect. John?
Hey, Carlos. Thanks.
Hey.
I'm John Peterson, Vice President of Mergers and Acquisitions for Jam City. We're headquartered in Culver City, right next to Fraser. It used to be literally next door neighbors, but then we moved across the street. We started in 2010, and we've grown from essentially 1 studio to now we have 9. We have 700 employees, and we've gone from very casual genre of puzzle games that we're pretty good at, and but then we wanted to diversify into different genres. So that's where mergers and acquisitions. We've acquired a number of studios from Toronto to Berlin to Bogota, Colombia. So we're extremely excited to continue this path and grow organically and through acquisitions.
Okay, perfect. So as you were mentioning, you are into some kind of in the casual or hyper casual markets, but all of this is in the free-to-play category. And so for, let's say, like a small studio, which is the case of let's say, around 80% of the companies here, they are not big. So how can they enter into this market? Like, is it possible? What's the process like? If I have a studio, then I want to start into the free-to-play areas. What should I do now? Like, is it possible still to go in this market? Falco, if you.
For the hyper casual area, definitely. I would almost claim this is one of the easiest ways to get into mobile games right now. We work with a lot of incredibly small studios of 3-4 people because these projects are so limited in scope, right? So it's more about your speed than it is in like being able to lift these huge projects with cutting edge technology. It's really your creativity. How can you have new fun twists on the games? And it's very easy to find publishers that are looking for new, cool, creative concepts where you see like what is popular changing almost every week. So I think it's a great time for smaller studios to enter the market through hyper casual.
Oh, perfect. And what about you guys, Fraser, John? Do you think it's possible for companies to doing the more free-to-play, but not in some other kinds of games, other genres, the casual?
Yeah, I think outside of hyper casual is a great thing for the industry because of exactly the things that Falco just mentioned, and it democratizes entry again for a lot of small developers, which I think is really good. My feeling has been for a long time that it really is a matter of what your expectations and goals are as a developer when it comes to competing in the kind of just broader mobile free-to-play market. I think the chances of a small individual developer shipping a top grossing game are less than 0.1% likelihood, simply due to the kind of toxic level of competition that there is out there. I mean, in the time that it's taken us to have this short conversation, there's probably been like a couple of dozen new games appear in the App Store, right? There's just an insane abundance of content out there. And if you don't have weapons-grade publishing infrastructure behind you, there's no realistic prospect in my mind for a small developer to build a top grossing game. Now, if you want to build a game that recoups the cost of development and sets you up for your next title, or maybe it helps you to establish a good partnership with someone and gets you on the radar of some bigger potential partners. There's a huge scope for developers to make great headway in the market and going that road. But as I said, I think it's all about expectations. And for us, we're always looking for developers that are singularly focused on trying to be preeminent in a single category and understand the value of partnering with someone who can really help to level up their overall execution power across the board, not just in publishing, but on the development side as well, which is exactly what Scopely aims to do. Okay.
And what about you, John?
Yeah, I mean, I actually do think for a small developer, there's a decent opportunity. However, you have to be super, super, super focused on exactly one specific game. If you're small, and don't try to spread yourself too thin, know your KPIs, have the funding for UA and marketing, because it's very, very, very expensive. If you don't have that, it's going to be extremely hard. That's why it's always good to look at bigger companies who can help you out, but certainly know what you're getting into, and if you're going into it, be very, very smart about it and hit your KPIs, I would say, and certainly for soft launch. Okay. Don't just throw a game. You throw a game out there, you're going to be in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And but I guess that all of you are doing business now with some companies here, either here or in some of the other Latin American countries. So can you share, like, of course, like, if you can, who those companies are, and if there's anything that you think it's special, is when you deal with companies here in Brazil, Latin America, because maybe this can help some of the companies here to see how they should create their own games or how to pitch. So if you can share more about what you have been doing here in the region. I don't know. John?
Sure,
I can take that.
I know all of you guys. Yeah.
Go for it, John. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say we acquired a studio a couple of years back called Brains out of Bogota, and those guys are fantastic. I mean, small team, 20, 25 now, but they're just so hyper focused and so great to work with. The passion, every single day, when we talk to them or get on a call, it's like they're just happy to be working in the games industry, and the passion is there, and it's a breath of fresh air every single time we talk to them, and when they come to visit us when we're open in LA, it's just fantastic. So I literally would say that the passion is you can't teach that. It's a culture that was created there, and that's something that we absolutely love and can't get enough of. We also have an Argentinian studio in Buenos Aires, and those guys are fantastic. That's not on development, but they do a lot of our live ops and sunset games. So. But love those guys as well. So we're always looking for great opportunities, more of them in Latin America and Brazil.
Okay. Fraser?
Yeah, I mean, Scopely has a partnership with Acredis in Brazil. Those guys have been a great partner in shipping what we feel is a really successful product for us in Luni. And I think that, the key thing for us is that we're pretty bullish on the Latin American market, and I think that there's a number of advantages to doing business there. But in terms of what we look for in the developer, and in terms of how a developer can position themselves to be attractive for partnership, the same rules apply to studios down in South America and any of those countries as they do to anywhere else in the world. And one of the things John mentioned was focus, and I think that's really our watchword as well. It's a really, really key thing. And the natural thing for developers to do, and it's an understandable thing, is to diversify their risk, right? And they kind of go where the money is. So if there's an opportunity to kind of, build a product that maybe isn't part of their key objectives, but there's the opportunity to finance a part of the studio to do so, developers are they have a tendency to do that. And a market that's as competitive as this one, it's understandable why that frequently happens. But one of the things that for me, when I'm looking for potential franchise partners, that really marks out a developer who we believe has the potential to build, a game that can do 100 million plus a year, is one who has really singularly set themselves this mission of, no, we want to be the best strategy game developer in the world, or we want to be the best match 3 RPG developer, or whatever genre it might be. Because the way in which that studio will then orchestrate all of their processes, all of the kind of hiring mechanisms, all of that stuff, all the ways in which they warehouse expertise around that mission has a huge impact on their delivery power. So I would say that, to the extent that it's possible, that kind of singular focus on one thing that the studio wants to be preeminent in is a really good way to catch the attention of a prospective partner. And one other thing in free-to-play, and it's something that for me is like one of my first or second questions to any developer, is how many server engineers do you have? Because for us, we found over and over again, that is one of the best fitness tests of any studio's live ops efficacy. So studios that have really taken care to build a strong technical backbone and hire intelligently there and make sure that we've got a robust back-end team, that's a really big differentiator for us.
Okay, good point. Thanks. And Falco?
Yeah, the same. I mean, we don't have any active game with a South American studio right now. We tested plenty over my career in like almost any company I worked with. We had some games or good contacts. I think Brains, fantastic studio. That's kind of like the combined, like the tissue between all of us. We all had like some contact with them in the past. Worked with NGD from Argentina back at Gamigo, where we did Regnum Online. And yeah, we're like constantly in contact with a lot of studios from Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Chile, Peru, and a lot of these countries have like great new startup scenes now. I feel many places had kind of these big outsourcing like divisions of other North American companies, for example, that then went away. And now you have so many like experienced creative startups. I'm always impressed when I see the hyper casual studios, like the sophistication, both on the development side, but also kind of like the business side. So it's very well thought out, very precise calculations, kind of presentations, pitch ideas of their games and how to develop like the overall business strategy for their companies. So I see a huge jump in quality from small studios there now. And I think this will help grow more and more studios over time, where you have younger people joining these now newly established studios that are starting to land hits. So I think it will only get more interesting going forward.
Okay. Cool. So now just a shift from from this industry side is to the market side here. So are you doing any special thing on your games for the Latin American audience, or it's the same game? Of course, I know that you translate, but are you doing anything for the local audience, or do you plan to do this? Because it's something that maybe some of the local studios, but they can help you here if you're planning to do this, and not only for the devs, but for the art studios or for some other vendors. So just curious to see how do you think this part of localization for the Latin American market?
I mean, I can start with hyper casual because it's pretty straightforward. Yep. There's not a lot of like special things to do for different territories, right? The games barely have any words in them, if at all. You try to find something that can be easily understood around the world. I think that's the bigger challenge in hyper casual design. You see a lot of these concepts work that a South American teenager a teacher from New York and a grandma in China can almost equally relate to, right? I think it's more on the creative side, finding the topics that kind of appeal to people around the world as well as you can. When it comes to localization, it's more limited. Although I've seen a couple of games that do really well by just being very specific to the region that they are targeting, right? So if you have like lower aims for hyper casual and you don't necessarily want to conquer the worldwide market right off the out of the gate, it can be nice to just like hone in on some things that are popular, interesting, in the news in the country right now, and make something that is a twist on that, and at least everybody in your country or in your region can relate to. So I think that's what we're seeing more than more of the probably more sophisticated and bigger challenges that the other two are seeing here.
Okay. Fraser, John?
Yeah, I mean, you know, live ops sophistication is one of the things that Scopely prides itself on, and I'd say that we absolutely do across our portfolio via, you know, the event systems across our portfolio, try to find ways to create as personalized an experience as possible to all of our players in all markets, whether that's in South America or Central Europe, Eastern Europe, North America, wherever it might be. You know, for games like Star Trek Fleet Command, we're running, you know, hundreds if not thousands of unique segments every day, targeting specific user journeys to players to kind of give that level of personalization that we think really drives long-term engagement. And that's, you know, I think a theme that's consistent across our portfolio. So, you know, it's all about having the infrastructure to be able to achieve that. It's also a manpower thing. And, you know, with each individual team, you know, the more manpower and the more great talent we're able to attract to those teams, the more regional we can go when it comes to these, you know, and more granular when it comes to this, you know, personalization that relates to specific things that might be happening in specific cultures across the world. So, yeah, I think it's absolutely something we do. And I think it's for us a goal to chase ever deeper levels of personalization in live operations across our portfolio.
Okay. John, anything to... You are mute. Okay.
Dogs were barking. Yeah. So we would, like, you know, like Fraser said, we're super focused on, you know, trying to target the, you know, the 1%, the individuals on events, live ops, and we can certainly do a lot better, but we've created something that we're rolling out here in the next 6 months that we're pretty excited about, where it's going to be specifically targeted to, you know, the 1% of the 1%. So it's we're always trying to get better at it, and you know, we're excited about what's coming in the near future.
Okay, so I guess, but that one of the topics that you also mentioned is about the live ops and also the all of the marketing investment for the games, because it seems that, like, even if you have like a very good game idea, you have to have this the live ops part, even for the technical side or for the marketing side, like to run this, and the money is to do like the soft launch and this whole process. So for like a small studio, they simply don't have how to fund this. So how should they, like, is it possible now for, let's say, if I have a game, like I'm starting to do some live ops, but I don't have access to all of the tools and like all of the money. Is this something that they can go to a publisher like yours and get the funding, or so? Can you be like the second step for those guys, or should they find funding like in some other place just to help them to grow the game?
So, yeah, you know, Scopely isn't that kind of publisher. We're not a publisher that just finances marketing or provides marketing support as a service. And there are publishers out there that do that, and they have a very great business doing that. I think our attitude is that in order to build top grossing titles, you have to do more than provide marketing support. You have to build a game from the ground up. I think it's a core characteristic of our portfolio that we don't do any traditional third-party publishing, so we don't go out into the market and look for product. We go out into the market and we look for teams who can build great product with us. So, you know, I don't want to say anything that's dispiriting to developers out there, because I do think there are a lot of options if that is the route that you want to go. If you want to go alone and remain as independent as possible, and you want to find people who can perhaps help you test and validate your assumptions about the games that you're building, there are options out there. But you know, I think, you know, probably more important than finding those partners is tooling your development studio with the necessary makeup from the outset to be able to attack live ops intelligently. And like I said earlier, for me, that's having really, really strong technical foundations in the studio and an understanding of what live operations looks like. And a lot of the time I hear from studios, oh yeah, we're about to ship that game and then we'll be able to scale the team down. I've never seen a successful game that scaled the team down when they launched it in live operations. So I think the understanding that, like, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and that you need to really tool yourself with really, really strong technical foundations are a great way to get noticed. And then you'll find that there are partners that are willing to spend money with you, either for a big partnership style process where they build a game together like with Scopely, or, you know, via, you know, one of these other kind of publishers that provide marketing as a service.
Okay. Anybody else wants to add something? Or?
Yeah, I'll talk about it. So yeah, so I think for us, you know, we wouldn't do third-party publishing. I never say never, but we've tried it in the past, and you know, everyone's always mad at each other. You know, you're not spending enough. Well, you're not giving us enough content, and so that really hasn't worked, I think. But what has worked is talking to studios, small developers that have something and are looking for a publisher. But then what we show them, what we can provide them as far as guidance, but as far as, you know, consumer insights, AI, BI, UA, marketing, a lot of tool sets that we've created, that seems to resonate really well with them. So you know, we would partner with them. We would fund them, invest in them, and then, you know, grow together. So I think you know, those opportunities, you know, we've done probably 3 or 4 that started out with a phone call. Hey, we're looking for a publisher, and I'm like, well, we don't do that, but what do you have? And then we start talking, and it leads to something bigger and an opportunity. So.
Okay. Cool.
I think it's pretty interesting how different but also similar things are on the hyper casual side. So what is totally different is the testing process, right? So not just us, most of the hyper casual publishers, you can just go there with a game. They generally don't require even a contract, maybe like integrating a tracking solution, and they give you a couple hundred of users for them to see the potential of the game. Of course, live ops, not so much of a big focus for a hyper-casual publisher. Most of the games, if not all of the games, don't really have any multiplayer or long-term content. Retention is usually so low that you lose 90% of your players in the first week anyway. So the marketing side is really where a lot of the expertise and optimization lies on the publisher side, but they also test out a lot of games. So it should be very easy if you just want to see if your game could be popular in the market, and also if you just want to understand your game a little bit better and gather some data from real users, just to approach publishers to get your game tested. What is changing though, and that is similar to the other two, is that publishers are more and more interested in teams rather than single games, especially if you have to recreate successes at such a high pace. So us, but also a lot of other publishers now start partnerships where there's kind of like an ongoing funding for developers, even to come up with new prototypes, to have first dibs on these new games from what we think are the best studios out there, and then work together from that stage, kind of share back market information, insights from the very early stage. It might get more sophisticated. We've seen with games like Achero that these genres start mixing in some way, not as fast as I thought they would be, but there is a potential where live ops becomes more important for companies that were usually or traditionally more hyper casual publishers. And then, we have to see if we can catch up and have the same sophistication when it comes to the higher production and live ops efforts that are required for this. Otherwise, it's easier for us, of course, to work with external studio, because in a month and a half of development time, there's only so much that can go wrong, right? So the production angle is much easier on our side.
Okay.
It's such a challenge these days. Like the mobile third-party publishing market right now, the burden of validation for product has just been on this like upward curve. So developers like have to provide more and more product and better KPIs to even get a publishing deal for kind of, you know, what you would call a traditional third-party publishing deal. And meanwhile, the burden of obligation for those kinds of publishers has actually been decreasing because there's such an abundance of content and we can always move on to the next thing. So yeah, I think it's a very, very challenging market for third-party publishing for developers right now.
Okay, cool. Okay, so now we have some of the questions here, and like if the people want to send us more, and now it's the time. So the first one here is from Lord Hania. He's asking about if we think that now we are going to see like two kinds of things happening, like for the mobile games to go on a totally a different way from the PC and the a console. So it's going to be like two different markets as we have now, let's say, in the film industry and in the TV. So do you think it's going to frankly be like two things, or it's going to all be the same thing? Because when we do talk about free to play, like for us here, it's totally different from the a typical PC title, a premium title. So how do you see this? Is it going to be like two ways or the same in the future? Just
Well, yeah, I mean, I can talk about this. I mean, I think all the evidence right now points towards there being more convergence, not less. I certainly wouldn't be the guy that predicts that, you know, there's going to be an event horizon where there's a 100% overlap of platforms where you can't really distinguish one from the other. But I do think that there are certain types of experience where consumer expectations are being set by the preeminent products in the market. So if you look at what's happening with Minecraft, with PUBG, with Fortnite, you know, I think games that are either have a strong kind of like competitive social progress dimension, or they have like this kind of creative invest and express type progress dimension. And those kinds of games are more and more typically kind of multi-platform, cross-platform experiences. And I think it's going to be harder and harder for mobile companies that want to create top-grossing titles in those categories to not offer comparable experiences with that kind of level of functionality. And I expect that trend to continue. Meanwhile, I think that there are always going to be certain types of experience that just don't really belong on other platforms. You know, I can't imagine anybody like feeling like a desperate need to play a match-3 RPG on console. And, you know, having said that, I think there was probably a time not long ago when I would have said, I can't imagine anyone playing a competitive multiplayer shooter on mobile, and look where we are. So, so let's see. But, you know, I don't see there being like 100% overlap in terms of they all converge into one thing. But I think the walls are coming down, and I think that's a good thing. And we're going to see more of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially for those specific genres. I also don't think there's going to be like 100% overlap. And I also think it's usually pretty one-sided coming from PC console towards mobile. I think on mobile, you can't build the same kind of hype. There's nobody going to stay up all night to see an E3 press conference for the new mobile game being announced. And yes, that's usually like a smaller part of the market, but it's a kind of very vocal, kind of very passionate user base. So I think you cannot recreate the same kind of brand recognition that you see on mobile and on PC and console on mobile. However, it works, of course, the other way around. Something that you play on PC or on console, if you can have the same or a similar experience on mobile, a lot of people will search that out there. But then, yeah, there are genres where like smaller kind of more time killer games that are that have a harder time on PC and console, because it's usually you don't sit down to play these games. It's a game that you play when you're like on the go waiting for the bus. So I think there are a couple of segments that are kind of safe from that. But yeah, if you're like building from the ground up a big shooter strategy game or something specifically for mobile to break into that market, it's difficult, because you have to compete with all the already established mobile games, and devices don't develop that fast anymore, that like games can suddenly do so much more than the games that came out a year, 2 years, or even 3 years ago. And you have the games from PC and console coming in, taking also a chunk out of that market.
Okay. John, any?
Yeah, no, I agree with you both. I certainly think that it's not going to be going away. It's coming together. There's a lot of PC console companies that want to get into mobile with their games. It's harder to do than I think than they're.
That's true.
It's really hard. But I mean, I think with certainly Fortnite, everyone's playing on every type of device, and that's been, I think it's been great for the industry. I think it's also set the bar so high that if you're going to get in, if you're PC console and you get a game and you go to mobile, it better be good, because the audience is demanding that.
Okay, and do you have anything that you think there is a trend that we should know about? Because maybe it's something that that's not big yet, so that like you guys will not do it. But if, let's say, like a small dev does something, then it could help them to really be more noticed in this area. So is something like AR, VR, or other things? Do you think there's any trend that you are feeling that, okay, this is interesting, but we won't do this now, but if somebody shows up, maybe it has a higher chance?
So I tend to take, so I don't really go in for that view of how to leapfrog the market and become more competitive by finding a trend. Like the number of people that discover like an Archero style format is, again, it's such a diminishingly small number. Mm-hmm. And then as soon as like a game like that comes out, it's the hot thing, and everyone wants to, oh, this is Archero but better because I've added this or I've added that. And it's the same with auto chess, and it's the same with like every other thing. When you go to conferences, developers are often talking about the hot new thing. Meanwhile, established large games companies that are developer publishers, they're looking at the market and they're thinking, maybe I'll make a solitaire game, or maybe I'll make another match 3 RPG, or maybe I'll make another strategy game, right? Like, I don't think that innovation necessarily, like, innovation's always going to be a great thing. It's one of the things that drives the industry forward. It's not a great competitive advantage for small studios, because the likelihood of hitting upon something that can become its own category by the sheer power of its difference and how compelling that is just so unlikely. I would always go for craft over innovation 10 times out of 10. Building a really, really great game that does that does that genre justice and really kind of like, presents a really quality experience for the user is always going to be, for me, a much better indicator of a studio's competitiveness than the fact that they've picked up on, the latest trend and have done a riff on it,
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, gosh, real trends, I don't really see any right now as far as like AR, VR. We tend to kind of stay away from those, mm-hmm. just because we haven't really seen how do you make money in it yet, and the audience really isn't there. Kind of an interesting story, I would say, just over 5 years ago, met a little company out of Israel that had a game and it was doing pretty good. Actually, it wasn't doing very well, but it was interesting concept, and they grew it and grew it and grew it, and kept talking to us, and sadly we passed on it until we couldn't afford it. But it was Coin Master, and I would just say that those guys were so focused and so confident. It's like, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. And they just kept getting better and better and better. And, man, it's such a fantastic story, and love that. And I would just say, if you guys, if you're super passionate about it, and these guys, and I go back to KPIs, these guys knew where they had to get to, and they got there, and they were just super, super, super hyper focused, on it, and did not stray. So it's hard now because, of the competition, but I would just say, just stay focused. And if you're passionate about it, don't veer.
Cool.
Yeah. I think people follow the trends also in a wrong way, or follow the wrong trends. Like AR, VR, that's a platform, right? And you can jump on this trend once it's an established platform. It's not the first game that came out on iOS that is huge and everybody still talks about. It's the one that did it right when the platform was established. The same for kind of following a popular game. Everybody's talking about that other game anyways. On a screenshot, the couple of innovations that you bring to that, nobody will see that. So they really have to get into the game and spend some time with it to learn that. And then maybe having a more complicated version of Achero or what else is popular at the moment is probably not what people want. They want that kind of like crisp, really honed in kind of execution of that idea. So I think there's room for innovation, but like, think about why you do the things the way that you're doing them, right? You have to have a clear goal. You combine things that are going to work in a fresh new way, so you don't alienate everybody right out of the gate. So yeah, if you're smart and passionate about it, and not just run blindly after a trend, I think there's some room for it.
Okay, thanks. Well, we ran out of time, unfortunately. It's too fast here, but I want to thank you all for sharing this. Let's see if we can see each other in the future, like face to face. I really miss you guys.
Likewise, yeah, that'd be cool.
And yeah, so thanks everybody. And now I will let our good friend Erica to finish this. Hey, Erica.
Hi guys, thank you so much. It was really nice to see different approaches to publishing from different perspectives, right? So quick reminder, don't forget to share the link of our channel with your friends, comment, share with your colleagues, co-workers. Big Digital is happening, and we have a day full of sessions today and tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody. It was a pleasure to be here, and we come back in 5 minutes with the next session. This time with my colleague Bianca Antunes from Black River. She will be our next host, and she's joining us from Manaus, Amazonia. I'll see you later. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to Big Digital 2020. Bem-vindo a Big Digital 2020. This is the online version of Big Festival. With simultaneous translation, you can choose the language you prefer by accessing the link on the chat or on the channel. Todas as palestras serão transmitidas em português e em inglês. Você pode escolher a língua da sua preferência no chat. Eu vivo em Manaus, onde sou produtora na Black River Studio. Você pode enviar os seus comentários e perguntas no chat e nós iremos responder. Nesta sessão, nós não teremos perguntas e respostas, mas se vocês quiserem mandar perguntas, elas serão enviadas ao nosso convidado mais tarde, e ele responderá. Vamos falar sobre Roblox. This panel will be in English, however, we'll have translation into Portuguese. Essa sessão será um pouquinho diferente das outras. Nós vamos assistir a um vídeo da Roblox, ok? Em 2019, ganharam mais de 110 milhões. Eles estão entre os líderes na América. E eles
In
estão
our session,
conectados
our
a mais de
Roblox Head of
120
Developer Community,
milhões
Justin
de
Souza,
usuários.
will share the company's
Nós vamos
vision and
contar com a
interview Caio
presença do
Cabral,
Justin
a Roblox
Souza
creator
da
from Brazil,
Roblox.
to share his personal experience of creating for the Metaverse. So let's enjoy the video.
The story of Roblox begins in 1989 with this simple block. We programmed a 2D simulated physics lab called Interactive Physics, which would later go on to influence our approach to building the groundwork for Roblox. Students across the world used interactive physics to see how two cars would crash or build destructible houses. It was astonishing to see what these kids and teens were designing, and I wanted to replicate that capability on a much grander scale. So with my co-founder Eric, we began building the core components that would become the basis for our imagination platform. Roblox quickly began bringing the world together through the power of play, harnessing players and creators of different ages and backgrounds from all around the world, connected by shared experiences. From China to Brazil to America, the world began to create as one. Friendships were built, and a new form of entertainment was born. The Roblox world is growing faster than ever before. Creators are creating new genres, deeper narratives, and more diverse experiences that are opening up entertainment paths into worlds of play never thought possible. We're enabling the creation of more human forms that allow for greater self-expression, unleashing the limits of the imagination to enable anyone to be who they want to be. We're building a platform for a new generation, one that enables people to create and share experiences through play. Together, we are the architects of play.
Hey everyone, I am Jay Party here from Roblox, here to talk to you about the future of gaming through user-generated content. Well, what is Roblox? At its heart, Roblox is a game engine. It's a physics simulator, but it's evolved to be so much more. Now, it's a social hub for over 120 million monthly active users. It's a tool for expression and a home for digital co-experiences. What makes Roblox so successful? Roblox is a user-generated platform. At its heart, it also has a strong social network. And these are the players, the creators, and the users all share a similar passion and joy for the platform. After all, they're building the content they're enjoying. And this is what leads into that whole user-generated content marketplace. Due to the nature of how things are created and the immediate feedback loop to the players, folks have particular pride in their creations. And it causes a lot more sharing and a lot more investment over time in the things people build. Just how big is Roblox? For the folks out there who haven't heard of it, it's quite large. I joined Roblox 5 years ago when it was a much quieter place. But over time, we've had explosive growth in many regions all around the world. Today, we are boasting over 2.5 billion hours of engagement, not even captured by this chart. So what does that mean? What is Roblox? Who's on it? We have a mantra at Roblox. It's build once, publish anywhere. And so our experiences are across different devices. Today, mobile, as our fastest growing by far group of users, is over 51% of the platform, with desktop still at 44%. And finally, console is at 5%. And while they might be small, they are very mighty. And we have a dedicated fan base of users on console. Our age demographics skew a little younger, with 59% of users under 13. However, 13 plus content is our fastest growing demographic, as well as one of the reasons we're here today, talking to folks about joining us to build the high fidelity creations of tomorrow. We have a gender split of 40% female, which is actually a major point of pride for Roblox, as we have a lot of users who really want to focus on bringing video games to both folks and allow anyone to engage with the content as they feel. And finally, global is one of our highest growing groups. With 68% of Roblox users now outside of the US and Canada, we're seeing explosive growth in regions just like this one. And we are really excited to be here today to kind of bring those opportunities to the creators and users across in all these regions. All right, let's talk a little bit about the individual milestones for some of our successful games. After all, just how big do Roblox experiences get? We now have 16 games with over 1 billion plays. And to put that in a perspective that folks out there might know in the gaming industry, our top experiences boast over 10 million monthly active users, a giant amount of users for any game. We have over 5,000 games now with 1 million plays. Folks are explorers. Roblox users go out and find all kinds of content. And this allows us to kind of build in a more communal sense. Folks understand that it's about slow iteration. It's not about a milestone release. And so dedicated creators iterate and help grow the experiences. They also share with other creators. It helps reduce direct competition and foster a community of growth, working together to build the best experiences they can in every genre. So let's talk about some of our biggest titles. This year we had a major breakout hit, Adopt Me, just trounced global records. With 1.6 million peak concurrents at their height, this is a huge game by any standards. They've had over 8 billion visits since launch in 2017, and they are just giant. They continue to develop partnerships with top brands such as Warner Brothers and Disney, and they continue work on updating and growing their team. What started as a quiet dream for two folks back in 2017 has now expanded into a large global business, boasting giant numbers and futures looking bright. All right, but let's look at some milestones from last year and talk about where Roblox is at. Last year, we paid out over 110 million cash to our developers. This year, we're planning on paying out even more. This is in USD. We have over 2 million developers on the platform, with 35,000 of those developers monetizing each and every month. And finally, we have 315,000 active creators uploading and creating new content each and every month. All right, thank you so much for joining us here today for this talk. We have a very exciting guest coming up here. We're going to do an interview with one of Brazil's own, Caio Cabral, who recently joined one of our first new programs, the UGC Avatar program, allowing all the gear and items used by the players on Roblox to be created by, once again, the users. So Caio has been lucky enough to join that program for us, and we're going to talk to him today and hear about his journey.
Hi, guys.
What's up, Caio? Thanks for jumping on. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I guess we could start with an intro. Who the heck are you? Tell us about yourself and where you're at.
So, as you said, my name is Caio Cabral. I'm 25 years old. I live in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And I started learning 3D modeling about 4 years ago. And I started creating stuff for Roblox pretty recently, even though I joined Roblox in 2010.
Awesome. Well, how'd you learn about Roblox? What got you on the platform? Why'd you join?
Okay, so I have an American cousin, and we used to play a lot of games back in the day. And my PC was never good enough, to play the games of the year. So I was lost and I couldn't play any games. And he said, "Hey, cousin, I have this game called Roblox, and it's really cool. So we should play it." And I was, "Cousin, my PC won't run any games, And he was like, "No problem. It will run this game. It's really cool." And so I just downloaded it and started playing it.
Awesome. So what kept you on Roblox? Sounds like a fun start.
Yeah, so every time I played a game of Roblox, I just had a a feeling and a need to be part of the community, and I wanted to be one of the people that created cool stuff on the platform. So I just kept coming back and trying to learn more stuff about game development and more stuff about you know how to bring the same experience I had in a game to other people.
Hmm. That's awesome. So did you work on any games? Did you develop any games for Roblox?
Yeah, I did last year. Me and my friend Kenny Peaks, we got hooked on a game called Dungeon Quest, and we were playing day and night every day. And after playing, I don't know, for 2 weeks, we got inspired to try, creating our own game. And the problem was that we were really new to the whole game development thing. So we hit a lot of road bump. And but I think eventually, I just put aside the project since I didn't have a program knowledge, and I just focused on creating 3D models, and yeah, here we are.
And that's what leads us here today. When we brought you on, you recently won the Brazilian competition for UGC Avatar Gear, and that's what allowed you to join the UGC program at Roblox. And before I shut it down, I do want to shout out, we've got some of your creations in the background here with the interview slides so folks can see some of the things you've created for folks. But let's focus back on that competition. What was it like being in that, and how'd you win?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, the AGC competition was a creation contest, and in which Portuguese-speaking countries could participate. And there were a lot of people participating on it, and I won. It was amazing. And basically, the dev forum Guaraná, which is the relationship manager, I guess. I really don't know how to explain his post there. He's a really cool dude, and he started this competition, and I just sent some stuff I made. I started creating things for the exclusively for the competition,
Mhm.
and yeah, so I got to know about the competition by this friend, Agent P, and so far it just surpassed my expectations. I got to know a lot of creators and that I admire, and I learned a lot about 3D modeling and texturing, and Roblox itself was a really really good cool experience.
So tell us about some of your creations. What inspires you to create, and kind of why do you do what you do?
Yeah, so one of my first creations I posted on Roblox was the googly reality goggles. It was a virtual reality headset with googly eyes on the front. And I know VR was, gaining popularity around the world. So probably people would like to have. I thought about maybe people would like to, have a VR headset inside Roblox. So I just made it. So to my surprise, people just started buying like crazy. People was commenting and leaving favorites, on the item, and leaving welcome messages on my inbox, and that was a really cool experience. And I got a lot of inspiration from real life stuff and ArtStation, which is a portfolio website. There are a lot of talented people there, and I just go there to get inspired, basically.
That's awesome. Well, I'm going to shut this share down. So I want to talk to you a little more about some of the challenges you faced. It's been an interesting journey for you being a 3D artist in the world. I'd love to hear more about the path you've been on.
Yeah, one of my biggest challenges, I guess, is I for the 3D art form was the lack of knowledge
Mhm.
about it. When I was younger, 3D modeling for me was a never seen before concept. So I grew on a regular neighborhood. We played soccer with friends on the street, and just played around with friends. And I had a PC, but internet connection was really bad. So the challenge I faced was not getting to know about my passion early in my life, and developing the 3D art skills is really hard to keep going when you hit a road bump. and you start smoothly, learning from the tutorial, and you just keep following step by step. But when you start doing something by yourself, you just hit a brick wall, and and I think getting through that is the biggest challenge for everyone, I guess. The mental strength, the power of will. And I didn't have any of those back in the day, but I
Yeah.
just kept pushing it and pushing it until I got through it.
Is working with the community in Roblox, did that help at all? Was that working with inspiration?
Yes, yes. Yes. When I hit a Roblox, I have my friends around me. They are really supportive. So I modeled something, did a render, and I would just say, "Oh, this is not good," and they would say, "Dude, are you crazy? This is insane. This is amazing." And I think that, and posting stuff on the dev forums and seeing other people create and see how happy they are, just creating simple stuff. And I think that removed this idea I had in my mind that you had to create something insane, some top AAA game to be happy. And I think that helped me a lot.
That's awesome. So, we brought you on today because you've had success as a UGC creator for Roblox. Has there been changes to your life? Has this impacted other areas of your life beyond kind of your day job?
Yeah, before Roblox, I was kind of lost. I had this skill that I was learning, the 3D art, but I knew I loved it, but I couldn't find a way to make it my job, because in the end of the day, you need money. You need to sustain your family. You need to sustain yourself. So I practice every day. I spend countless hours in watching content and tutorials and learning more and more about the art form. And my family didn't support me at first. My dad, my mom always supported me, but she was worried that I wouldn't be able to keep this as a job. So when I got accepted to UGC and the first paycheck came, then I knew that I could keep doing this as my job, and she was really happy, and it helped us, during this time of the COVID thing. It's just amazing what Roblox is doing to me.
Yeah, that's awesome. So it's allowed you to kind of help your family out in need and kind of build a better life.
Yeah, basically, she still doesn't believe that I make more money than a big company CEO. So I got
Yeah.
that going for me.
Yeah, I think that can be hard for a lot of folks to digest. So, how do you monetize? What is the key to your success? We're alluding to it, while we're here. You are very successful on the platform as a UGC creator, above and beyond a lot of other folks out there. Kind of, what are you doing to succeed so well?
The best part of creating in Roblox is that basically handle monetization for you. You don't have to worry about so much about making a store. You just focus on the creative part of things. And I have Twitter as well. Twitter is really cool for just spreading the word out there. You just create something, post it on Twitter, and people really like to give notes on what you do. They are really critic on Twitter.
Of
So
course.
when you post something there, people will say, "Hey, I think you could change this color to this color, or maybe you can tweak that." And sometimes those people really help you. These guys are there trying to, even though they can be in on your place, they want to participate. So they really give you really good points. And if you listen well to the community, you can. I think that's the key of success. You just listen to the community and do what they want. And sometimes it's kind of boring because you want to create stuff for yourself. But if you create stuff for yourself, listen to what they say, you
Yeah.
can get really far by doing this.
Yeah, and I think you're really hitting the nail on the head here for UGC Creations, and that it is about kind of your own passion iterated by feedback, and it really allows that kind of feedback loop on Roblox, which is nice. So that's awesome. But as a local Brazilian, kind of what's the best part about representing your country to a global audience? Do you have pride in that? Is it fun? What's it like?
Really proud of representing my country. We really, as Brazilian, we really love representing our country, and I think the fact that I get messages from Brazilians every day. People say, "Hey, this is it's so cool that you're Brazilian and you're on Roblox creating stuff. And I mean, we are getting the recognition we deserve. We have a lot of talent people and creative people here in Brazil. We just don't have, the structure to make these people shine. And finally, Roblox is doing this part, giving a platform for us to try and be the best we can be in our area that we love. So the fact I can reach the whole world from my country is amazing, and it's a feeling I wish everybody could just experience. I see people using Google Translate so they can speak my language, so they can give me ideas for UGC stuff, and that's really, really, really cool.
Awesome. It's fascinating. Well, Caillou, what does the future look like? What are you working on? What's your next big plan?
The future is bright, pun intended, and I hope I can keep creating content for Roblox and get even more involved with the community. I want to go back to make games. I want to help Roblox grow more and more, and I want to give back to the people who supported me so much. And I'm working on a YouTube tutorial channel. I want to start making tutorials focus mainly on 3D modeling and texturing for Roblox. So people that are starting now on the platform can just learn more about modeling, and which is pretty cool because the workflow is kind of different for Roblox, but that's gonna change soon, guys. PBR is coming, so
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, we are always iterating. Just like the users, we also try to listen to our creator feedback and change the platform for the better.
Yeah.
Any advice for folks interested in creating on Roblox?
Yeah, I think one advice I can give you guys is believe in the platform. Roblox is growing more and more by the day, and the main page you have games that have more concurrent players than big games out there, as you said. And then the opportunity is here, guys. You just have to just try it out. It's really, really cool.
Nice. And to those who may not have heard of Roblox, do you have any words of wisdom you'd like to share, perhaps in your native tongue?
Oh, ok. Gente, baixa e experimenta o Roblox. Vocês vão se surpreender. Se você não tem uma plataforma para poder criar jogos, não tem experiência, vocês podem criar, vem pro Roblox, que a oportunidade aqui é muito grande. Você vai poder criar jogo, se dividir experiência com o fórum, e quando menos esperar, vai estar completamente engajado com a comunidade. É uma experiência muito legal. That's it.
That's it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you said, but I trust you nonetheless. Well, Caillou, thanks so much for joining me today. I think that wraps up our interview. So once again, to everyone out there watching us, please check it out. Let us know. Get in contact with us. We're happy to chat. We think Roblox is awesome. We'd love to share with more folks and get anyone else involved. Caillou, thanks again. Any final shout-outs anyone out there before we sign off for the day?
Thank you, Justin. Yeah, I think I want to shout out my friends, Cinepix, agent, who showed me the competition for Roblox, the UGC. I want to shout out Michael TKZ and Pingu. Those guys are game devs in Roblox, and they're doing their best to represent Brazil as well, and they're really talented. And my mom and my family, and they supported me, and now I can support them. And that's it. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Caillou, thanks again, and thanks to everyone out there. We look forward to working with you all. Have a great day. We'll see you soon.
So thanks Roblox for this video. We were able to check a lot of data, and it's amazing the possibilities. You can build a complete new world. So it's nice to know that you have a big community where people can, learn and share things. So thank you again for everything. And like I said, we won't have questions and answers live, but feel free to ask anything, and we will send it to Justin later. And before we end this session, let's pass on a few announcements from Big Digital. Don't forget to share the link to our channel and tag your friends to also participate in Big Digital 2020. And since this was a little bit different, we'll come back in 25 minutes, and it was a pleasure. See you soon.
Olá, pessoal. Bem-vindos ao Big Digital 2020. Bem-vindas ao Big Digital 2020. Welcome to Big Digital 2020. Essa é a primeira edição do Big Digital, a versão online do Big Festival. This is the first edition of the Big Digital, the online Big Festival. Um aviso rápido, todas as palestras serão transmitidas com tradução simultânea em inglês e português. Escolha qual idioma da sua preferência acessando o link que está no chat e no descritivo aqui do canal. All of the panels will be presented in Portuguese and in English. You can choose the language and find the link on the video description or on the chat. And as always, you can join us on the session interacting and send your comments and questions on the chat. We count on you. So let's kick off the session, Nintendo Switch Game Development, a Global Opportunity. But before, just a quick reminder in Portuguese. Essa palestra vai ser feita em inglês, então se você quiser tradução em português, pode acessar o link de tradução descritiva aqui do canal. So we are super excited to welcome Scott Hawkins, Head of Developer Relations at Nintendo's America. Scott's going to tell us about Nintendo's interest in work with talented game developers and game publishers to bring great games to Nintendo Switch. Developers will learn about the process for applying to become a Nintendo Switch developers, hear answers to common questions, and see examples where developers showcased key Nintendo Switch features with their games. This session is ideal for game developers that want to make games for Nintendo Switch. Like I said, this session will not open for live Q&A. Instead, you can send us your question that will be handed to Scott later. So enjoy the session and let's welcome Scott Hawkins. He is talking from Washington, USA. Hello, Scott. Hello, I'm honored to be with you here today. What a pleasure to meet you. So now it's with you. Good luck.
Guys, thank you for that really nice introduction. I'm going to share my screen so I can bring up the presentation.
Sure.
Okay, I'm hoping that everyone can see the presentation right now. That should do it. Can everybody see that? Yes, I think we're good. Okay, so welcome to our big digital presentation, Nintendo Switch Game Development, a Global Opportunity. As Bianca mentioned, I'm Scott Hawkins and I head up developer relations, the developer relations team at Nintendo of America and our publisher and developer relations group. And our goal is to work with developers and publishers to make great games for Nintendo Switch. I've been making video games for over 25 years and I've worked with developers all over the world. But the first time I ever traveled to South America was actually last year when I attended the big festival in Sao Paulo at Big 2019. We met with many developers from Brazil and other countries from Latin America, and we were really impressed by the talent, the passion, and the sense of community that the developers from Latin America shared. And despite making many great connections and having many great meetings with talented developers, we had limited options last year because our Nintendo Switch development hardware had not been certified to be able to be shipped into Brazil. But I'm happy to say that we have big news on that front and on that topic, and I will talk about that in more detail later in this presentation. And I promise I'll try to minimize the number of big puns that I include in this presentation as well. So here's a quick agenda of what we're going to discuss today. We are going to talk about the history of Nintendo and the history of us as an entertainment company. Then we're going to give a quick business update on the Nintendo Switch, and we'll talk about development for Nintendo Switch as well. Now, many people believe that Nintendo actually was founded in the 80s, around the time when Donkey Kong first came out in the arcades in 1981. But people would only be half right based on that, because Nintendo was actually founded in the 80s, but it was the 1880s, 1889 to be exact. We started as a manufacturer of beautifully decorated Hanafuda playing cards. And we had a long run with that being our primary business. And we've been offering entertainment from the very start. Nintendo's also known about their video games and their video game characters. You'll recognize a lot of familiar names, including Mario, Donkey Kong, Legend of Zelda, Metroid, Kirby, and many more. And as you can see from this slide, there are lots of characters that you'll recognize, and they're beloved characters that are popular all around the world. Nintendo is also known for their hardware. We've had lots of different hardware over the years, and Nintendo prides itself on its uniqueness with its hardware, really delivering things that people don't expect, like motion controls and touch screens and 3D visuals that you could see without needing 3D glasses. And with our latest platform, the Nintendo Switch, which is a system that you can take with you on the go and play at home. What drives our spirit of uniqueness? Well, that really comes to our corporate philosophy, and that is to put smiles on people's faces. This is what drives us each and every day. We love to surprise people with things that they didn't expect, and sometimes they didn't even know they wanted. And in that spirit, we put together a video highlighting some of the current flagship product offerings for our Nintendo Switch, which launched in March of 2017. So check out this video. Nice. So before talking about developing games for Nintendo Switch, let's talk about the features of the Nintendo Switch. As we mentioned earlier, the Nintendo Switch is a system you can take with you on the go, and there's 3 different ways you can play with it. You can dock it and play it on your TV. It has a kickstand where you can stand up on its own and you can put it on top of a table in tabletop mode. And it also can be taken with you on the go in handheld mode. So it's a console that's portable and can go with you. Another key feature of the Nintendo Switch is the Joy-Cons. These are the controllers for the platform, and they're packed with technology. This includes accelerometers and gyroscopes that allow you to have motion with gyro-controlled steering and aiming, and they can also detect acceleration. Also, HD Rumble is another big feature that we have, and you can actually have haptic feedback that you feel, and it's more than just vibration. You get lots of different effects. And there's NFC and infrared sensors as well that can sense items around the Joy-Con controllers. And you can connect up to 8 Joy-Cons to a Nintendo Switch, a single system at the same time. And talking about the Joy-Cons, there's several ways you can hold them. So you can pair 2 together and use it as a single controller. You can put them horizontal and vertical and have them in different modes, or you can have them separate, but use 2 at the same time as well. And we also have the Pro Controller, which you can use more as a traditional gamepad when you're playing the game. We also support touchscreen controls on the Nintendo Switch as well. Another big feature for the Nintendo Switch is online and network play. And we support wireless support on the Nintendo Switch, so you can play with other people online in multiplayer games over Wi-Fi. The Nintendo Switch also supports local wireless play between 2 switches directly, so you can play head-to-head or cooperatively in a Nintendo Switch game, even without a Wi-Fi together if the game supports it. And we have several games that support it, and we'll talk about that a little later in the presentation. Quality games are a big part of Nintendo Switch as well, and we have a lot of high-quality physical games that are always listing up the top 10 list on Nintendo Switch. Games like Animal Crossing, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Super Mario Odyssey, Zelda, Breath of the Wild. And we also have lots of great third-party titles from our third-party publishers, games like Mortal Kombat 11, Fortnite, FIFA, Just Dance, Overwatch, and many more. And we have lots of great digital games from indie developers on Nintendo Switch. Titles like Overcooked and Hollow Knight, Untitled Goose Game, and many more. And I wanted to send out a quick shout out to some of our developers from Latin America, including the developers behind Skyrocket and Chroma Squad and Horizon Chase Turbo. Just wanted to send a shout out and thank you for the support. One big focus on Switch is quality over quantity. We love having high quality games on Nintendo Switch. And there are more than 250 games on the platform that have a Metacritic rating of over 80, which is a very high rated, high quality game. Games that feel like they were designed and made for Nintendo Switch are the ones we love to see the most because it really showcases the unique features of the platform and make it stand out. And I'd like to stress that our players are a really unique and diverse audience on the platform. And having a variety of content is appealing to us because different gamers like different types of games. So the more content you have, the more that they'll want to play. And talking about players, they're looking to be entertained. And gaming is one of the biggest parts of entertainment. Did you know that there are actually over 2.6 billion gamers in the world? I was surprised when I heard this. And there's over 110 million in the US, but 2.6 billion in the world. Gaming's mainstream and it's a big business. And as you can see by this chart here from a 2018 IDG analysis report, gaming is only second to TV broadcast, which is broadcast and streaming. But the big takeaway on this slide is that gaming is actually bigger than box office, music, and home entertainment industries combined. And what's driving the momentum of the industry? Well, I'm very happy to say that Nintendo is a key driver. And as you can see here, after just having completed 3 holiday seasons, Nintendo, as of the end of April 2020, we have reached over 55 million Nintendo Switches sold worldwide today. That's huge. And there are over 350 million games that have sold on the platform. Our business is healthy, and Nintendo Switch is a global opportunity. It is doing well in all major markets. In addition to global sales of hardware and software, our development community is global as well. We work with developers all over the world, and we actually have registered Nintendo Switch developers on 6 of the 7 continents in the world. And if any of you have a recommendation for a studio in Antarctica, I'd love to complete the set and get a 7th developer to hit all the continents. But seriously, developers come in all shapes and sizes. Teams can be as small as one single person, a solo dev, to a team with over 100 people working on a single title. Some studios were just formed in the last 12 months. Other studios have been in business for over 25 years. And again, our goal is to help developers make great games for Nintendo Switch. So one common question we get is, how do I make a game for Nintendo Switch? This is by far the most popular question. And well, good news, I'm here to tell you. There are really 2 main ways to do it. So the first way is you can work with an authorized publisher that is already approved for Nintendo Switch. And there are lots of publishers that make games for Nintendo Switch. And I won't read them all off, but all the major companies you'd expect and lots of additional companies as well. Some publishers focus on big AAA, others are really looking after and wanting to find great indie content. And there's lots of partners you can work with to bring your games to Nintendo Switch. In addition to that, the other way is you can apply to become an approved developer for Nintendo Switch. And here are the steps to make that happen. So the first thing you're going to want to do, if you're not already an authorized developer for Nintendo Switch, is you're going to want to go to our developer portal, which we call NDP, the Nintendo Developer Portal. And that's located at developer.nintendo.com. You're going to want to click the register button, and this will start the process so that you can get your own Nintendo Developer ID created. Once your ID has been created, you're ready for the next step, which is to log into NDP with your account. And then you're going to want to click the Getting Started button. From there, it's going to take you to a page that has a link that says Request Nintendo Switch Access. And when you click on that, it's going to pop up an online form. And this is a lot easier than it used to be. We've really streamlined it to make it easier so that you can go the process and apply. What we're looking here for is for you to share details about your company. What's your company's experience? What games have you worked on as a team? What games have you worked on individually with your team members? What technologies do you use? Are there certain middleware that you use or that you'd want to use in titles for Nintendo Switch? And we want to hear what type of games do you want to make for Nintendo Switch? And this is a great opportunity for you to highlight what features you're going to support in your games to make them feel like they were made for Nintendo Switch. Are you going to support HD Rumble? Maybe it's it detects which side the effects are coming from, and it'll vibrate the left or right Joy-Con depending on what's happening in the game. Or you're going to have motion aiming or motion steering in the game, or maybe crossplay. All these things are things we'd love to see and things that we support on our platform. We like our developers to be creative and really push the envelope on the platform. And we love to see that in your applications when you try to become an approved Nintendo Switch developer. So each of the developer applications that are sent for the Nintendo of American region are processed in the order that they're received. We have a small team that evaluates them based on the following criteria. So first, it's what type of company you are. You have to have a legal entity. Are you a professional game developer? At this point, we're not working with hobbyists or part-time developers. We want to see that you're dedicated and want to make, a game for the platform, and you're going to actually complete it and make it happen. Also, we want to hear details about your team experience. This is important because this really helps us know what you've worked on before and gets details on your previous work. And we want to know that you have the ability to respond to questions and follow directions. You'd be surprised how many applications are not filled out correctly. And if you can't fill out the application part correctly, you're probably going to have a hard time following the guidelines and other processes for the platform. So by following the directions, it's an easy bar, but you should be able to do that. And by doing that, that sets you ahead right there. And then last but not least is the quality of your game proposal. The gameplay, the art, the concept. Can you actually execute on what you're wanting to deliver? And then after you submit your application, you'll get one of three responses. Either you'll receive an approval email, we'll come back with a request for more information, or you will get a rejection email. If you do get approved, yay. Then you'll have access to the SDK and the documentation for Nintendo Switch. And this also is the time when you'll be able to order development hardware as well. We have lots of different engines on Nintendo Switch. We support over a dozen different existing engines that you can use for your titles on Nintendo Switch, including Unity, Unreal, UE4, Game Maker Studio 2, or you can create your own engine, roll your own, and bring it to the platform as well. And next, we're going to show a quick video of some games using Unreal that are up and running on Nintendo Switch. So in addition to game engines, we also have lots of tools and middleware that you can use for Nintendo Switch as well. Physics middleware like PhysX and Havoc, sound middleware like Wise and FMOD. Also, if you want to do voice chat, we have Vvox, which is great. And also Incredibuild and Live2D, and there's a lot more middleware that's included on our developer portal that I didn't cover here, but they are supported. When you get access, you'll see what else we have. Talking about dev kits, this is the big update that I'm really excited to share with you. So first off, I have great news, which is the Nintendo Switch development kits have now been certified for Brazil. So we are actually allowed to and able to send dev kits directly to our partners, our authorized partners in Brazil. In fact, there are already some developers in Brazil that have Nintendo Switch development kits at this moment. There are 3 different versions of the Nintendo Switch development kit. So we have the SDev, which is the version that has extra memory and is used for debugging and extra development features. We have the eDev, which is the version that has similar specs to the retail version of Nintendo Switch. It's great for testing, and you can also use it for development. And we have the HDev, which is the special version for the Nintendo Switch Lite, which that's the dev kit for that, which allows you to have look and feel experiences for your game while doing development. And again, all 3 versions of these dev hardware are certified for Brazil, so we can send it to our partners there. And I also want to highlight that we've also certified our development hardware in additional countries in Latin America, including Argentina, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico. But talking about Brazil, I want to highlight just some of our recent efforts and our sampling of events that we've participated in and are planning to participate in Brazil. So we attended Big Festival in 2019, as I mentioned earlier. We were also at BGS in October of 2019. We're here right now giving the presentation at Big as we're speaking, and we're having lots of meetings with developers this week. And I'd recommend, if you want to talk to us, we're available. We still have times later this week. So if you are interested in talking to us about development for Nintendo Switch, reach out. Let's have some meetings. We've still got a couple days left in the week. I'm also excited to mention that we are going to have our first Latin America-focused Nintendo Switch developer workshop. We're planning that to be at the next Big in January. And we're planning to attend Big in January 2021 as well. Here's a quick video just highlighting our participation in BGS. It's awesome to see the love and support for Nintendo and also for the characters and the brands of Nintendo as well. That's really cool. Another common question we get is people asking, what type of game should we make for Nintendo Switch? And we'll talk about different things that go into it, but really the short answer of it is 2 things. 1, we want great games for the platform. And 2, we want games that really show off and feel like they're made for Nintendo Switch. So in addition to that, we'd love it for titles to be exclusive to Nintendo Switch. We don't require that. Granted, if you want to do that, great. But if not, you can do it multi-platform titles. If you do it day and day with other platforms, that's great for us too. Another feature we love to see is crossplay. We love crossplay because it really highlights being able to play the games on the go. And we have lots of titles on the platform that support crossplay. Also titles that highlight unique features for the Nintendo Switch and either unique content or messaging that are priorities for us. We love to see that. Games that play best on Nintendo Switch are awesome, and also quality over quantity. And I know I talked about this earlier, but again, we want high quality games on the platform. And last but not least is if you can find your niche on the platform, find an area that there's not a lot of competition or that fill a unique spot, that's a great opportunity and you can really stand out. And again, we have a variety of players on Nintendo Switch that are looking for lots of different content. So if you can deliver on that, that's wonderful. And when you support these different things that I just mentioned, it increases the chances of getting included in marketing opportunities. And a lot of these opportunities are invite only, but whether it's being featured in an industry event playable on show floor with demos, or included in our videos like the Nintendo Directs and Indie Worlds, or having news on social media channels or Loja Nintendo as well. So again, all these help amplify and give your titles extra exposure. And if you do a good job of supporting unique features and creating original content for the platform, it helps the platform stand out and it helps us help you. In addition to that, when you launch games for Latin America, our awesome team in LATAM does a lot to go above and beyond and provide extra support. They'll share extra download codes for free that can be used for marketing uses in the region. These download codes can either be provided to the game publishers, or you can have Nintendo provide them to influencers and other partners to create extra exposure for your titles. Also, we'll do posts on our social channels, whether it's the LATAM or the Brazil Facebook pages or our Instagram channel as well. And when you release articles on Nintendo News, our LATAM team will actually do translations for the different countries that you're supporting. So we'll give you extra support there as well. Next, I'd like to talk about some examples of titles that went above and beyond and really highlighted great support for Nintendo Switch. The first one of these is Mortal Kombat 11. So first off, it released day and date on all platforms, came out on Nintendo Switch at the same time as every other system. They were able to get solid 60 frames per second in handheld mode. And this is a high-end game, so it was a lot of work to really optimize and get it there, and they pulled it off, which is great. They also supported local wireless play between two systems, and you could only do this on Nintendo Switch. So you go on the road, you're at the airport, or you're on a plane and you don't have Wi-Fi. You can still play with your friend head-to-head in a match on two Switches, which is really cool. Also, they supported traditional online as well, where you could play online with other people that are not around you. And they continue to support the title with ongoing DLC, adding additional characters and new modes as well. And the Nintendo Switch was the only platform you could play Mortal Kombat 11 in a portable format. So again, that highlights the portability of the platform and provides a unique experience you could only get on Nintendo Switch. And between all these different things, when the NPD sales report came out after April 2019, Mortal Kombat 11 was the top selling game on every single platform. And it was also the #1 selling game on Nintendo Switch for the month of April 2019. That means it actually outsold Breath of the Wild, Mario, all other first-party and third-party games. It was the top-selling game on the platform for the month. That's huge news. And just a funny story I'll add. When Warner Brothers got the first playable build of Mortal Kombat 11 up and running on Nintendo Switch, I flew down and met with the team down in Southern California. And one of the executives there was meeting with me and showing me the game, and we were playing it. And he looks at me and he says, "Scott, are you sure Nintendo wants this game on Nintendo Switch?" And I said, "Yes, we absolutely want this game." And he was concerned because it's a mature rated title that it wouldn't be Nintendo friendly. But clearly, after seeing the first month's worth of sales and seeing it be the #1 game on the platform, it shows that yes, there is an audience. There's an audience for lots of different types of content on the platform, and this was a big success. The next title I want to highlight is Fortnite. Fortnite and Epic have done a lot to make Fortnite an epic success. Yes, I had to throw in another pun. I got to get at least a few in there, good old dad jokes. But one of the big features that they support is cross-platform play. And users create their own Epic account, and then they can link it and enable cross-play on each system. And this is great because players can play with people on 7 different platforms with Nintendo Switch. So you got Nintendo Switch, Xbox One, PC, Mac, iOS, Android, and PS4. And this is great for the user because you got faster matchmaking. You hop in and you can play with more people and also play with your friends even if they're on another platform. And this was the first title on Nintendo Switch to add voice chat on device using Vivox. And the work that was created there led to it becoming a middleware solution for Nintendo Switch, and now you can implement voice chat in your game as well because it's available. And one other benefit that we see is cross-play enables couch co-op play at home. So the nice thing is the Nintendo Switch doesn't require a TV because it's got its own display. By supporting cross-play, one player can be on the TV and the other users are on their local screens on Nintendo Switch, and they can play together on the same couch, 4 players in a squad, and it's great. And it's just a nice benefit of the Nintendo Switch not needing a TV to play. Also, Fortnite supports cross-platform inventory and cross-platform progression. This is great because the content that you unlock, the items you get, and your stats carry across all platforms. And this reduces grind and eliminates the need to repeat challenges. And by doing this, it increases user retention. And one secret of increasing user retention is it actually increases monetization. So that's a win for everyone involved as well. And so the items that you purchase in-game, no matter what platform they're on, they will show up in your inventory on the other platforms. So if you want to do that great emote, it's there on all the systems. And this really highlights 2 key features of the Nintendo Switch, which is play anywhere, because you can take it with you on the go, and you still have console controls. So you get the console experience, but you can play it anywhere, which again is great. Another title I'd like to highlight is a game called Tumbleseed. And this game was released day and date on all platforms. And they really went above and beyond when it comes to their HD Rumble support on this title. The seeds are rolling around and you actually feel the rotation feel of the seeds rolling in the Joy-Cons as you're moving your Joy-Cons around. And this really led to a more immersive experience. And the Nintendo Switch version actually had the highest game ranking score with a 75.2, which was higher than the PS4 and PC scores. And I think a big part of that really was the HD Rumble support in the game. They worked closely with us to get the special support and really tune it and get it right. And when we did marketing efforts, we were able to include Tumbleseed in some additional support, which was great because they were in an indie direct, which got them extra exposure for their title. And the thing I want to highlight here is this game was developed by a team of 5 people. You don't need a big team to make a huge success on Nintendo Switch. If you have a small studio, you can still do big things. And this is a great example of how that can happen. Last but not least, I'd like to highlight one more great example, which is a game called Horizon Chase Turbo. And there's certain things I'd like to call out. So first off, they supported lots of different control schemes on it, whether it be single Joy-Con, multi-Joy-Con, Pro Controller, but they also supported 1 to 4 player split screen support as well. And this is great for fun local multiplayer action. They also did a great job of adding post-launch support with a lot of additional cars, tracks, music soundtrack, and additional game modes that were offered as AOC post-launch, which is great to continue to support your game. We're past the time of fire and forget. Now a lot more titles are releasing more content and continuing to engage with their users and keep them coming back for more. And the Horizon Chase Turbo team did a really good job of creating a cool trailer that really highlights the different ways you can play the game on Nintendo Switch and the portability. And let's check out this cool trailer that I want to show you. So whether playing at the breakfast table or the back seat of the car or on the couch with lots of friends, this highlights the different ways that you can play the game and highlights the portability of the Nintendo Switch system. Also, I want to highlight that this trailer was featured on Nintendo.com and also in the eShop on device. So people could see this before they actually bought the game and decide. And I think this really helped motivate people and say, "Ooh, this is cool," and it's supported in lots of different ways, and really was great. And the one thing I really want to highlight is this game was actually developed by a team in Brazil, Aquaris. And so, as you can see here, if they can do it, your company could be the next great, could make the next great game for Nintendo Switch. It can be done, and hopefully this is inspiring. So who wants to make games for Nintendo Switch? Are you ready? If so, talk to us at this conference. We're still here for a few more days, and we'd love to talk to you and connect with more developers. Also, register on NDP at developer.nintendo.com. Want more information about our developer workshops? Here's a special email address for that, which is devevents@noa.nintendo.com. If you send us an email, that will get you on our list as well, which will be great. And then last but not least, if you have additional questions or want to reach out to us, you can email us at thirdpartypublisher@noa.nintendo.com. And thank you for taking the time to check this out. We're super excited to work with more developers in Latin America. And we're really excited that the developer hardware has now been certified for Brazil, and we're ready to make things happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott, for this excellent session. We are seeing a lot of Brazilian developers creating more and more games for Nintendo Switch. You know, it's really nice to see how we are growing. And now that we have dev kits being available for us, it's really great news, you know. My team is developing for Nintendo Switch, and it's a dream for most developers to be part of this community. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. No, it's awesome.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So guys, like I said before, we will not have questions and answers now, but if you want to send your questions or comments, we will send them to Scott later. And before we end the session, let's pass on a few announcements from Big Digital. So don't forget to share the link to our channel and tag your friends to also participate in Big Digital 2020. And it was a pleasure to be here, and we come back in 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you.
Hi, Scott. Thanks for the amazing presentation. It was very, very, very nice. And
nice.
Very happy to have Nintendo at Big Festival. So thanks again.
Yeah, it was great, really. Great news. Olá, pessoal. Bem-vindos ao Big Digital 2020. Bem-vindos ao Big Digital 2020. Welcome to Big Digital 2020. Essa é a primeira edição do Big Digital, a versão online do Big Festival. This is the first edition of the Big Digital, the online Big Festival. Um aviso rápido que todas as palestras são transmitidas com tradução simultânea em inglês e português. Escolha qual idioma da sua preferência acessando o link que está no chat e no descritivo aqui do canal. All the panels will be presented in Portuguese and in English. You can choose the language and find the link on the video description or on the chat. So I am Bianca Antunes, I'm from Santos, São Paulo, but now I live in Manaus, where I am a producer at Black River Studios. As always, you can join us on the session, interacting and send your comments and questions on the chat. We count with your participation. So let's kick off the session, How to Get Attention in a Virtual World. Just a quick reminder em português, essa palestra vai ser feita em inglês, então se você quiser tradução em português, pode acessar o link para tradução no descritivo aqui do canal. So, in the session, Xola and 3 top invited speakers will talk about how every aspect of doing business has changed over the past 6 months. We will explore how business has changed when we can meet in person. Our guest speaks from the United States, Brazil, and Argentina. So, let's welcome Chris Hewish, President of Xola, Paulo Souza, Unreal Engine Evangelist at Epic Games, Steve Scalet, General Manager at Versus Evil and Head Servers, and Martin Kao, CEO at Nimble Giant Entertainment. Welcome, guys. It's a pleasure to have you all here with us today. Now it's with you. Please introduce yourself. Tell something about you and where you are right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Bianca. My name is Chris Hewish, and as was mentioned, I'm president of Xola. We are the video game business engine, and we provide all of the services and tools that you need to sort of get your game business up and running. I'm very lucky and fortunate and grateful to be joined by a wonderful panel today. Everybody is here to try to share their own perspective and some insights on how you can continue to succeed and survive with your games business during these times. So we have a great panel. We have representatives from people who know how to self-publish, from the publisher side, and people that know about partnerships. So I'd like to turn it over to Paulo. If you could start with the introductions. You're sort of first up on my screen, and then we'll go on from there.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks for the opportunity. Yes, I am Paulo Souza, the evangelist for Epic Games for Brazil. I also cover a little bit of Latin America, and today I'm going to try to bring a little bit of the perspective from the service provider, but also because we've been in touch with so many Latin American developers, a little bit of what they've been doing to be successful in this new online world.
Excellent. Thank you. Steve?
Hey, everybody, Chris, and yes, thanks for having me today. My name is Steve Escalante. I'm the founder and general manager of Versus Evil, an indie games publisher, as well as Red Cerberus, a QA and translation service that's actually located in Sao Paulo, Brazil as well. So we all have different perspectives from me today, which is basically surrounding the publishing side of the business and how we approach that, as well as the services side of the business as well, if those questions come up.
Great. And then last but not least, our own giant, Martin.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. I'm Martin Cao, CEO of Nimble Giant. I'm in, the studio is based in Buenos Aires. I'm there as well, Buenos Aires, Argentina. I would love to be there with many of you that are seeing us from Brazil, but I'm hoping that we will be able to get together soon and do this close maybe next year.
Great. So, look, we sort of got together, we talked before this and went over a number of different topics that we felt might be interesting to the audience. And one of the themes that you guys mentioned again and again was how important it has been and continues to be to really build relationships, trust, have good communication, whether you're trying to talk with a publisher or get funding or whatever that might be. I'm wondering, perhaps if you could share a little perspective on that. I know, Steve, as a publisher, it would be great to understand how the business has changed or not for you, and how that whole idea of trust and building relationships, how are you doing that now that you can't meet people face to face?
Well, Versus Evil, as a company, we've been distributed. So for us, in terms of just the work from home environment and those types of things, how we work on a day-to-day basis has not changed. In fact, we've been living it now for these past 7 years. But as it relates to just meeting within developers and getting game pitches and things, that also still is relatively true. Meaning we're approached from the idea of, here's a game, and they're reaching out to us via email and sending us pitch decks or whatever that might be. And we have those mechanisms for people to do so on our website. But more specifically, in terms of what's really changed, obviously, is, and like Martin and Paolo, I mean, we travel all over the world. And by this time this year, I've already generally been in probably a dozen or so countries at, several different types of shows. And sitting across from a developer, meeting them in person, getting that passion, meeting multiple members of the team, or being in their home state, or whatever that might be, does add a personal value. When you're talking about doing these types of deals, one thing that I've said in many of the years is you've got to like the people that you're working with, because what we do is hard. Making games is hard. And if you don't have a good relationship at the beginning, when you have those discussions later on in production and they get hard and you don't have that trust, that value that you've established early on, it can make those tough decisions even tougher. So it is an interesting thing. We've had to adjust basically by getting more virtual, have more meetings, have more pitches, have more conversations with the teams that we're looking to fund, because I'm not getting that extra benefit of essentially looking across the table and seeing somebody eye to eye and making sure that we're on the same page. So we've had to try to augment that. The amount of transparency and stuff that we've looked at for other deals, it hasn't necessarily changed. It's just the mechanisms of how we speak with people certainly has.
So yeah, it's interesting. You talked about the mechanisms for how you speak with people. What tools or software are you seeing, or maybe Martin or Paulo, are you seeing being an effective way to actually communicate and share your work with other people? Not just development, but when you're trying to generate business.
The biggest thing I think for me, usually, if somebody's presenting us a game, they're giving us a demo. Usually, I mean, it's not always. Like sometimes we're just getting a deck, sometimes we're seeing a video. But when you're in person, and most developers are gonna appreciate this, is like there's much less risk of a developer doing a developer guided demo than there is of saying what we call a hands-off demo, which is you're giving the controller to somebody else. So what's happening now is that it's really, really hard to do. So you're literally having to trust your game enough to hand it to me, because eventually I'm going to want to play it. And without you kind of over my shoulder and maybe correcting some of the things and helping guide me through, it's an unguided play session. So the tools in that regards have changed. You've got to be a little bit more trust in the developer with me, of hoping that their game is in a state that we're going to respond favorably to it. Otherwise, it's just what you would expect, which is email, sharing of decks through PowerPoint or Dropbox or wherever that might be, and then of course video chat and those types of things for us.
Great. Paulo or Martin, did you want to add anything on that? Or, certainly we talked a little bit about, I know Steve, you mentioned PowerPoints and demos, right? Sort of those have been around the industry for quite a long time, but as you said, traditionally those things are done sort of with a developer presenting them, but now you're saying that those kind of have to be set off and almost like a child leaving the home, they have to be prepared so they can survive on their own. I know we talked a little bit about that. Martin, maybe you can shed a little bit more light on, some of the ideas of how you have to prepare more than perhaps you had to in the past with these materials.
Yeah, I like we discussed the other day, I think like we were saying, or at least I think we are all agreeing this, that business is about trust, right? About trusting other people that will do something and it will get paid for it, most cases. And I think in that building trust, what I see is that regardless of the tools that you are using, that could be a demo, could be a video, could be a PowerPoint, could be a Slack chat, a Zoom call, it's Meet call, sorry. So I don't see that in particular changing a lot from what we were using before. Like Steve said, we are already a digital industry, and most of us can work from home. But what I see in this new world that we are living in is that is maybe it is intensifying the relationships that were already there. In terms of, if you were using a vendor, you are using it more, or you are calling people that you know from before, that you trusted from before. And it's a very big challenge for newcomers and new players to gain trust of the people that is in the industry for a long time. So regardless of the tools, I just wanted to mention this thing, and I'm watching and I'm observing that is happening right now. So for example, if you were playing a game, and we have a game that is live for 12 years or more, maybe if that's your hobby, you will spend more money in that, or you will spend more hours in that hobby. But it's not as easy to jump into a new hobby or hire a new developer if you're doing work for hire, for example. So I'm seeing that kind of pattern in this new reality. I don't know if it's everyone case, but that's my 2 cents there.
Yeah, that was interesting. You talked about that sort of how, and it opened up a whole topic of, we've seen an increase in engagement around games as people have had more time to sort of play games, right, and are looking for entertainment. But that increase in engagement has not necessarily translated to a success for new titles that are launching, because discoverability is a little bit more difficult. People are unable to go to conferences, maybe develop relationships with platform holders like Paolo. Do you guys want to talk a little bit about that, and maybe some advice for somebody, you know, recognizing the difference between a legacy game that people are familiar with and comfortable with, they're maybe going back to it, versus how does somebody with a new game sort of replace that awareness or that discoverability that they've lost by not being able to demo to players at conferences or meet directly with platform holders?
Yeah, I have 2 cents to chime in on that.
Yeah.
Like complementing really what Martin is saying is, yes, it's the games industry runs on the requires the trust relationship. So you get people to see your games, and I think that we had this conversation when we had our conversation before, was that the track record means a lot in this industry. And even more now, since we're now able to, reach directly to people in those events, specifically to us as technology providers. What we've been seeing is that the whole move to digital situation has actually level out. I mean, make the level straight for other developers, since now that everyone has the chance to move online, including the big players for these events. Your chances in one side increases for you to actually meeting one of those big players in a digital event like big. But of course, that to the other side, everyone is moving digital, so the competition for time for these big players also increase. So it makes it, and this is a really important point, it makes even more necessary for the companies who are looking to get attention in the field to be able to show their best thing about their games in the smallest amount of time they can have, because now that we have all moved online, our attention spans in events are already very short. But now that we've moved online with the increased demand, the attention spans got even smaller. So you really need to make sure you need to be sure that you have even less time to prove that you're actually doing something that is worth, getting more attention for people. So you need to be ready to pitch. I mean, the elevator pitch, which is usually 30 seconds, you need to be ready to, to conquest the other side in 5 or in the first 10 seconds. So great video, a presentation that goes straight to the point for publishers or whoever you're trying to, and that includes players too, the market too. So that's one thing that I would like to be seeing. People, that cares about the attention span, which is becoming really short with the move to online.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I love that concept of the elevator pitch, right? It's if you had stepped into an elevator with the head of a publisher, you have that elevator ride to pitch him. So 10, 15 seconds, make it count. I think that's a really good point, and it ties into the theme of, you really need to get focused materials, a really tight pitch with what you want to present. You touched on something, Paulo, that I thought was really interesting. Maybe we could explore it a little more. The idea that what you would pitch to a publisher or a business partner might be different than what you would pitch to the players. I'll throw that out to the whole panel. Is that something that you guys have any thoughts on? Like, are there different tips for pitching to different audiences?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we as publishers, and we go through the basics for every title, with every initial conversation. What's your business model? What's your price point? How much gameplay? What's your genre? What are your comparable titles? And you start kind of going through what I would consider kind of like those basic things that just to get an understanding of what it is your game. And then, of course, once we kind of get the basics, we try to chase the passion and see where they, as a developer, are coming from. But from a product to a consumer standpoint, to Paulo's point, I mean, it also just depends on the medium and what you're trying to do to reach someone, whether you're talking about Instagram or Twitter or Facebook or whatever. I mean, there's the interactions with that is very different. I mean, look at TikTok and it's a platform built off of 30 seconds, right? So you could look at Twitter as it relates to character count and all these different things. And it's how consumers are basically kind of just consuming content and how you basically rise to that occasion or rise to that medium. So yeah, I think it's very different. I still think you need to answer those questions to players that are going to be interested in your games, but your approach is different. From a B2B perspective, and part of the discussion that we've had, and I've mentioned in other conversations as well, is like you know if it's good, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a video. And even from a marketing perspective to consumers and things, something that we've learned over the years is like, you got to let things bake. And what I mean is you got to kind of come back and edit. Because generally, if your video is this long, it's probably going to be much better if you get it down to this long, because it's tighter, the messaging is on point. And that's true whether you're talking to a publisher, whether you're talking to a platform provider, first party, doesn't matter. You want that message to be tight and it to be a good video. Otherwise, I mean, people will get bored with it. And a lot of people get it. Like, if you have to explain it too much, then perhaps it's too complicated, or perhaps maybe it's just not the right type of setting that you need to do. It's just too much. So for me, we've seen games get crazy excitement from consumers and publishers alike from just a GIF that's amazing. We've seen it from a nice video where, Dead Island is a great example of where the video far exceeded expectations with that video, and how emotionally impactful it was. Everyone watched that video, and all of a sudden Dead Island as a product just got this massive awareness. And it wasn't just with players, it was with industry folks as well. So you know when you have something good, when you have, whether it's visually stunning, the story is good, the team is proven, all those different elements that kind of come into play. And that's true for whether you're pitching a publisher or whether you're pitching to a consumer. I would argue that the length and the platform and how you deliver that is very different because I'm much more tolerant, because I want to talk about and listen to the story and ask you a lot more specific questions. Consumers will take that in bite-sized chunks, and how you go on that journey with them is very different.
Yeah, that's great. Guys,
But
do you have anything else?
Let me add. I wanted to add, Chris, if you let me, because I was connecting what Steve mentioned the other day of fast forwarding those numbers and those things he will still find out or ask you, but in a normal world or pre-COVID world, he will take the time to get to know you better, your business, and then go to the meaty questions on budgets and scopes and due diligence and all those things. And I was linking that to what Paulo was saying about the attention span, because the attention span, the problem we are facing now for discoverability in general is that at the same time I'm talking to you, I am at home with my whole family, my 2 kids, my wife walking around, someone needs something, or I can go to the bathroom quicker, or I can pour more, like a drink while I'm working. So it's a complete different attention span. It's much shorter, much shorter than if we were in that elevator. If we are in that elevator, those 30 seconds are much better than the 30 seconds I can be watching at my screen, because at the same time I'm watching at my screen, I'm talking to you, I have my laptop computer, I have my iPad open, so I can be doing many things, and it's really different. So I was thinking of how that changed, right? And Steve comments on, show me the numbers right now. Don't wait. Don't put the scope later. That 10 seconds Paulo was saying on the video, if you just put a logo that takes like 2-3 seconds, that's too much. So maybe there's not even a logo right now. There's no time for a logo in that video, right? So I was thinking that this metaphor, right? When usually you go to buy a car, right? And you go into this, I don't know how it is in the States or in other countries, but I guess it's kind of the same experience. The guy invites you a coffee, do some talking to you, you wait in a nice place, then he shows you the car, then he makes you go with him to his office, and then lastly, he tells you the price, right? And he tells you but now if you're shopping online, you want the price. You don't want to lose the whole time on the coffee or the office or watching how nice the car it is. So I think that people that get that most will be having better results than the ones that are still doing business as usual and in a completely different world.
That's a great analogy. I love that we're now basically all selling online or buying online, and how that changes just the whole experience and what people are looking for.
And for the record, we don't get served coffee, first of all, nice coffee like what you guys just talked about, because it'd be much better in Argentina than it would be in the States. Just putting that out there.
This is true. Very, very true. Talking about doing business online and trying to get your message out, develop those relationships. I know a lot of people just sort of think of digital conferences like Big, which are amazing and they're great networking, hubs. But what other areas should people be thinking about when it comes to evolving that online presence beyond what they may already be used to? Are there any, you mentioned TikTok for sort of posting content. Are there social media channels, or are there groups that people should be looking at? What kind of advice would you guys give there?
I think they've raised an importance now. I think to Paulo's and Martin's points that they've made earlier, right? Because you're not getting as much shows, but the reality basically is still true. The shows have been good for the sake of, let's say, as an example, for this example, developers in Brazil might not be able to travel outside of Brazil, whether it's visa related, expense related, whatever that might be, to go to these shows because it's expensive. And the shows have enabled for guys like me and Paulo and Martin to kind of get there and go to those shows to meet the local talent, the local people, and also see some games that I probably would not see if I just stayed in the United States. And that's true. So But when you start thinking about how to kind of reach other people, there's lots of channels. And I would say that's true whether or not we're traveling to these shows physically or digitally. You got to get the word out there. And people are doing that obviously through the typical channels. That's whether they're going to like itch.io or Nuvim in Brazil, or they're getting their product registered with some retailers. They're on Facebook. They're joining indie games channels, participating with Screenshot Saturdays or whatever that might be. You still need to be getting into those channels and promoting your game. So the idea that you're not a marketing guy, a biz guy, all that fun stuff, if you are running your own business, you're running a game and trying to get it published, you got to kind of forget the fact that most all of us started out with not being a marketing guy or whatever guy, and you kind of just got to get yourself into those places and start putting yourself out there. And I would argue that today it is more and more important to start building that community, finding those people, find the influencers that like your genre of game, find the press people, the traditional press people that write about whether it's an RPG or an action game or whatever. Get those people, talk to those people, follow them, tweet them. Hey, what do you think of this? Get involved into the conversation as it relates to you and your product. So those are important regardless, because if you come and talk to a guy like me and you're able to say, we've been here, whatever, and we see all these different things, a lot of things, what sometimes happens is I'll go, oh, wow, look at what you guys did over here. And this thing got picked up. I mean, there was 100,000 views on that. Wow, that's really pretty solid. For an indie to kind of get some traction on a video or a GIF or a screenshot, shows that there is a natural affinity towards that product, that there's an audience, that there's a thirst for it. And I didn't even have to spend any marketing dollars or things behind it to kind of get it going. Like that's a great place to start. And the reality basically is you're trying to kind of catch lightning in a bottle, and the games business that we're in is so competitive and so tough to compete against, that I think those channels are pretty well understood, I hope, from most people, where, if you need to, you go after Kickstarter for funding, but not just funding, but for community. If you're going after, and that could be with Fig or with Kickstarter, or you got these Facebook independent groups or the game developer groups or whatever those might be, you've got to get your name out there and you've got to be, pushing your game. And the last thing, which we also mentioned the other day, is don't be as guarded with your content as you have in the past, because in today's world, you've got to kind of put stuff out there sooner rather than later. Don't be afraid about opening the kimono a little bit or showing one of your biggest, baddest moments, because one of those biggest, baddest, awesome moments could get everyone else excited, and it just pushes what you want to do forward, as opposed to worrying about spoilers, because if the spoilers get everybody excited, then I think you just won.
Yeah, that's a great point, Steve. And actually, this leads right into some of the questions that we've gotten from the audience. I would love to start with Luciano. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. But they ask, when developing a game, when should I begin to promote it, right? So you mentioned maybe do that a little bit earlier, but what do you guys think is a good point? At what point should they start promoting their game?
Complementing Steve's talk very quickly, if you're an indie developer, as you should start as soon as you have some good material to show to the public. And I mean, and some indie developers go to the extreme of, showing prototypes on they have the confidence that they can show the prototypes to the public and then start getting attraction to that. So I would say that big companies, they have their marketing strategies and they can't afford to, get their stuff on the press and get a lot of attention in the regular venues. Indie developers will hardly be able to do that. So as soon as you have good material that you think that you can impress, and it's really complementing Steve's talk. I mean, you have to show the best stuff that you got, the 5 seconds pitch, because selling your game is really showing the best moments, so people will look at that and say, whoa, okay, I want more of that. I want to pay for more moments like this. And that's your best weapon to gather attention, to create a community.
The other thing to add to that, I might wait a little bit so that I can be consistent. So what you don't want to do is put out something awesome and then not back it up for months, because then you've just lost some momentum. So if you have something, then kind of wait till you have the next thing. So you always have something kind of in your pocket so that you're able to kind of keep a constant, consistent message. Whether that doesn't have to be daily, it doesn't have to be weekly. It's just whatever the cadence that you can kind of hold up to, promise, mention, hey guys, I'm going to do something like this again in a week or 2 weeks or whatever that might be. That starts to build a trust with you that you've got this really cool, amazing piece of content that you're going to do, and you're going to consistently kind of reach out and touch base with people. So I agree with everything that Paolo said, but I would also back it up with the idea of consistency to make sure that you can kind of keep that message rolling.
Yeah, just adding a little bit. Sorry, is that I didn't want to be like trying to over exaggerate that, but there was a common mistake with any developers where they come to us, they come to talk about their game, and they're like, hey, we have this game and we are planning to launch this in 3 months from now. And the sad reality is that, well, sorry, I've never heard of your game before, so you should probably wait and, work a little bit more on getting your game known and getting people to, and this is not uncommon, where developers think that, it's all about developing the game, and then once this game lands on the stores, that will somehow magically have sales. But the sad reality is that it won't until you put the word out that you exist and that your game is awesome. You probably have to work a lot to get those sales in, and that needs time. That needs community building. That needs a lot of investment for that to happen. And 3 months is not like a lot of time.
And just to add on to that, from my own personal experience, something that I've seen and recommended to developers, because a lot of developers will say, well, gosh, I don't have anything ready to show. My game doesn't have a prototype or a demo, or I'm not ready for people to see it. You can still get out there and participate in the community, right? You don't have to wait until you're showing your game. You can get out there and show yourself, right? And start to build that rapport with the community. A mistake a lot of developers make is they come in and they show their game to a community, and nobody there knows who they are as a person or as a developer. So there's much less of a response. So even if you're not ready to show your game itself, or your concept art isn't quite there, I think there's no harm in showing yourself and participating and, giving feedback to other people's projects, right? And starting to build that trust and that rapport. I think we had a question here from Wellington who said, in relation to the international labor market, what is the importance and desired level of graduation that international gaming companies seek, and what skills are companies looking for? I'm not sure if you guys
graduation from like school, is that the
yeah, from school, like what kind of education, what kind of learnings should somebody have if they're looking to get a job with an international company, right?
So from a job, okay.
I think this is from a job kind of market, whether it's work for hire or individual sort of contributor.
I'll jump on this real quick. Obviously, I would always side with the idea that you want to have as much of an education as possible, because whether it's a gaming job or any industry, statistics basically show the more education that you have, the higher your pay and salary can essentially be. There comes a point, obviously, where experience will overrule your education, because the work education becomes that much more valuable. So, it's hard to kind of break into the industry depending on what you want to do, but I'm not one to be biased towards education, but you'll find out if someone's going to be experienced and be able to approach subject matters and things with maturity, and how they basically approach different tasks. It also depends on what you're trying to do, but historically, a great way to enter this industry, and a lot of my friends that are my age, and we're all old men at this point, that started in this industry, they all started in QA. A lot of them did. I was fortunate enough to not, but most of the leaders of some of our biggest companies today started out in QA. So it might not, it's a great profession because you get to see how a game, basically, you're seeing how the sausage gets made. You're seeing the ugly, and being a QA tester is not the easiest job in the world. Easier because it's very specific. You got to very disciplined, but you're getting into it, and you're seeing good code, you're seeing bad code, you're seeing good experiences, bad experiences, and it's really kind of getting you into the game and teaching you how it all operates. And from there, that's always been a jumping off point, whether you're at Blizzard or when I was at Bethesda. You would grab people from QA that would go into assistant producer roles, art, design, because we at Bethesda, we had kind of pods where QA was basically integrated into specific teams, whether it was like world building or whatever that might be. And basically, some of those QA people would actually get out of QA and go into design or production or even engineering, because it was determined in that team pod that they had much more to continue to add to, and they've advanced their careers. So, and QA is not necessarily about education; it's just about getting in there and being a good employee. But when people have asked me what should I major in college and they want to be a game programmer, I say computer science. I don't say game programming. It's better to get good as it relates to programming so that you could take that somewhere. And if for some reason I couldn't get my game job and I go to an insurance company or some other company and they say, well, what's your education? And they say game programming, but you're interviewing for an insurance software, there's a disconnect. Whereas if you go to a game publisher and you say, yeah, I've majored in computer science through university, they're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, let's talk about that. It's a much different conversation.
Yeah, I would say that it really depends on the role they are applying to, because usually in terms of job hunting, education, what it does is, besides educating you and the one that's applying for a job, and you're supposed to know things because you went to school or to the university, it's kind of certifying that you know those things. So if you had a surgery, you would probably go to a doctor that finished med school because he's supposed to know things. But that's only a paper that says that you are supposed to know those things. So for example, if you're applying to an artist role, it's much more important to have a great portfolio that basically you can build on your own without having a previous experience, right? So it's easier for an artist to have a great portfolio. If you're a programmer, for example, we do lots of tests for programmers to read their code. So our CTO and our technical leads, they analyze the code that this person wrote. And either if he has a computer science degree or not, if he wrote great code, he's hired. And if he has a computer science degree, but he wrote bad code, he's probably not going to be hired. And that applies to all the roles that, like game designer, production. Of course, like Steve was saying, if you had the education degree and you are also great, it's a plus. But the degree won't get you far unless you also are doing your part in improving that you know the stuff that you want to do. And that's why I think, to a steep point, which is great, I think, is that the barriers of entry for the industry is much higher if you want to enter like a lead game designer, that many people want to enter this industry to build their game of their dreams, compared to enter as a QA. So also I think you need to draw that journey to where you want to be in 5 or 10 years, and see what are the opportunities you have to enter the industry. Because once you're in, it's much easier. If you're a good QA for a studio, and we did that many times, that we promote them to get game designers or to producers or to other roles.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. I think we have time for one more question. Nope, no more questions. Looks like we've run up against our time. I would like to thank all of you. I mean, this has been entertaining and informative. I'll pass it back over to the hosts now, and I want to thank the audience as well for spending time with us.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thanks for having us.
So I think we go over to Bianca now.
Hello, guys. So great content. Thanks for sharing with us. We are all living like a new normal and a lot of changing. Thank you again for your inputs. I'm sure it will have a lot of developers that are trying to pitch their new games and things like that. It's hard even when you are using to do it face to face, right? So thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Okay.
All right. All right, so before we end the session, let's pass on a few announcements from Big Digital. Don't forget to share the link to our channel and tag your friends to also participate in Big Digital 2020. And guys, that's all for me today. It was a pleasure to be here, and we'll come back in 10 minutes for the next session that will be hosted by Erika Ferrer, International Business Developer at Manifesto Games and the VP of Pernambuco, the Association of Game Developers from the state of Pernambuco, speaking from Recife. Thank you, bye-bye, and see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Olá, pessoal, bem-vindos ao Big Digital 2020. Bienvenidos a Big Digital 2020. Welcome to Big Digital 2020. Essa é a primeira edição do Big Digital, a versão online do Big Festival. This is the first edition of Big Digital, the online version of Big Festival. Um aviso rápido, todas as palestras estão sendo transmitidas com tradução simultânea em inglês e português. Você pode escolher o idioma da sua preferência e você encontra o link no chat ou na descrição do vídeo. All the panels are being presented in English and Portuguese. You can find the link for the other language in the chat or on the video description, okay? I am Erika Ferrer, speaking to you from Recife. I'm international business developer at Manifesto Games and also vice president of Pernambuco, the Association of Video Game Developers from the state of Pernambuco here in Brazil. And today I'm also host at Big Digital. In this session, we will not have questions and answers from the audience, but please share your thoughts with us on the chat. Our team is always happy to see how you're liking the session, so feel free to interact on the chat, okay? The session will be presented in English, although we are all Brazilians here. Our goal is to reach to as much as people as possible, including possible clients and publishers for our studios. Let's kick off our next session, Made in Brazil, the talented Brazilian XD market. Brazilian game companies are developing amazing components for AAA games, from art to sound and coding. Get to know the work of the teams that are already recognized by their excellence in the international markets. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to showcase their project. In this session, our speakers are from different states of Brazil: Santa Catarina, Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, and Pernambuco. Let's welcome our speakers: Fábio Gomes, outsourcing manager and lead developer at Diorama Digital; Luisa Guerreiro, CEO at Xplot and Plot Kids; Augusto Santana, business developer at Pulga Studios; Felipe Marlon, CEO of Push Start; and Duda Adler, partner and CEO at Smash Mountain Studio. I will be strict about the time so we can fairly allow everyone to present their projects, okay, everybody? So the first one will be Fábio Gomes from Diorama. Fábio, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm sure, I'm ready.
Well, welcome to the stage of Big Digital. The screen is yours.
Thank you so much. So I will share my screen here right now. And let's start. So, well, hey everyone, my name is Fábio Gomes. I'm currently developer and outsource manager of Diorama Digital. I will talk a little bit about how we handle Borderlands 3 and the general external development on our company. So when we get a job or start to find a new project, there is a lot of passes that we do. And every single pass is really important to a good relation with this client and the delivery of the quality expected from this client. Basically, we try to put on our mind that even the way that we approach this client can change the final quality of the product. So there are a few things that we really take care that our clients understand. The first one is we will adapt our pipeline to their pipeline. They do not need to understand how we will handle the project because we will perform the production as a part of their team. And to do this, our team make everything possible to understand what is the project needs, what they want to do with this game, and who are they trying to achieve, and things like that. So after this part, we will perform the job, and we need to deliver a good product to this client. We need to be a solution on the life cycle of this product. And so, well, during our production, we have a lot of passes too, like a good art or programming director, good internal QA management, a lot of commitment from our team to the project, the right team members to this project, and well, everything that we need to do to achieve the results expected and to this project and our client. And keeping this in mind, we have a deal breaker to keep this client working with us. This is really, really important. The deadline, the delivery date. For us, it's really important to deliver the test on the right date and with the right quality. So we break big tasks on small ones to track any problem that can happen as soon as possible. We have a step-by-step QA approval. We don't do any crunches or things like that because this can harm the productivity of our team. We are clear and transparent with our client on everything that's happening with their project. And doing all these passes with a lot of commitment, we can deliver a good solution on the right time. And there is another point that's really important to say, and this topic is security. In a paper of XDS, the External Development Summit, probably one of the most important events to XD companies, security is something that is really, really sensitive to any type of client. And to solve this, we have a lot of methods and pipelines on our work. We have a backup electricity system for our server rooms. We have our own server solutions. We encrypt everything that's happening in our studio. Every single data is encrypted. We have a lot of solutions like IPsec and VPN to transfer this data with more and more encryption. We work with some pretty good enterprise firewall solutions, security cameras around our studio. We have rooms that are always locked, and we have an access system that are managed individually, and some pretty good solutions for chaos situations like, hey, my studio is on fire right now. And we are pretty prepared to buy new PCs and recover everything in some days or some hours. It depends on the level of this chaos. Some pretty good solutions for this quarantine situation, like everyone from our studio uses a computer from our studio, and we have a lot of tracking solutions, encryption data to transfer the files during this quarantine situation. And so all these things contribute to keep growing our company. 1 year ago, we had 10 developers on our company. And right now, we have more than 40 developers. We both entire company and married to our team, and we keep hiring every day. So if you are a developer, please check out the career section for our webpage. And all this work contributes to satisfaction and belief of our clients on our work. And I really, really want to finish this saying thank you. Thank you for everyone here. Thank you for our clients. Thanks for the partners who work with us every day. And that's it. Bye-bye. Thank you for you guys that are watching here right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Right on time. You practice a lot, huh?
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, so the next one is Luisa Guerreiro from XPlot and Plot Kids. Luisa, the stage is yours.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Luisa. I'm CEO for Plot Kids and XPlot. We're mostly developers for kid-friendly content. So this project was the same. So it was also a focus on family-friendly. More specific was for a franchise of English schools for teenagers. So they come to us with a big problem. They needed VR animation in a large scale and very fast. They had tried to do it by themselves as recording live, and they couldn't. And they had a short period of time to launch their franchises. So they needed to be done in under a year. So we had to do 30 hours of animations. And so we developed this pipeline from a script to delivery. And the videos had to be fully interactive because the kids would be using that as a way to study. So they could learn English. So they had to talk to the animation, and the animation would answer back and correct them on pronunciation. So how did we tackle that specific? Instead of looking as an animation company that we also are, we develop TV series and all the kind of animations, but we tackle as a game company. So we look into Unity. We have been using Unity timeline for a past year for another project. We've been Unity developers for over 6 years, so it was a natural path for us. So we, using Unity timeline, we need to have a very strong version control because we had multiple people working at the same time and it needed to be iterated out towards the project, not only at the end. We had to be very strict, so we used Git. And then Pico was the VR headset we had to use. The school that contacted us, it's also owned by Binoculus, which is a company that it's a sports Pico to Brazil. So that was the headset we need to use. It's an all-in-one, so it's not really, it's not connected to a computer. So it has the same power as a cell phone. So it had to run in there, in that. So what we did, we did a facial capture synchronized with audio recording. So from the audio studio, we already had everything synchronized for animators. We did a series of tools. I'm not going to go into details, but like the favorite one from the animators is the automated tool for characters walking cycle. So they could just press a button and the character would walk with their own cycles. And we had to come up with a library of 300 animations because when we went to the normal library we would go to, it was game-centric, and this was more a cartoon style content, and it didn't fit. We had a lot of talking, a lot of hand gestures like this, like I'm doing. So what we did, we partnered with our university, local one. It has the biggest mocap studio in Brazil. And with them, we capture and build our own library that's now under for our to use. So this is the case, sums up. So we had 10 months of production. We did 30 hours of VR content, fully interactive. We had 10 animators, 8 full-time, the other 2 were interns. And we had 6 characters on the scene all time. So there's always a lot of characters to be animated. And then we end up with this animation library that we didn't have in the beginning. We start with just a few bought animations from libraries. So that's the case study in a nutshell. We see many possibilities to use that in other projects. Here's just a little bit. I want to have time to show you the video. I hope it plays. We didn't do any of the art you see. It's not what I don't think it's gonna play. It didn't load, that's fine. Any of the art that I showed here, it's not ours. We did the animation. I wish I could send you guys the video, but I will upload it on our Facebook. So if you go to Blockheads or our Facebook page, I will upload the video so you guys can see it. I'm sorry they didn't play, that's fine. I think that's it, guys.
Okay, thank you, Luisa. You're also on time.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing this with us. The next guest will be Augusto Santana from Puga Studios, also from Recife. Augusto, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
So the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for watching. So we are Puga. I'm going to briefly introduce you to our company first so you have an idea of what we've done and what's the path that we have been taking so far. So we started as a company in 2013. Here on the right side, you see a timeline. That's when we started, and we were doing our own IP, which is not so common that today we are an external development. Usually it's the other way around, right? But today, we started as doing our own games, as you can say. And all the way between 2013 and 2016, we were focused on doing our own games and our own things. And then in 2016, in the middle of 2016, late 2016, we started providing services. And we figured out that would be the path we would lead. So, but we need to get ready for that. And one of the things that happened was a landmark on our story is that in 2017, we had the PEX Exportation Program, which was a program that was led by Apex Brazil. And it helped us to organize processes and understand some of the things that we need to do in order to export better. And that's what we've been doing. We always plan ahead, and we are always trying to improve the quality of the services and how we, as a company, grow, especially looking to the market overseas. So in 2018, that's a big thing, because that's when we started going to big and XDS, two very important moments in our life, in our story. And then in 2019, we had the chance to attend to GCA, GDC, big Gamescom and XDS. You know, a year before we attended to 2 events, and this year in 2019, which was last year, we attended to all those events. Yeah? And that's when things happen. That's when we meet people. And in 2019 was a very important moment for us. It was a great year for us, year of change. And now in 2020, you can take a look here on the right, all the events that we have been attending, the ones we
Augusto,
again.
Let me interrupt you. We're not
Sure.
seeing your screen. You're not sharing screen.
Oh my God, really? Thank you, Erika. Okay. Tell me if you can see now.
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry. I'll try to speed up then. Thank you. So we have done all that, and here on the left, you can see what we did in 2019, which was the year that this talk is all about. In 2019, we had 38 projects, 18 new clients. We had an increase of 267% in our revenue, and we increased our team capacity in 125%. So you can see that 2019 was a very important year for us, and we are comparing 2019 to 2018. So that's what it brings us to the moment of World War II and Gem City, which is very important for us, the big, because it was in big 2018 that we met the guys. It was my first meeting as a biz dev for Poga, and it was an incredible moment for me. I could never see that coming. I talked to the guys. We started building the partnership. We started developing and contacts, following up. And what happened is that we are talking about the Bogota studio of Gem City, which is in Colombia. And World War II was their first game launched after the studio was bought by Gem City. And it's very important for the students and very important for us. Take a look at the timeline. We started talking to the guys in 2018, and they released the game in February 2020, this year. What happened is that we provided 11 3D assets for them, 77 animations, and 4 commander scans. Not just, it was a very interesting project, but the amount of work was very important for us. So here are some of the models that we did. I'm gonna try to, as we are reaching out the point of the end of the time, I'm gonna be a little bit quicker with this. But you can see that all these guys, they fight in an arena, and they try to take each other. So it's a very interesting game, nice gameplay. It was a great job, was a great work, and shows how important it is to attend to events such as BIG. So if you are aiming to go into this direction, always attend to these events. Take a look, see who's there, get ready, because it usually pays off. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for watching us. And whenever you need, reach us out. Here are my contacts. We're always here to talk and share. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Augusto. Really good. Well, the next one is Felipe Marlon from Push Start. Felipe, are you ready? Felipe, can you hear us? I think we're having a little problem to hear to Felipe.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yo, thank you for
the screen's yours.
Okay, thank you. So hi, everyone. Thank you, Big Festival, for this opportunity. Thank you, all the audience, for being with us today. So I would love to share some of the Push Start work. So Push Start is a creative studio. So we are a group of professionals, developers, artists that create a really cool projects for us with our studio. So in the next session, Victor Barbosa will present our new game and TV show. But we also work with the external development, work with some brands, with some broadcasters, creating projects for them. And why we love external development? Because it's a good opportunity to learn. It's a good opportunity to innovate. So, and we talk about different areas like educational. We worked with Mind Research Institute, creating more than 100 games for them. We have marketing opportunities like with Nestlé, that we create an app called Nestlé that we make a lot of health ideas for parents and kids. And Shoot Your Shot for entertainment purpose that we work with Turner, United States, where we created a game for NBA Finals. So each project have a really good story, a really good opportunity to learn and make a playful world. Today I want to bring to you, we're gonna go in a deep dive in Deadly Arcade, a project that we made for the Walt Disney Company. At the start of the project, it was Fox, but it will become Walt Disney along the project. And it's a project for a TV show, and this is a live TV show. We have a challenge to create a game to promote this show. So I will play a video that make to you understand a little bit. So. So we co-created and developed the game with Walt Disney Company to promote Deadly Class, based on a comic book by Rick Remender and produced by Russo brothers, the same directors from the Avengers, Infinity War, and Endgame. So when they bring the idea, we saw an opportunity because the show was in the 80s. So we work in a game design that make us remember that games. And we work in a design in a pixel art that we believe that will bring all the emotion that games from that time can bring to us. So it's a beaten up game full of Easter eggs, where the player faces so many parodies from famous characters from the other shows. So we make a lot of jokes with other famous shows like Stranger Stuff or Game of Codes, and a lot of other TV shows where the main characters from the Deadly Class, you can smash the fans from the other shows. So everything that you see in the project was created by Push Start with our artists, with our developers, but we in a partnership with Walt Disney, because to create a project like this, we really need to connect, bring everybody to the table, and to create the best idea. So this game has a huge success, conquering many honors in Latin America festivals. And recently, he has been nominated in 4 categories in the New York Festival's Advertising Awards. So it's a little time, but I just like to share this spirit of Push Start. We can create a really cool project with you, and we love to connect the content in a multi-platform way. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Felipe. That was great. Well, the next one is Duda Adler from Smash Mountain Studio. Duda, are you ready?
Hello. Yes, Sam.
So the screen is yours. Make yourself home.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Duda from Smash Mountain Studio. We are a young studio based in Rio de Janeiro. We've started in 2017, and we've been working really hard since then in these 3 main topics. So games, VR, AR, and especially serious games as a B2B business. So to be more precise, we've been focused on Unity development. We do concept and illustrations, animations, 3D modeling, and we also focus on mobile, PC, VR, AR platforms. no console for us. And some of our clients, Domino's, System One, Fensa, Coca-Cola, and Logbits, as you can see, it's everything more serious than entertainment. So we are a team of 11 and one, actually 10, and one freelancer. And we are looking to expand as soon as we can. With 3 years, we're already 10 full-time. We're doing quite nice with that. So quickly, just to show some of kind of work we've done. We've done this engineering architecture project in HTC Vive to show our clients his projects in an innovative way. We've done a mini market in HTC Vive more for training purposes, 3D modeling, to use for research. Like they wanted to show a product not yet done, but in 3D. So we've modeled it like with really precise modeling, let's say. We've done a work in Oculus Quest, also for training. This one is quite confidential. I can't talk much. We are delivering this one. It's a pretty innovative project in WebGL, quite challenging. And it has to work also in mobile. So you walk in a free first-person shooter mechanic in a mobile 3D environment in browser. So it's quite challenging, but it's working pretty fine. And we've done VR also in HTC Vive for real estate. But what I'm actually going to talk about is this mini game we've done for Domino's Pizza, which they wanted to show in one of their events that they were sponsoring, which was eSports rewards, the Brazilian eSports rewards in the end of the year. And so the target, like the audience that would be there are quite like hardcore gamers. So how to actually make a VR mini game when you make a pizza attractive for hardcore players. So they came to us with this challenge, and we had only 2 months maximum to do the project. We did in a month and a half to 2 months, and it was quite challenging, but we've done it. And please, could you play the video, please? I can't see the video with you guys.
Atende o telefone.
We're seeing it.
Okay, cool.
Boa tarde, eu gostaria de fazer um pedido.
Okay, good afternoon.
Meu telefone é
I'd like to place an order.
97609-0002. Eu gostaria de uma pizza média, massa tradicional, sabor capri.
Pizza na tela. Você tem 2 minutos e 59 segundos para colocar a pizza no forno. Primeiro pegue a massa, coloque no fogão e deixe-a no tamanho de uma pizza média. Quando terminar, coloque a massa na tela ao lado.
Okay, now I'm watching the video. So yeah, this part was one of the most challenging parts to actually make the pizza, make it really well, like the scale in and out, to make it the right size, and also to measure the score over it, and actually to paint the pizza with the sauce was really challenging. It took us almost the most part of the time to do. We've modeled the whole 3D scene, so we went to the shop, took pictures, got everything, and then modeled everything to be actually a Domino's Pizza environment. And you have like 2 minutes and 59 seconds to make a pepperoni pizza. We had this audio, everything, and then everything has to be really easy for the players to understand what they had to do. So each ingredient also had a weight that they could check on the weight and actually put the right mass, let's say, of the ingredient. And this could also be used for training, but in their purpose was to actually be for entertainment. And we put this rock song behind, rock music, and people felt actually really pressured to be fast and to do everything really fast. We were quite nervous actually doing this on the game, which was we actually wanted to do this with the players because they had like 2 minutes and 59 seconds to do the pizza. So we had like 5 cameras that they could change during the stand. They could see every sign, the people waiting on the queue to play. They could see many cameras, so leaderboard and scoring and everything. So it was quite nice, and people came and played the game at least like 3 to 4 times to actually be good in the leaderboard. So the client was happy, we were happy, and so on.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Duda. We get to the time. Yep. to the 5 minutes. So we still have some time because we don't have questions from the audience, but then I have a question for you, and I'd like for you to share with us what's your biggest challenge. It can be currently with this COVID situation, but it could be the biggest challenge on a specific project that you present to us. Okay, so we can start with Fabio to follow the same order.
Great. So let me think. I think that the biggest problem is the adaptation with Borderlands 3 pipeline. And the last project that we worked on is Borderlands 3. And it's a pretty unique pipeline with a singular type of modeling and shading. We need to study a lot to be 100% sure that we will deliver something that matches perfectly with this Gearbox game. That's a really, really important game, a really, really important franchise for everyone. I think this is the biggest problem that we had.
Okay, and what about you, Luisa?
I think for our project specifically, the biggest problem was the mindset, because we are taking animators that used to work with one type of pipeline, and then we are throwing them in a different mindset, like with iterations where they're animating something that's not the final model is going to be changed, and how they have to prepare themselves, especially with the sister company that was doing the assets. They had to ship to us the same volume that we were dealing before, and sometimes that got lost in when we change it. So I think it was to break through the mindset of traditional animation pipeline, and then thinking of it as a game and using tools as a developer. So the animators, they were animating inside Unity with a lot of tools. So they had to change their mind and how they plan to it. And I think that was the most challenge that we did overcome, but it took some time.
And what about you, Augusto, from Pulga?
Thank you. I think that regarding the World War II, there were a few challenges. The first one began with really building the relationship to get the contract, because World War II was the third bid that we presented to them. So it was the third attempt that we really managed to start a project with them. So that was the first challenge. The second challenge, I believe, for the company as a whole was to build the animations of characters without limbs, because during their fights, they lose their limbs, they lose their arms, they lose their legs, and they still fight. So this was very challenging to build an animation that was cool and it was still effective. Okay, how can this guy with no legs and with just one arm fire his shotgun? How does this happen? And the third challenge was, because it was the last one, was the skinning of the commanders, because the commanders, they are the most important characters of the game. So to really reach what they wanted, that was challenging. I mean, not necessarily skill-wise, but it was like, okay, this is the main character. We can't screw this up at all in any level. So I think those were the challenges for World War II.
Okay, thank you, Augusto. And Felipe, could you share your biggest challenge?
So I believe the biggest challenge is in the creative process, because it's a digital game, but it's made by persons. So in our process, everybody can collaborate with the game. So everything that you see in the final result in the game, an Easter egg, an animation, or a game design element, everybody in the project can collaborate. But the process to find this is really, really hard. But also in Deadly Arcade, we have legal issues because we are making jokes with other shows. So it's a tiny line that you walk. So it's an international project with a big partner. So we have like some lawyers, developers in the team to help us make jokes with some other shows. So, but it's a really, really, really cool project to work.
I'm sure it is. And Duda, to wrap up, what's your biggest challenge?
Yes, in our case was how to get a real process from a real company, which is serious, and get this to be fun and attractive to hardcore players, and that we couldn't not do as the way in real life is. So, for instance, if they have 8 units of pepperoni, we have to follow 8 units of pepperoni. And if we have like 35 grams of onions, we had to get this and to show the player and follow all the pizza process, also the size and everything. And we had to get all the reality, but also make that fun, and also have these the technical part from getting the size of the pizza well done, like small pizza, big pizza, and after that like paint with the sauce, and actually get a score from that. If you paid more or less, or if you don't paint it well, how to get a score on that, on the score on the size, and on the weight of the ingredients and everything. So this was quite challenging for the time we had to actually execute the project and still make people feel pressured and have fun with it. So the good thing is that it was an e-sport event, so they are really competitive. So a leaderboard and a time pressure and etc. This already gave them this sensation of, oh man, I need to be good, and just 75 score, I want to have 95 because that guy had 95, and all these kind of things. So we managed to overcome the challenges with these elements, and the client was pretty happy. So it worked. It was pretty fun.
Good work, you all. I want to thank you all, Luisa, Felipe, Duda, Fabio, Augusto. It was really nice to learn a little bit more about your studios, about your projects. I'm sure everybody also enjoyed it. Everybody, please don't forget, share the link of Big Festival with your friends, Big Digital with your friends, tag them, comment, join us for this discussion, okay? We'll be back in just 5 or 6 minutes, and we'll have the showcase of Brazilian games for 2020. It's a really good moment for you to have a look at the full Brazilian game industry. A lot of games will be presented, so bear with us, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Olá, pessoal, bem-vindos ao Big Digital 2020. Bienvenidos ao Big Digital 2020. Welcome to Big Digital 2020. Essa é a primeira edição do Big Digital, a versão online do Big Festival. This is the first edition of Big Digital, the online version of Big Festival. Um aviso rápido: todas as palestras estão sendo transmitidas com tradução em inglês e português. Escolha o idioma da sua preferência e acesse o link para o outro idioma no chat ou no descritivo do canal. All the panels are being presented in Portuguese and English, and you can choose the language of your preference. The link for the other language will be on the video description and on the chat, okay? I am Erika Ferrer, speaking to you from Recife. I'm International Business Developer at Manifesto Games and also Vice President of Pernambuco, the Association of Game Developers from the state of Pernambuco here in Brazil. And today, I'm also MC of Big Digital. In this session, we will not have questions and answers live, but please share your thoughts on the chat. Our team is always happy to see how you're liking the session, so feel free to interact on the chat, okay? This session will be presented in English. Although we are all Brazilians here, our goal is to reach to as much people as possible, including possible clients and publishers for the presenters. So let's kick off our last session of the day, one of the most expected sessions, the 2020 Brazilian Games Showcase. Are you hyped to know what the Brazilians are bringing to the table in 2020? Then stick with us on the celebration of the Brazilian production that will showcase all the best titles, which will amaze the audience this year. We'll call the speakers. We have participants from all over Brazil. They are from São Paulo, Brasília, Santa Catarina, Minas Gerais, Mato Grosso do Sul, and Rio de Janeiro. And this shows how the Brazilian game industry is spread all over the country. Each person will have 5 minutes to showcase the game, and I'll be very strict about the time, so each company will have just 5 minutes counting on the clock. The first game is Adult Earth from Sunland Studio, presented by Henrique Muradas. Henrique, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
So the screen is yours.
Thank you, Erika. Thank you, Big Digital. Thank you, everyone, for coming. My name is Henrique. I'm the creative director for Sunland Studios. And today I'm very happy to show you more about our most recent game. And let me share my screen with you. All right. Our game is called Adult Earth. It is a sci-fi game. So the short story is that in the future, humans are hypnotized by the internet, and the only living things remaining on Earth are actually robots. But accidentally, one alien frees a girl from this digital coma, and with the help of a super intelligent ape, the three of them start a journey to destroy the most droids that they can and restore peace on Earth. The game is an action game with a little bit of adventure, but it goes as old games where you have a stage and then action from the beginning to the end, and then another stage. It's a 2D isometric game. Everything was digitally painted, and the characters were 3D pre-rendered. We created a game for Steam, single player mode, but our desire is for the consoles. We want to create also a multiplayer local mode where when player 1 dies, the second player has the chance to finish the level. There are 3 playable characters that you can switch while you're playing, depending on the challenge that you face or the one that you like the best. And these 3 characters are the girl, the ape, and the alien. The story doesn't follow a chronology. Instead, the characters themselves, they present the story in a voiceover narration as they get interrogated by a police agent because they are being charged for destroying these very expensive droids. But they are trying to explain why they had to do it to save the world. There's a lot of hints to pop culture references and Easter eggs during the game. And we try to tackle players that are used to the 80s and 90s game where you sit down and you play straight 4 hours of action from beginning to the end. There's very, very little violence. You only kill robots. There's no swearing. It's very family friendly, so everyone can play. And although the audio is completely in English, we have multi-language subtitles and interface. These are the 3 playable characters, the ape, the girl, and the alien. And each one of these characters have unique skills. So the girl, for example, she's the only one with a gun, so she can hit enemies that are far away. And she's also lightweighted, so she can walk through loose platforms, but they won't fall. The ape is the only one that can jump, so he can avoid obstacles and go over them. And he also throws a really cool banana grenade. The alien is master in a light sword, and the girl goes under, the ape goes over, and the alien goes through objects. He can teleport, and that's very nice. The enemies are completely machine, but we try to create them a little bit organic, and you may find each character better to use against a certain enemy. There are power-ups throughout the level that you can boost yourself, so like battery, super speed, shields, and there's also a memory card divided into 4 pieces, and these pieces are hidden inside each level, and if player collects all of them, they get a complete achievement at the end. We couldn't have done this game without our amazing partners, so a shout out to each one of them. We love you guys. We want to release this game for Steam, and the page is already live, so you can go there and put it on your wish list. And the hopes is that for next semester and perhaps beginning of 2021, we want to release them also for PS4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. Thank you all for watching this, and make sure to follow us. It's adel.earth on Instagram. There's also a Facebook page. And if you want to review this game, you can contact us and we can have a deal of sharing the demo for you. All right, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you, Henrique. The next game is Alchemist Adventure from Bad Minions and will be presented by Leo Batelli. Leo, you ready?
Yeah, thank you. Let me share the screen. Hi guys, I'm Leo from Bad Minions. I'm creative director, and I'm going to show you the game we have been developing for the past 6 years, Alchemist Adventure, and it's being published by Super.com. So, alchemy systems are usually boring, right? You have a lot of work and the potions do not do much, but alchemy can be spontaneous and fun. No recipes. Imagine an alchemist definitely choosing ingredients to make a potion while fighting a dangerous enemy. That's Alchemist Adventure. It's an action-adventure game set in Isur, former home of brilliant and dangerous alchemists. You will solve puzzles and fight many enemies using the vast alchemy combination system. Discover the journey of Mia, a young character, a young alchemist set to unveil the secrets of the Forgotten Lands and find her loved ones. The game is an open experience with many alchemy combinations, incredible word manipulation, and a reason to come back over and over just to see what else you can do. The game will be released this year on Steam, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and Nintendo Switch. Thank you. If you guys can please show the video.
My sleep just comes and goes, mystical boundaries, blurring a scene of old love. If you'll embrace me, your arms won't feel like home. On two souls marching towards the dawn.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Leo. Well, you still have 30 seconds. Any final comments?
I still have 30 seconds. I try to do this the best I can. Actually, if you guys can wishlist the game on Steam, that will be awesome. The game will be released also for consoles. So if you guys can, please wishlist the game on Steam. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Leo. Important message on the end. Well, the next one is BJJ Jiu-Jitsu game from Mesh Mountain Studio, presented by Duda Adler. Duda, are you ready?
Hello, guys. Yes, I'm ready. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. So BJJ, it's the first Jiu-Jitsu game ever in the world. So it's a pioneer game for a community with a massive pent-up demand for a specialized Jiu-Jitsu game for them. BJJ has a really original game mechanics. We mixed RPG, so you have an avatar with attributes like strength, technique, flexibility. We got this, we've mixed with strategy and tactics, a card battler, and fighting. So it's really real Jiu-Jitsu moves, 3D avatars, and etc. So I'm gonna put a video so I can talk over it. Let me just share my audio if I can find it. I think I'm already shared. Okay, so there you go. So this is the pre-match just before the game. Just before the fight. So here you have the attributes of your avatars, and these are the card powers. Okay, so they are all based in the attributes you built your avatar with, like skill points. And then here the strategy starts already. So you have a look, you study your opponent's attributes, and you start your strategy when to throw cards, whether it's good or bad.
Combate!
So there you go. You can start. It's a synchronous game. So I throw a card, my opponent throws a card. And then you have like a rock, paper, scissors mechanics to see who has advantages, which win a clash bonus or not. You have a fatigue element as well. You have real Jiu-Jitsu moves working on it. And also Jiu-Jitsu culture, let's say. This is really the Jiu-Jitsu people community. So a different thing from you see this was a penalty, which I didn't throw a card. You get the Jiu-Jitsu rule, you're not playing, so you just you get a penalty for that. It's as in real Jiu-Jitsu. You have a fatigue element over here. So the more fatigue you have, the more you will lose the power of the card. This is a mini game for it's a chance of defense from the guy being submitted. I actually was dominated by him. And then all the progression, you start level 1, you go over level 30, you start like white belt, go to red belt, which is level 30. You have an analytics to see how was how do you play it in your cards. And then you can try to, okay, where should I put more skill points on my attributes and etc. And all this will actually make your strategy and your tactics on the game. This is pretty original mechanics. So I have to speed up on the explanations because I have only 5 minutes. And here goes a video if quickly show a little bit more of the game. It's in beta, so we tell people yes, there are bugs to the testers, and so they don't hate the game before and say, yeah, there's plenty of bugs here, it's beta. So there you go, you can check your skill points, where you're gonna upgrade, you see the card powers and everything. It's a game that can be casual, but it's pretty much a mid-core game if you wanna actually win. So the meta game is how you actually put your attributes, how you build your avatar, and how you build your deck or your arsenal. So here you can customize your avatar. Sorry. You customize your decks, you have plenty of real jiu-jitsu moves, you can put on your deck, like you have a top and bottom situations, 9 combat situations, actually simulating a real jiu-jitsu fight. So you do your deck, you can compare cards, levels of success, pretty much loads of details on this game. Upgrade cards, see brief, etc. You see you have plenty of moves on the game, and we're gonna be adding more and more moves, jiu-jitsu moves over it. So who doesn't know anything about jiu-jitsu, it's a good opportunity to learn about the martial arts. So leaderboard, we have plenty of players already playing and competing against themselves. So these are, I'm gonna speed up this and go for the community straight away. So the community had this pent up demand. So when we said we were building this game, it was really viral. Everyone started putting on Instagram and WhatsApp groups, Facebooks and everything. So this is a good thing of this game. It's we are gonna spread this, we're gonna be really viral with it. And for instance, this guy he put his mom and dad to play the game, and he posted on Instagram, for instance. And this guy here is actually the first on the rank. And he just said that when I saw a jiu-jitsu game, I just stopped playing Call of Duty Mobile to just play BJJ. And he wrote this in Facebook. So this was really good for us to see this kind of acceptance from the community, and how they are actually feeling they are actually fighting jiu-jitsu in a game, a card game, which this was a big challenge. How to make a grappling game. Yeah, so, there you go. So I'm gonna finish this. The community is receiving well the game. I hope all of you like the game. New beta spot soon. And yeah, we are soft launching and getting some feedback. So whoever wants to play, you can follow us on our social medias and send emails and etc. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Duda. The next game is Crystal Chasers League from Flipstar Studios, presented by Paulo Lafeta. Paulo, are you here with us? I believe you forgot to unmute the microphone.
All right, there you go. Sorry about that.
Great.
Hello, everyone. I just shared my screen. Can you guys see it? I'm gonna do it full screen here, just a second, and swap. Okay, all right. All right, hello, everyone. My name is Paulo. I'm gonna present here today Crystal Chasers League. We are from Flipstar Studios. We're in south of Brazil in Florianopolis. I'm gonna start straight to the trailer. So if you guys can put our first video to start. All right, thank you very much. So Crystal Chase League, we have 4 game modes. We have Crystal Captors, Battle, Triathlon Race, and Treasure Hunt, which I'm going to explain a little bit more in the next video. We have the leagues as well, which is a sequence of states in different game modes. And at the end, the best players get the trophy. And we have 12 fully voiced characters and can play up to 4 local players in split screen. And you can also play online. And in the online, you can play with 16 simultaneous players. And you can also choose, vote for the next stage. You can be in free-for-all or in 2 teams or 4 teams. So it's really a social experience. Also in the online system, you can also pick up your team. And that's it. I'm going to jump straight to the video too. It's a short time, so if you guys can put it for me, please. All right, so here we're going to see Spook Castle, and it's actually the Crystal Captors mode. So I'm going to show a little bit of gameplay so it's a little bit easier to understand what's the game about. So here in Crystal Captors, the objective is to find crystals on the stage and bring back to your team base. On this one specifically, it's Team Red against Team Blue, and you can also invade the blue team area to pick up the crystal and bring back to your base. You also can use vehicles to carry your crystals around. So as you can see, you can enter and exit vehicles. And we have different sizes of vehicles as well, different types of it. So we have the traditional carts, we have bigger ones, we have even buses. And on these vehicles, you can carry multiple crystals. You can even give a ride to your teammates, and they can still use the power-up items on the game. So you have to work as a team to win the match. All right, so next we're going to show a little bit of another game mode that we have, which is the triathlon race. This is not your conventional race because it's not only a racing kart. You race in the track in different kind of movements. So there are parts that you run on foot, and other parts you're driving in a vehicle, other parts you're flying, or with your vehicle or jetpacks. And you can also pick up power-up items. You can hold one in each hand, as you can see here. Just don't know how they can still drive, but okay. And yeah, this is the flying part. So the cool thing here is that we're playing here against AI bots. During the game, you can still play in local split screen, as I mentioned before, up to 4 local players or online, which for me personally, I still prefer to play against human players, but with AI bots, it's always fun as well. So this was the video, and I'm gonna go back here to finish our presentation. So the games is slated to release on PC and console. PC
Paulo,
is coming. Sorry.
Time is up.
Okay, I'm gonna finish up the presentation here. We're also launching Crystal Chase Infinite for mobile. It's a spin-off game, and you can support our game by pre-ordering it on playcrystalchases.com. And here's my email for contact. Thank you very much, guys. See you.
Thank you, Paulo. Well, the next one is Dandy Ace from Mad Mimic, and will be presented by Luis Sampaio. Luis, are you ready?
Yes.
The screen is yours.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Luis Sampaio. I am game designer and one of the co-founders of Mad Mimic, and I will show you guys our current game, Dandy Ace. So Dandy Ace is a roguelike game where you have to play with this magician, Dandy Ace, trying to escape the challenging ever-change palace. And the core of the game is it's a deck building action game where all your cards are different skills, and you're going to find them and you're going to use them to beat the enemies. The game is a single player. It's a action fantasy roguelike game. It's a 2D isometric. And one of the things we like about the game is we want to be extravagant and lavish. having different type of color palettes and being really extravagant in the enemies and abilities. So the game is to be launched in July, the end of July on Steam. And in the end of August, we are going to release on Nintendo Switch, PS4, and Xbox One. You can find us on Steam right now. So if you want to follow the game and add into your wish list. And okay, I will talk a little bit more about the combat system. So we want the NDAs to be really fast-paced. We want players to be in threat all the time. So they have to focus a lot on micromanaging their abilities. And for that, we also want players to be able to explore a lot of play styles and builds. So each card, we divide them between 3 colors. You can see in the skill bar. Basically, yellow cards are utility cards, pink cards are attack cards, and blue cards are movement skills. And you also can upgrade them. So each card has 1 main skill and 1 upgrade effect. So the amount of play styles and builds that you can make with the game are really, really huge. And we really want to focus in different types of play styles. So the more cards you find, the more cards you have in the game, the more you'll be able to explore the game and trying to find the best way you want to play it. The main challenge of the game is, of course, the enemies. Each map of the palace is has different combinations of enemies, and you're going to find all the time different type of abilities and ways to do everything. Because the game is a roguelike and your ability changes every run, you also have to know how to deal with the challenges with your current build. We want to have extravagant enemies and bizarre bosses and creatures. So you see one of the first boss, an axolot with a painted axolot. And also the game, it doesn't have a linear progression. So in the palace where you're playing, you can take different paths. So in the first GIF, you see the indoors path, and in the bottom GIF, you see the outside path. And one of the things that it's really important for us with the game is to have a hard but fair game. So the game is really hard to beat, but we try to make sure all the time that when a player loses, it's because they mess it up. And players always know why they died or why they are losing the game. The game, we have a roguelite experience. We want to explore the concept of try, die, and try again until you'll be able to beat the game. And not just having different paths through the levels. So whenever you try the game, you can go through different paths. We also want to explore unlockables and general improvements. So as you play the game, you can discover new cards, you can unlock them, you can unlock more potions and more attributes. So with that, you'll be able to have more content as you play. And this works really well with the replayability of modern roguelikes. We also have trinkets. It's at the start of each map, you'll be able to equip one of the trinkets, and they give you extra abilities, so you can focuses the way you play with your build. So why the 98 is a unique roguelike, and why we think this?
We've reached the 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Don't forget, the game is going to be released soon. Cheers.
Okay, thank you, Luis. The next game is Galaxy Kart from VR Monkey, presented by Pedro Kayat. Pedro, you're here and ready? I believe you forgot to unmute the microphone.
Oh yeah, I forgot to unmute my microphone, sorry. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Let me share my screen here so we can all see a little presentation that I created about Galaxy Cards. Well, Galaxy Card is an arcade card racing game focusing combat and unique skills for each driver. So I'm gonna explain a little bit more about the game, but in the meantime, we can watch it, a small video, a teaser of the work in progress that we have been developing here at VR Monkey. The idea of the game is that we can race the cards in VR, in virtual reality. It's very difficult to make games for virtual reality because there is a matter of cyber sickening. So we try to put a lot of effort in find the most comfortable way so we can play the game without getting sick. There are a lot of power-ups, and the power-ups of the game, they really are much more fun to use because when you are reaching your hand to grab a power-up and throwing it at your enemy, it makes all the difference. It's much more immersive. So you point your gun and you shoot to the enemies. And each one of these drivers, they have a unique skill. What we understand that this is a game that's similar to a mix between Mario Kart and League of Legends. The idea is that we can keep progressing with the game, creating more and more champions that are the drivers. And each one of these champions, they have a new unique skill. That's, of course, an OP skill basic, similar to the power-ups on the screen. We have a launch plan that we are starting a closed beta in the end of the next month. An open beta that we are going to start in November of this year. And the official launch of the game, it's aimed to the March of the next year. We plan to use the game not only with the motion controllers of virtual reality, but as well with some other peripherals like the RotoVR. We had a partnership with them to show them in some events. And also the 3D Rudder, that's a peripheral for PlayStation that makes it a lot of fun to drive the games using it. And why Galaxy Cards is a game that is meant to be for virtual reality. At the beginning, I had a great experience in Japan playing with a very popular game a card game in VR, but they had all this, the wheel and everything that was not meant for a person to play in home, but the experience was so great that I wanted to bring that experience to home. So we try to understand, okay, how people with disabilities drive cars. And then we bring that to VR, because in VR, we don't have the foot, you don't press the pedals. That idea also made us understand more and more about how to do racing games in VR. We had experience with Apocalypse Rider, a previous virtual reality game of us, and we understood that close curves, like in this track, for instance, they are not that good for VR. It makes you very sick. So we understand that it's much better. This is Apocalypse Rider, a game where you just steer not so fast, but at the same time you have the ability to play with others, to combat. That's a very nice idea. And also the idea behind Job Simulator, that's a very popular VR game, that you grab the items and everything around you is grabbable. So if you want to drive, you grab the wheel and you move the wheel. If you want to accelerate, you have a lever that you pull front and you pull back to brake. This makes all the car your environment. It's a multiplayer game. There is, of course, the option to play a single game, but we understand that multiplayer game is an amazing experience. I want to bring also a little bit of the team experience. We have worked with The Rabbit Hole, was our first VR game title. We launched it in 2016, and we got an amazing feedback from the community. We were nominated for International Mobile Game Awards and for the Game Connection American Developer Awards. And we also launched Apocalypse Rider, Viking Days, Rico Shooter, and now we are here to launch Galaxy Cards. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Well, the next game is actually Gunstars from Monomita Studio, presented by Rafael Costa. Rafael, are you ready?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I will share my screen. 1 minute. Okay, I think it's good. Hello everyone, my name is Rafael. I am founder and CEO at Monomito Game Studio, and we are very happy to be here between these amazing games and companies from Brazil. And I would like to show you a little bit of our new IP called Gunstars. So let's go check it out, our teaser video here. Please, the video teaser. Please, our video teaser. So guys, Gunstars is a multiplayer 30-person shooter, fun game, very strategic, with frenetic combat up to 3 minutes. Your goal is to explore combat arenas for supplies and weapons, and then battle and build the best strategy to survive. We're analyzing great stuff from a battle royale genre and create a new way to play it on mobile devices, based on quick battles but keeping the deep experience. This game look was totally produced with its own unique features and guarantee innovative and comfortable gameplay, as well as easier to identify our product among other games. Gunstars was designed to be fun, to be different, and very customizable. There are many skins available for each player can find your best outfit to represent yourselves in the game. You can play Gunstars in 3 different modes. A cooperative boss battle, where you and more 3 players will play together to defeat some enemies and a boss in 3 minutes. The Battle Royale mode that we know that the best experience for you play Gunstars and up to 32 players in a squad, in a solo mode. In the deathmatching is a traditional mode of shooter games. Here you have 3 minutes to be the best, where all your actions like kill, assists, and all battle performance you add the points for your final score. Play Gunstars is very easy to learn, but have in mind that the metagame is deeper and challenging. In the game, you can break all assets in the map and collect some items that help you build your style in the gameplay. So you can enjoy it, and you can go the border of the map to collect special weapons. And now we are done for point and shoot and show your best. So be the best. The game brings unique weapons, different consumables, and other things that will shape your way to play the match. That is, each battle will be different, and you have a bit of challenging here to start to think what's the best strategy to play. Through the consumables, we brought some elements from mobile games for the battle, so you can get double damage, you can drink some juice for your protection, you can get invisibility to playing like a stealth, etc., and many other. Remember that the map bring different traps and surprises that can help you or not. All skins, weapons, and features will change it based on seasons that will bring different things each 60 days. For the first, we have Ancestrals. It's great to remember that the Gunstars was chosen to participate in Indie Game Accelerator the last year on Google Singapore, and it was very, very amazing for us to validate the product among another amazing professionals from the industry. And to finish, Gunstars is a free-to-play game, and will be released in the key 4 at this year. And you can find this pre-register on Google Play Store very, very soon. So guys, stay tuned for the next updates. You can follow us on the social media, Facebook and Instagram. Our Monomito Game Studio. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rafael. So everybody, we just have 5 more games to go. The next one is Laser Storm VR Team Arena from Venturion VR, presented by Marcelo Marcati.
Hi everyone, I'm Marcelo Marcati from Venturion. We're a XR studio based in Brazil, São Paulo, Brazil. And we're really excited to show you our latest game, Laser Storm VR Team Arena. It's a cooperative shared space VR shooter. I'll get into that a little later. It's made mainly for arcades and events, so it was made with LBE in mind, and so for places where people go and have fun together. Our timing wasn't the best. We had a bit of bad luck with timing, but we're sure soon a lot of people will be able to enjoy it, and we're really looking forward to that. We have a trailer. I think we can show it now.
Marcelo, you're muted.
All right, made it. Okay. So this Laser Storm, it's a co-op game. We have a lot of PvP arcade VR games already. So we decided to make something more focused on teamwork. So we try to implement different mechanics that encourage people to work together. Like you can revive fallen teammates, touching them. You can rescue teammates that were caught by space parasites, for instance. There are shields in the arena that you can move around and reposition to better defend your team. Also, it's shared space, so people are actually physically together in the same physical space. So this allows us to create mechanics that really take advantage of space, and make people move around and really interact physically with the space and with each other. And we try to offer a variety of challenges. So you one time, in a certain time, you're shooting at enemies, and then you're avoiding giant laser swords. and then you're fighting these space parasites. You're fighting. You're dealing with huge asteroid impacts, and we try to create a sort of a V-sport environment. So we have a leaderboard with the best teams. So there is a certain element of competition on top of the cooperation, and there's a screen, spectator screen, so people around the game can watch the match, and it's a very simple operation. I think that's one big difference of our game is we use Oculus Quest, so we don't have cables, don't need a lot of computers around. It's just the headset, and that's it, like 4 headsets. There is a computer for a facilitating operation, but it's one computer via Wi-Fi, and that's it. All right, thank you. And if you have any doubts, you can check our website. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Marcelo. Great game. Well, the next game is Mayara and Annabelle, Idol Battles from Schoolfish Studios, presented by Rafael Ferrari. Rafael, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'll share my screen here. So let's start. Good night, everyone. I'm Rafael Ferrari from Schoolfish Studios, and I hope it's 7 o'clock already. Hope everyone have a beer on your hand so we can have a nice end of conference here. I will present a little bit about our company and our game here. So we are founded in 2016, and we are invested by Game Founders. It's an accelerator program from Estonia, and that's why we are from Brazil and from Estonia. We have got a lot of awards already with other games that we're working on. So this is a couple of games that we worked on before, and a couple of games that we are working right now. Right now, our working titles are Toys and Traps, that is a console game, and Mayara and Annabelle, that is a mobile game. That one is the one we are going to talk about. So Mayara and Annabelle. Mayara and Annabelle is made basically in a famous comic book here in Brazil. So it's basically an action RPG game with team management, right? So the game flow is very simple. So you have like monsters. So you destroy monsters in order to acquire resources, and then you upgrade your team. So that's the flow. Then you get a stronger team, and then you destroy more monsters, and that's the flow. The main goal of the game is to clean the city from the monsters invasion. So that's pretty much the game. Here's a couple of images of the game and how it works. So here you have like the map, and you can select the city and the case you wanna get in. And you have also a selection screen for like your team. And you can select up to 4 people like from your squad. So the gameplay, it's simple. So the characters, they walk automatically. So like they fight the monsters automatically. And what we can do to help them? So you can click on the screen. So it's basically a clicker game with like action RPG. So you can click on the screen and then you help like to beat the monsters, and also can use the main powers of each character in order to apply a better damage for them. After you finish the case and win the case, actually, you can have like rewards like coins and like clothes, and then you can use to upgrade your system, upgrade the character, change the clothes, and this kind of things. So this is a little bit about our character overview. So this is our art style, and a little bit more about the monsters you are actually beating and like killing. Right now, we released the game in Google App Store. So we are featured by Google in the beta launch of the game, and we basically use that time to test a lot of mechanics and to understand if the game is good and what is good on the game and what is not so good on the game. So this way we can iterate and make it better. This is a couple of comments from the beta. So like in general ways, the people are really liking like the gameplay and the graphics of the game. But we have like understood that we need to some updates for like to make on the game. That is what we are working right now. So we're gonna make a redesign of the map. So the map is gonna look much more, we'll have a better visual appealing and a better sense of progression of the game. We are also doing some changes on the level actually. So for example, right now when you enter on the city, you beat like a normal monster like this one. So after I release it, our update, when you beat the normal case, we're gonna unlock a new one from the same for the same level, but with a stronger monster, right? So it's a little bit different than the other one. And when you beat the hard mode, you can play like nightmare mode. So this way you can have like more replayability on the levels. You can spend more time playing and like having some fun. Also, we are not going to give like all the clothes for the player anymore. We are adding a new system to be able to monetize them better. So you basically you got like a couple of pieces of clothes. So you can use these clothes to tailor new clothes. So you get like this kind of presents. And then you receive a random clothes for your characters. This way, we can monetize much better the metacore of the game. We're gonna release it for Android and iOS, of course. And this is our timeline right now. So we started the beta tests in May. In August, we have like the soft launch programmed. And our plan is to release the full game worldwide in October. So basically, guys, that's our game. And thank you everyone to see us and play the game and help us to beat some monsters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafael. Congratulations. The next game is Tetragon from Cafundó Creative Studio and will be presented by Leonardo Minoso.
Great. Hello, people. Are you seeing me? Yes or not?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. So I'm Leonardo, and I will show you our newest baby, our newest game called Tetragon. And let me share my screen. Okay. So this game is a game that will be published for Xbox, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, and PC in the end of this year. So we developed this game last year, and now it's ready to go to market. And we already have some partners around the world, and maybe one of them is probably watching us right now because he's Buka, a publisher from Russia, and I saw that they are participating at BIG this year. So yeah, the game is ready to go to market, and it's a huge pleasure for us to show this game for you because this game is a realization of a dream. So in this game, we are focused on a deep narrative, gorgeous art style, and also unique and challenging gameplay. So as you can see here, this is the main character of the game. His name is Lucius, and you, as a player, will control this character. And this game, as I told you, has a deep narrative. So the idea is that you, as a father, needs to go after your son that was captured by the Tetragon world. So I can show you here some images of the game. So like this image is a level of the game. And you can see here that this Tetragon world, this space has no geometric elements. There's no curves. There are only, there are no organic elements. There are only geometric elements inside this world of Tetragon. So there was an organic element that we call Tetra Gem, and this gem has the power to maintain the balance of the world because this world is made just of planes, a lot of different planes. And one time, one creature tries to steal this gem, tries to steal this rock because it has the power, all the power of the world. And when he touched the gem shatters and breaks into several pieces. So the world begins to collapse. The world begins to fall down. So the wheel, the modern nature of this world needs something organic to replace the balance of the world. So the wheel, the modern nature of this world, open a portal and get to our Earth and captured your son. So now your son is the only organic element that is trapped in the final level of the game, and he is maintaining the balance of the world. So the goal, the objective of the game, as you as a father go into all the levels, pass through all the levels, and recover your son. So this is the story, the background story. In this image, you can see in the base a memory of your son that you can find during the game. And now I'm gonna show you a video. I don't think you are seeing, but I can do it right now. Yes. So I'm gonna show you a video explaining the mechanics of the game. So we have two main mechanics. The objective of each level is make your character get into the portal to go to the next level and so on and so on. So the two main mechanics are you can move towers and platforms, like in this level, you can move towers and platforms to make your way to get into the portal. So we have a lot of different levels, a lot of different art styles during the game. So like in this level, the portal is the purple one that are on the right. So your objective is to get over there. So you need to move towers and platforms. And also when you reach those torrents, those glowing rocks, those glowing green rocks over there, you can rotate the world 90 degrees to the left or to the right. So when you do that, you have to take care for your character not to fall down so high. So I'm gonna show the video so you can understand a little bit more. So you can move with your fingers or with your controls, the platforms and the So you need to make your way. So now you can see the word spinning around. So you need to make your way to get into the portal and go to the next level and so on. So the idea is to get into the next level and recover your son. And you can see over here that the word is a wormhole. When you enter in the portal, you go into the next level that is just behind of it. So, okay. So thank you very much. This is our game. I hope you enjoy.
Thank you, Leonardo. Well, the next game is Wow Animals Hide and Seek from Push Start, presented by Victor Barbosa.
Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen here. Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, I have to pin it, right? Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Victor Barbosa from Push Start. I would like to thank Big Festival and Abra Games for giving me the opportunity to be here today with you and talk about Wow Animals Hide and Seek. This project was awarded with 2 local public funding, PROAC from the São Paulo State and SPCine from the city of São Paulo. Wow Animals Hide and Seek is an adventure and exploration game designed for children up to 8 years old. The game belongs to the Wow Animals universe, which already have an animated series with fully developed characters and 20 episodes. And before we talk about the game, let's meet our characters. First, we have Bio, a dreamy and curious boy that wants to share all of his adventures with the entire world. He's always recording and live streaming everything. Then we have Cappy, a purple capybara, maybe magical, that does not know exactly what kind of animal she is, and she's eager to find out. What happens usually is that when Cappy meets a penguin, she thinks she's a penguin. When she meets a panda, she thinks she's a panda, and so on. And that's what makes she my personal favorite. And lastly, we have Tufu, a really smart but fearful gecko that is always ready to answer any questions, but even more ready to run away as soon as he can. So, since we met the characters, let's talk about the game. What happens in the game? Wow Animals Hide and Seek has 2 game modes, Exploration and Sanctuary. In Exploration mode, the player controls a trio and navigates through different biomes, overcoming obstacles, collecting items and power-ups while searching for the animal. To represent how vast the world is, every stage is procedurally generated, so giving players a fresh, unique map to explore every time. Once the player finally finds the animal, an animated cutscene is played where the trio reacts to the encounter with the animal. So that's where you see Cappy going crazy and thinking that she belongs to the species of the same animal, and it's a lot of fun. The second mode, the Sanctuary, is unlocked after completing the exploration. So in this mode, the player can observe the animal, use collected items, and take pictures. The pictures taken in the Sanctuary mode are saved in the scrapbook, so players can build their very own gallery. So you can see in the top right corner here, the scrapbook with photos taken in while playing the game. To be able to explore all biomes and find all animals, the players must acquire different variations of the super bike. So it's like a bike with mounted lights for exploring during nighttime, or a sled to traverse snow biomes. So we have 15 biomes, 15 animals to find, 90 unique items, endless map variations, character voice lines for every interaction, and a lot of educational content for children. The TV series will premiere on July 4th and will be shown daily on the Zumo Kids channel. So if you have access to the Zumo Kids channel, go check it out on July 4th. Save the date, right? And there you have it. This is Wild Animals Hide and Seek. And the game will be available in Portuguese and English for both Android and iOS devices this year. And the exact release date for the game is today. We are actually launching the game right now during this presentation, and in the next few hours, it will be available to download. So make sure to copy these short links that we are putting here and share with everyone you know that have kids. I think they will absolutely love the game. It's pushstart/wow Android and pushstart/wow iOS. And there you have it. This is our game. Thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoy as much as we enjoyed making it. I have a video that I would like to play to end the presentation.
We want to show you the Wow Animals app. It's a hide-and-seek game. You can use our magic bike to explore different biomes
and look for wild animals all around the world.
It's so cute. My scrapbook is almost filled. I found the polar bear, the...
Shh, Gippy! Don't spoil the game. Wow Animals! Hide and seek! Download now!
There you have it. So this is it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the game.
Thank you. Thank you, Vitor. That was great. Well, the last game in our showcase tonight is Under Domain from Play Learn, presented by Rogério Fávero.
Hello guys, my name is Rogério Fávero. I'm a co-founder and game designer of a small game studio for São Paulo, Brazil, called Play Learn. We are specialized in serious games, games like games for education, simulators, and adventure games. And today, I will show you our first entertainment game called Under Domain.
Rogério, I'm sorry. I think we're having a little technical problem because we're still seeing the last slide from Push Start. So yeah. I'll ask the production team to check this out, and we will count your time once everything is ready, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Can we start now, guys?
Everybody can see my presentation?
Yes, there you go. Sorry about that. Please continue.
No problem. So today I will show you our first entertainment game called Under Domain, the Alien Invasion Simulator. So let's go. Under Domain is a strategic game that you play as the enemy. As a player, you are the alien leader of a huge invasion force. And your mission in this game is very clear: to conquer and destroy the humans, all of them. You are the last hope, literally, of an entire civilization. In this game, you came from the future when the humans are evil. In this future, humans are like grasshoppers, consuming planets and civilizations. You will plan from 1900 to 2020, 120 moves or less to win. Let me explain better. You start in the year of 1900 and play for 12 decades. Each decade/turn, you have only 10 moves. Did I say it was a strategic game? So you have to choose your actions carefully. And there are a lot of actions to do. Let me show some examples. First, you have to understand your enemy and find their weaknesses. Launch probes, large orbital and surface probes to analyze your enemy, because capture information about the human society and find best place to make secret operations is very important. You have to steal special resources from Earth to build your mighty war fleet. Search for sources of energy in pyramids or minerals and volcanoes, and use that resources for operations, hybrid agents, science researchers, upgrades, and of course, war machines. You have to create and upgrade your technologies, become powerful. Upgrade, for example, your mothership, build your land base on Earth. Upgrades can bring special weapons, better features, and increase the war power in general. You have to do secretly black ops on Earth. Perform operations like abductions, murders, mind control, and virus. It's essential to carry out about stealth operations. Signs warn humans about alien existence, so careful. You have to interfere, sabotage, and change the human history. For example, you can place special hybrid agents inside the human society. These agents can help you stop important developments and weaken the human society. And finally, build your mighty war fleet. Build and spread your war fleet around the Earth. Each war spaceship contains unique weapons and features according to the war context. When you're ready, just go to the war, combat, and conquer. The player can start the invasion at any moment. He is responsible for the sign as soon as conditions are perfect for the invasion. But if you understand that isn't the right moment, no problem, just go back. In the war phase, artificial intelligence set up combat places. At this point, it's possible to analyze all scenario and, if you need, just go back to the planning phase. Choosing the right actions for the right situations are essential. Each combat is simulated. Everything you did before matters. Place warships on continents, choose where fight first, and use the special weapons you build. The game was designed to maximize the replay factor, which offers the player a great way to test in different types of strategies. Who will win in the end, aliens or humans? That's the question. So, under domain, the Alien Invasion Simulator, it's coming to PC on late August 2020. Please wishlist now on Steam. And for more information, gameplay trailers, screenshots, and access to the beta version, please visit underdomain.com. Thank you so much for this presentation. See you soon when the aliens arrive. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rogério. Thank you all. I want to congratulate everyone for their games. Really, really great job, everyone. Well, before we end the session, we welcome all the attendees of the big business rounds the big festival matchmaking to join us at Big Mixer, because a big festival without a party is not a big festival. So it's time to party and celebrate our great industry. But remember, the party is just for the attendees of the business rounds, okay? It was a pleasure for me to be here, almost a full day with you all. Thank you all for the comments, the questions. You were great. We apologize for any technical problems we had on the way, but we're doing our best to make Big a great conference, sharing knowledge from and to people all over the world. I want to thank the Big Digital organizers for inviting me to BMC and for trusting in me. And we come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Brazilian time with other great hosts for another day full of sessions that you can't miss. A special thank you for you that stayed with us all day long. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigada. See you. Cheers, everyone.